He just puts on a show at all times. He's insane. He's a prolific sniper.
Sniped down by name. Sniped down by nature.
There's this character, Ushikawa. He says everyone calls him Bull, like, you know, they call him Ushi. He says when you grow up being called a bull, you're gonna become the bull. And I think the same way of Sniped Down.
His story is unlike most, and I think he's really one of the only examples of overnight success.
The man was just the hottest free agent on the market. You were seeing long-standing squads making room.
Sniped Down had a historic rookie season, winning 3 major events, including the 2008 MLG National Championship. He instantly became one of the most sought-after players in the league.
It's honestly like a 6-month-long dream that like I haven't woken out of, and I hope I'm not going to, but this is unreal. Like, I just can't really explain the feeling. It's just my first year. I don't even know.
No one has a first season like that. Probably the biggest rookie year of all time.
The talk was the same amongst everyone. It was like, this kid is the best sniper I've ever seen.
Oh my goodness. Did I pick a good time to go to Snipe Down or what? Make it the over.
Eric's role was get the sniper, and that's pretty much it.
I was just enthralled watching his screen. I was like, this kid is a freak. Just give him the power weapons. You're guaranteed to win.
Let's watch Snipe Down. Oh, he almost done. Oh, he did stick one in there on the cankle. And there's the double kill. Oh my God. Another shot taking down T2. And now it's the headshot on favor. You won't see that in my next top 10. Or CLG is going to bring it to 2-2. Snipe Down with a sick headshot.
Snipe Down. Sniping royalty.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ, Eric Rona.
Sniped Down need to work together to get these kills here. They haven't captured it.
Eric Rona.
To get this kill as well.
Overkill! What a time to do it! He steps up, hits the perfect, 4 dead. Oh my God!
Whenever there's been a dominant force, it's either been Sniped Down who's been on that team, or the team that stops that dominance has Sniped Down on it.
And that's gonna do it. Team Envies are your HCS Pro League champions, coming out of the losers bracket and defeating Optic Gaming in back-to-back series.
I loved him back in Halo 3. And then when I started competing, I actually did not like him whatsoever because he was my competitor. We were always battling for every grand finals, basically. Now I think he's like one of the best Halo players for sure.
His position, his awareness, and his ability to not panic.
The man doesn't take a shot unless he knows he needs to take it.
The second you poke out, Snipe Down will take you down.
When I'm playing well, I literally call it Snipe Down mode. He just is able to get in this zone where he kind of just blocks everything out. He knows exactly what movements to make to hit that shot in front of him, and he'll do it like clockwork every single time.
Very rarely did you see him hitting body shots. He'd just always find the dome.
Oh, that was disgusting.
First memory of Sniped Down is on fire.
Let's get our sword.
Everyone was wondering how is he going to fit on straight ripping. That clip alone showed you that the man has the talent.
Oh!
The no scope to keep the sniper in his control and then continuing to hit the shots.
For triggers down. Oh! Snipe Down is on fire.
He's really good at sniping in that game.
The things he was pulling off and the consistency at what he was doing them at.
Now looking for the triple kill, trying to find this player underneath the base. It is going to be Lunchbox. That's a triple. Now going on for the overkill. Oh!
The triple kill that Eric got when he falls out of the jump up window, it was just the smoothest thing ever. If there's a play that'll make you a Sniped Down fan, it probably would have been that.
What he was doing was not just holding down the sniper button, being the sniper. What a double kill in the head. Triple kill by Snipe Down.
One of the most decorated players in Halo, Sniped Down has won 24 major events with 8 different teams. Throughout his 13 years as a competitor, his intensity never diminished.
Snipe Down in the EG squad smell blood as they have 49 kills.
Snipe Down hits the new combo, and look at what it means to Evil Geniuses, your X Games gold medalist.
He's fueled by passion. When he's mad, he tries harder.
Don't piss Eric off, because Eric will have the last laugh a lot of the time.
I told him before it started, the last person that said that to me lost the series, and they lost the series too. So if you're going to talk trash, you better back it up, and we took that series home.
That's the montage maker, baby. You're taking that name. You have to live up to it.
What a play
Unbelievable. That was nasty. What? I gotta take a shower because that was filthy. Oh, sweet. He just keeps going. Please make it stop. It hurts.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and the Marines.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Halo Championship Series North American Pro Series. My name is Lottie Van Prague and I am so happy you guys are joining us for week number 2 here of the Pro Series. But I do actually have some pretty exceptionally talented members of the Halo community here, your favorite casters and I can't even speak, analyzers. There we go, we've got it out. Bravo on set and clutch. Hey look, we got to mess up at the beginning, why not? We've got to get the feels out there. But gents, so good to see you guys back on the screen. Bravo, obviously, it's number 2 here of the Pro Series North America. We have so many different teams and so much competition to get through. Are you excited for week 2?
Oh yeah, I'm stoked. I mean, just like we said last week, it's amazing to have a format like this where week in, week out, we get to have the best in the world and the highest up and coming amateur teams also challenge them week in, week out. So we've got some new teams in the mix this week and I'm excited to see how things shake out.
Yeah, indeed. And honestly, it's pretty amazing because obviously we do have obviously competition week in, week out, which does mean that we have potential different storylines. And on set, the competition is so fierce and I see it changing and I'm excited. Do you see potentially other teams coming up and causing upsets and potentially knocking off some of our top contenders off their pedestals?
For sure. I think that's one amazing thing about Halo Infinite since the initial start of the HCS, right, is that there's always been a favorite. But that favorite has never been guaranteed to win. And I feel like Cloud9 are kind of that favorite right now, but you've still got the likes of Optic. You've got the likes of FaZe who have come into some amazing form recently. And then you've got the rest of the chasing pack as well. So we never quite know what's going to happen, apart from the fact that we're going to have some amazing matches. And I've been looking forward to tonight all week because I think it's going to be, an absolute blockbuster of a show today.
Yeah, I'm so excited as well. And Clutch, I know you'll be excited. And actually, from day one of the game coming out, you told us that Cloud9 were that team to watch out for and to not sleep on them. But they've proved they can do it on LAN. They've proved they can do it online. Do you see them slowing down anytime soon?
No, I don't think it's a matter of Cloud9 slowing down. I think it's everybody, can they catch up? And when will they catch up? That's the big question for me. We've seen segments where maybe Sentinels plays up to par, maybe FaZe can compete with them in a few games. Optic has shown those bright lights that they can shine at that level, but it's a matter of who can consistently play at that level, and then also closing out some close games against Cloud9 is yet to be done, right? Cloud9, they talk about how icy of a team they are. They have ice in their veins when the game gets close and it's on the line. They've been the ones that make the plays. Other teams, other players are going to have to step up and have that same level of ice if you expect to close those close games out, especially against Cloud9.
Now, Cloud9 were making headlines, and I have some other big news because Fnatic have finally fielded a roster. We are so excited they're picking up the former Team War/Business. Now, this is huge. We've been waiting for such a long time for Fnatic to pick somebody up. I got to ask you though, Brav, what difference does it make when a roster finally joins their org and finally finds their home?
Yeah, I think in today's climate and today's landscape, for competitive Halo, it's a really big difference because you've got enormous organizations backing some of the best teams in the world, and it's not like it was 10 years ago. When you have the backing of a team like Fnatic, all of a sudden you've got management, you've got coaching staff. On a lot of these teams, you even have levels of things like nutritionists, etc., taking care of how you approach this game, how you approach the lifestyle of playing games professionally. So I think today more than ever, it's really big to have a team like that kind of supporting you for sure.
Indeed. Hey, no pressure, Fnatic. No pressure at all. The whole world's watching. But look, can they get up to this task? Who knows? We'll have to find out later on in the bracket. However, Space Station Gaming lined up to play Fnatic today, and Elamite was very confident going into this game. And he actually said, we want to give Fnatic their first L in Halo. I'm sorry, Fnatic, but there's only enough room for black and gold, not black and orange. Now, he might be eating his words right now because, as you know, Space Station Gaming did fall to Fnatic in winners round 1, 2-0. On set, this is a bit awkward, man. This is a bit awkward because this is your conversation with Elamite, and he was feeling himself, wasn't he?
Yeah, sorry, Kyle. Yeah, I spoke to Kyle beforehand. I wanted to kind of get an insight on how the team's feeling, some of their thoughts on how they put the roster together as well. And I like the fact that Kyle's got that belief in his team, right? I spoke to him and he said, this is a team for the future. This isn't a team for now. We're looking at the Halo World Championships at the end of the roadmap. That's where we want to be there competing for first place. We know it's going to take some time. We've got some players who haven't played at the highest level so far, and it's just, it's their first week's experience of doing so. But I like the fire. I always know that Kyle's going to be a competitor. He's going to believe in his team, and I know that Space Station are going to want to perform, but today it was Fnatic's day. They did take him down to a really good start for Fnatic.
Yeah, very, very good start. Now look, black and gold, black and orange, doesn't matter what you are, but I'll let you decide in game because we have some absolutely stunning skins in game that you guys can get your hands on right now. Look at this array. Your Spartans are going to be the best looking Spartans around. I can tell you that one right now. So make sure you guys show your support with these gorgeous team skins you can grab in store right now. We also do have something a little special as well to celebrate, of course, the global phenomenon that is Halo Infinite, and the fact that, of course, we do have different regions competing week in, week out in our Pro Series and in all of our events on the roadmap. And we have our regional sniper skins. They are absolutely gorgeous as well. So make sure you guys show your support for your region by grabbing their cosmetic bundle in the Halo Infinite shop. And each of these bundles, by the way, includes a nameplate, an emblem, the sniper rifle coating, and a visor. So you can be kitted out and feeling pretty patriotic as you do it as well. Now, you may notice ANZ on there, and that leads me on to my next point to make. We do, of course, have our different regions competing in the Pro Series, and ANZ, it hasn't changed too much online, to be honest. The Chiefs, they're back-to-back Pro Series winners. They're completely undefeated in the ANZ region, and they have been through entirety of the Halo Infinite season thus far. Of course, you may recognize these folks on your screen. They were, of course, back in Raleigh as well. And I gotta say, I just don't see them slowing down right now. Clutch, Chiefs, they're looking a little bit similar to Cloud9. They're looking a little bit similar to Ascend as well. But are they going to make some moves in North America?
That's the big question, right? We saw how they performed at Raleigh. They have to be kicking themselves, knowing that they wanted to have a better showing than what they had. They go back, they do exactly what they can do, and that's dominate your own region, right? That's play it to the best of your ability every single week in, week out. Continue to run that ANZ region and improve. But it really will be that next test of when they come overseas and they play against the North American teams, the other European teams, the LATAM teams, and how do they stack up against those teams is the big question at hand. They still have a lot of room to improve to show me they have what it takes to be calling them the Cloud9.
Yeah, I think you're totally spot on there. I think when you come over to North America, that's where our top teams from each region can really measure themselves. I think really work on some deeper kinks, potentially in their armor, to bring back to North America next time. So I'm really excited to see where the Chiefs end up in our next global event. But somebody else has been making some moves in ANC, and that is Ogre1, the Halo legend. Now, he entered the competition and he pushed all the way through the elimination finals with team immunity and only dropped to undefeated, of course, Chiefs and Divine Mind. But this clip, I mean, my goodness, 8 kills in under 1 minute, bruv. You know Ogre1 very well. He's obviously come out of his retirement to make some noise in ANZ region. I'm sure you're not too surprised to find that he's still got it.
No, not at all. It's amazing to see Dan back on the sticks. And, you know, he's playing alongside Immunity, Benno, and Crew. So we've seen Ogre1 alongside this team and a few different variations of Immunity over the past few years. So great to see them playing. Not surprised to see them do as well as they did. And if I have one wish right now, I think it's that we get to see more Ogre1 playing Infinite, just because it's a treat to have him, you know, back on the sticks and back in the action.
It is indeed. He's definitely not slowing down anytime soon. He's old for Halo years, I guess, but this old man still got it. Ogre1 he's still running circles around everybody, and we love to see that. Now, let's talk about a region we're all here right now to watch, and that, of course, is North America. We're here for the Pro Series Week 2, and I'm sure at home you're wondering how this all works. Well, it's actually pretty simple. I can break that down for you. We got top 8 placing teams, of course, from our Pro Series number 1 who made it into Pro Series number 2. And then we have our top 8 teams who are fighting from the Open Series bracket to qualify for the Pro Series number 2 as well. So it's 16 teams, it's double elim, and our top 8 placing teams from this week and every other week as well automatically qualify for Pro Series 3. So basically how it works, you've got to play very, very well week in, week out, because if you don't, you're not going to automatically qualify. So you have to play lights out. Now, last week featured so many different upsets, which is super exciting from viewer point of view, from broadcaster point of view, for the storylines. But we need to talk about one team in particular, I'm sure is on everybody's mind, and that is Optic. Onset, you know, Optic right now, they've kind of fallen off the wagon just a touch. They had such a lights out performance when the game first came out. How do you think that they've adjusted their gameplay since falling short last week?
I think Optic, it's not about the gameplay so much. We've already seen what they can do. It's about confidence, right? And confidence is such a huge thing in competitive gaming, especially when you are the team to beat right at the start of a game's life cycle. Optic Gaming, back-to-back champions. Everyone's like, oh, okay, who can beat Optic? This looks like it's Optic's game, right? Raleigh did not go their way. They lost to 2 of their biggest rivals in very, very close games. And then we come back to online, we come back to the Pro Series, and they lose to SSG 2-1. And we will obviously put the asterisk there. It is a best of 3. Upsets can happen, but it's just about belief for them. They still have the talent, they still have the ability, and I don't think anyone would be shocked if they came through and took home first place today and just reminded everyone, hey, we're still pretty good at this game.
Yeah, and they also have potentially have a little bit of a rematch happening as well, and we'll take on SSG again in elimination round 3, so that'll be interesting as well to find out the result of that one. Now, we need to talk about another team on our minds, and they definitely made some waves last week. FaZe found themselves in the grand final against Cloud9, and really I think the biggest question for this team right now, Clutch, is will they be able to honestly repeat last week's performance and progress even further?
Yeah, I think they absolutely will. This FaZe team has just progressed so far since even they started in forms, right? It wasn't too long ago, I feel like I was talking about wanting to see more out of this FaZe team. I was thinking that they have the chance to get top 8 or top 6 going into Raleigh. No, they impressed us all. They got 3rd there. They've gotten 2nd in the first HCS Pro Series. I mean, this team is just progressively getting better and better. And the more that they build teamwork, chemistry, the more time they have and they put in the hard work, they have the individual players that can compete with anybody. So I think this FaZe roster has the ability to win every single time they step into a tournament. We'll have to see if they're playing good enough today, but knowing these guys, I would be shocked to see these guys underperform.
Yeah, Bob, honestly, with FaZe, I mean, the trajectory that these guys have had in terms of growth has been so, heads above the rest. I mean, they kind of started from the bottom, and look at them right now in terms of online. They had great progression through Raleigh as well, obviously falling to United, but here online find themselves in a grand final. Cloud9 right now, why should FaZe be on their radar in terms of their growth?
Yeah, I don't think Cloud9 has a choice, right? I think if you look at, just like you said, I think trajectory is the perfect word. I think FaZe has had the strongest trajectory of any team in the Halo Championship Series, and it's actually the inversion of a lot of teams that were really on the 1 and 2 that have slipped to the middle of the pack. Instead, FaZe has slipped from the middle of the pack to the top of the pack right now, in 2nd place in last week's tournament, 3rd place, of course, in Raleigh. So excited to see what they can do, and I think we're going to continue to see the FaZe United rivalry continue to heat up, and we're lucky to even have that match coming up on stream as well. But certainly C9's going to be looking out for FaZe as one of the top teams to watch.
Hell yeah, I'm so excited. I'm absolutely buzzing today. Just love it. All the storylines coming together. It is.
I'm going to jump in. Can I jump in, by the way? Sorry to do this, but I've had a message from Elamite during all of this, because obviously we're like, things didn't go your way. He just sends me a message and says, "We top 8, Fnatic is out." I was right. So, I mean, Elamite's just keeping the fire going. You know what I mean? I love that about Kyle.
Wow, love it. I mean, Halo, it's a dream, storyline dream. That is fantastic. We're gonna keep an eye on that rivalry going forward in the weeks, because I think that's going to be a bit of a hot one and a spicy one to follow for sure. Now, a team I have my eye on, and everybody here as well should have their eye on, of course, is XSET. They come in from the open bracket. They're our open team, and last week they didn't even make it into the Pro Series. They had a top 16 finish, but this time around they beat unsigned talent 2-1, and now they're in the winners semi-finals facing Cloud9, which, yes, that is a heavy task to be faced with. Cloud9 this kind of early on in the semi-finals, it's a little bit upsetting. However, I think XSET, they're going to learn a lot from this match, which is going to be absolutely amazing. So let's check out our winners bracket and find out exactly where everyone is. Of course, before the broadcast, we have had a ton of matches happening already to get to this point. As you can see, our quarterfinals are done and dusted, and we've landed with our semi-finals. Cloud9 versus XSET, FaZe versus E United. Both of these guys fighting for that winner's final spot, and of course to head into the grand finals. Let's take a look at our elimination bracket as well and see how that one is looking. Now you can see we've had rounds 1 and 2 already happened, and we find ourselves in the elimination round 3. Pioneers versus BBG, Space Station versus Optic. Built by gamers, I gotta say, looking pretty good in terms of growth. If we're talking about trajectory, look at these guys looking absolutely formidable as well. Really excited to see how they do against the Pioneers. And of course, Space Station Gaming, yeah, Elamite, you fired him up on set. You have fired him up. That coach, he is out for absolute revenge and fire right now. I don't think he's taken any prisoners on, so you've done it, mate. You've done it. Look, hey.
I take all the success of Space Station now. This is, it's all on me. Yeah.
I think you do. Elamite, you can thank him a bit later on to fire you up like that. But we need to quickly talk about, of course, the semi-final that we're going to see on our screens, which is actually going to be FaZe versus E United. It is a rematch, which is super exciting because, of course, we had that match in Raleigh. Didn't quite go the way of FaZe, and E United progressed onwards to meet Cloud9. Bravo, what do you make of this matchup and how these two teams kind of look in terms of their play styles together?
Yeah, this is the rematch that keeps on giving, and not just that, but it keeps on rematching as well. It's very rare that we see a series from our losers finals from a live event carry over to another series in a following online tournament, and then the third. So we get to see these teams match up against each other. But you set it up perfectly, Lottie, because you have E United winning their 3-2 series at Raleigh. Last week we saw FaZe winning 3-1, and it's going to really go back and forth between these two squads. These might be two of the most evenly matched squads in the entire league right now. I don't just mean in North America, globally. These might be two of the most evenly matched. Certainly those last two results dictate that as well. But this is going to be a toss-up here between these two teams. Once again, we'll have to see which team edges out this week.
We certainly will. And of course, our North American Pro Series week number 2 starts right now. FaZe versus E United, our winners semi-finals.
All right, ladies and gents, it is time here. Bravo alongside Clutch for your FaZe United match that you just heard us talking about. Clutch, great to be alongside you once again. And we're starting off with quite a good series to kick off the day.
Yeah, I mean, we got the last weekend's losers bracket finals. We have Raleigh's losers bracket finals. These two, like we said, have been colliding in almost every single bracket we've seen so far in Halo Infinite. Once again, we're going to have FaZe versus United. And like you said, Andy, I think either one of these two teams, depending on how well the individuals are playing, depending on how they're playing cohesively, could take this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, a battle here of the red and white, and only one team will prevail in the winners bracket. Going on to our winners semifinals, maps and modes here. Once again, we're still in best of threes. We will see best of fives soon in the tournament. As you remember, last week we brought in best of fives earlier there from the competition format, but we're still in a best of three here this early on in the semifinals. First up, Strongholds Recharge, then Slayer Bazaar if we need it, Ctf Aquarius. Any thoughts immediately, Clutch, off these first three game types?
Honestly, with the game types aside, I've been watching FaZe scrim all week. I've watched the United play a little bit, but FaZe having such a strong performance yesterday against Cloud9, I expect them to continue the momentum that they've just been building since the start of Infinite, since the start of this team. This is another stepping stone that they want to have another shot at Cloud9 in a winners bracket final situation. To get there, they're gonna have to win this series, and here we go into game one.
That's right, game number one, Strongholds on Recharge here. And once again, it's FaZe versus United. Thanks for joining us here for NA Pro Series 2. Some New Year Halo here on screen. Bound's going to grab that camo there. He's going to get taken down immediately, though. Camo not burned. Also, nice kills here coming in from the side of Snipedown on Rain. He'll also get the camo as a reward.
I actually really like the route Snipedown took. He actually backtracked, went all the way back to Mangler, and was able to support Bound's damage there, get that kill, secure that camo. We'll have to see what Snipedown's able to do with it now.
Early AC hold right now. All four alive for both sides, so we're going to have to see what happens on B here. The first kill here going to be pretty monumental. Snipedown going to wisely play this. Look at this. Mangler camos is ready for Nick around the corner. First Mangler doesn't hit, but the second one does with the back whack. Not exactly the damage he wanted on Ryan Noob, so manages to stay alive. Look at that health. Avoids a grenade as well. Help comes in from B, so Snipedown still anchoring at C. They will maintain the AC hold. B finally being captured, but not before a 34-point lead for FaZe.
Yeah, so because Snipedown doubles back, gets that camo, is able to make such a sneaky play over there at C, and because of it, you're seeing FaZe jump out to this early lead. That's all on the back of Snipedown's great play. Great power-up control so far from FaZe has given them this 50-point lead.
Absolutely, they're going to look to rally that again. Already halfway through, the drop of the Mangler comes in from Snipedown. Doesn't clean it up right away, but regardless, wins the battle, so they will continue. Looks like a little bit of action at C there, but plenty of players around control for FaZe, so it shouldn't be that big of an issue. Killing spree for Snipedown off of the opening of the game. He is 5-0.
You want to talk about a player you have to make sure doesn't pop off. That's Snipedown for this FaZe roster. If you're an United fan, you wanted to see him not start the game on a killing spree. Unfortunately, sometimes you don't get the choice, and Snipedown already on fire here in our winners bracket finals, or even semifinals.
Absolutely, even halfway controlling on B, might even get the finish there. Snipedown also using the grapple so well to get back into control and avoid the angle. Look at the long distance. Mangler Spartan comes in, finally ends it, but not before a Snipedown trade. He will end that first spree 6-1.
Yeah, and the second camo already up. You're going to see Booba going for it. If he's able to secure this, look for FaZe to continue pushing their momentum.
Man, we talked about this last week. FaZe looking better and better. I think we can say the same thing here. Absolutely. Finally, a little bit of control coming in for United, but might be short-lived as we already have an A contest and a slight B contest here as well. Ryan Noob gets taken down on Bat Ledge, and FaZe looks so strong here right now, 96-2.
Look at the teamwork come through. I love this use of camo. It's Booba. No surprise, popping off. It's a double kill. He had an assist right before it, so doing everything, killing 3 members of United there. But it was really the teamwork and the angle that Bound was able to have from C that allowed Booba to put free damage onto Ryan Noob to start that snowball effect. They've got the spawn trap, they've got the shots to match, the power-ups, the power weapons, all being put to use. And Booba flying in like Tarzan. Can he do it again?
Boo somehow stays alive, might even get out to A. Elevator almost gets across. He will drop the shock rifle top A, though. We'll see if a teammate can grab that, but amazing sprees, amazing control. Both camos there going into the hands of FaZe and really showing on the scoreboard. Once again, 122-2 here as they're going to start on A as well. Now taking a look at Rain and the United side, they will finally start scoring once again for the first time in a long time. They have a momentary AC hold.
Yeah, that double kill was the sign for United to get 2 strongholds, capture them, get a little bit of control for the first time in this game. Already down 100 points right now. You need to figure out a way to stop the bleeding, get something going in your favor. That double kill from Rain was just that.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need to hear. Nick also anchoring here all the way as we see 1 dead for each side. So a little bit of a moment to breathe. Also a nice job there with a little bit of a Mangler shock swap down bottom elevator from Nick. He will get taken down though. Snipe down, gonna grab that shock rifle in hand. Has to also grab the Mangler. Cost him though, because Rain during those weapon swaps will get the better of Snipe down. They will control A here. They will maintain AC, and it's been a nice 40-point hold for the side of E United.
A phenomenal job there by E United to continuously have someone in position to trade out their damage, continue to score points, in A and C being controlled. And because they were able to continue to trade those kills, they've held this map control even though they're just trading slays with FaZe. If you're able to do that successfully for much longer, it does look like Camo gets burned on screen right there from Falcated, and now you're seeing what United's able to do when they have control of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. United is right back in this match. One thing we got to point out though, 3 were dead there, and Falcated looked like it was able to get that burn. Really a scenario at this point, you can't let that happen. 1 player alive getting a solo burn on Camo. United gonna need to make sure they play even tighter if they want to close this one out. But regardless of that moment, they are right back in this match. What was just about an 80-point game is now just a 10-point game.
You're seeing the swings in Halo Infinite right now between both these teams. When they have control, how far are they able to push control so far? The question is, how far will E United push this control? Because FaZe built that 122-point lead unanswered, but haven't had control since a killing spree from Spartan here on screen. He has Boo Boo in sight, and he looks to continue the momentum.
Trying to make something happen with the Disruptor, unable to do it there in the end after a lot of back and forth, as we often see at Elevator. Boo Boo and FaZe will be the ones that do get A control. We'll see if they can hold on to that. First grapple doesn't connect, but second one will for Boo Boo. Ryan Noob jumping up on him though, which is going to spell a little bit of trouble as players are pushing in. Stays alive as long as he can. Has some help as well from bottom elevator and able to work together at back A. That's a big reset, a big hold. They will maintain control and scoring of AB here, now 150 to 127.
A massive job from Boo Boo to stay alive throughout all that. He was no shield, finessed, but got information at the same time and just bought time for the rest of FaZe to get there. That's what you're seeing out of FaZe that we didn't see earlier on in Halo Infinite. Teamwork, buying time, playing your life, and understanding that help is on the way.
And here we are now, 170 to 127. Still very close between these two teams. And the next round of slays between these two squads really could be the decider. Sword kill comes in from Spartan. He will wisely retreat up to top control to the comfort of help from Ryan Noob as well. Lets the shields recharge, then get ready to push back out towards batteries. Picks up another 1 kill on bound, but shots are coming in from both control and bottom turbine, so needs to be careful here. Now 190 to 127. They need to find a way to stop the bleeding.
Camo player right next to Sparty, I believe. Yes, it is. Falcated. It's his job to take down Spartan. He's been a terror with this sword into pipes. Does just enough to force him into bound. And once again, FaZe, the positioning, the teamwork, it shines through. They're able to not only hold A and B, but get rid of that sword player in pipes. And Spartan was in such a good position to change the momentum of this game. And holy Falcated, that was unbelievable.
Absolutely. That was also unbelievable control there. Clutch able to maintain composure. 219 to 127. And I got to say, Spartan's going to wish he had that moment back. He certainly could have gotten that sword lunge on a camoed Falcated. In the end, though, Falcated and team stays alive in pipes, and now just 20 points away from victory. That is all camos for FaZe, even the 1v4 camo from Falcated back-to-back for him. And now it looks like the home stretch for FaZe.
Yeah, good double back by Snipe Down, even better shots there, and every single kill here is going to matter. Just 9 points away from victory. Spartan forced to hop in the stronghold, unfortunately bound in a perfect position to take him down as well. And right now, E United starting to panic, understanding that they are in desperation mode.
Absolutely they are. As we take a look here, just a little bit of time to go here on the board. That's going to be it. FaZe going to take game number 1, 250 to 127, a convincing victory. They let E United back in the match for just a bit, but a very controlled finish from the side of the FaZe clan.
Actually, just an unbelievable dominant performance from FaZe Clan right there. If you've been paying attention to the squad, we continue to tell you about how they're progressing, how they're getting better. Well, they're good. Don't get me wrong. They're one of the best teams in the world. They're playing like it right now. E United is no pushover, and they looked like one right there in game 1 of this series. It's a best of 3, so E United now with their backs against the wall in the winners bracket semifinals are going to have to find a way to gain some momentum, and they didn't have many opportunities to do that there in that first game.
You're absolutely right. Very, very strong performance from FaZe. We saw signs of life from E United, a very strong hold, about 90 points unanswered. We'll take a look after damage here. We'll take a look at KD as well to see how the stats evened out across the board. It's going to be a 19 and 10 from the side of Bound. Also, you have Boo Boo Doo Boo going 10 and 7 on that side. Some neat numbers on the other side, though. Spartan also going 14 and 12. So, what we needed to see from E United is a little bit more from them, right? We saw, as we said, some signs of life and signs of brilliance even on those big holds, but just was not enough, and FaZe applied pressure throughout the entire match.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that a lot of top teams are still having difficulty with, is stopping that snowball from going downhill. It's when a team has control, when they get the camo and they can pair it with the Mangler. How do you stop Sniped.Down from going on a killing spree? It's very much easier said than done, but they weren't able to have the formula here in this game. And you saw Sniped.Down not only start off hot, but the rest of FaZe followed suit for the rest of the game pretty much.
Absolutely. You can take a look at this. This was 109-2 at this stage in the game. And also, like you said, not just great camo control. There was the one before from Falcated on camo. Really an error that you cannot allow to happen if you're on the side of E United. But FaZe with control of not just the grapple, not just the camo, but the shock rifle and the Mangler as well. It felt like they had everything all game. Here's the moment. Unable to get the lunge, like you said. Spartan could tell there's a camo player near him, and almost an opportunity for FaZe to for E United to bounce right back in this. But instead, it's FaZe that takes the game 250 to 127. A great start and a great finish from the side of FaZe. And next up, we're going to Slayer Bazaar for a potential final game of the series.
Yeah, I think you made a good point, right? When E United was in a position to secure basically the only camo they were in position for that entire game, they let Falcated just swoop in and burn it. You can't have that happen. You need those power-ups to play with those advantages yourself. You saw how efficient Sniped.Down was with that first camo. You need something like that to counter that kind of production that Sniped.Down was able to play in early game. They were unable to do that. They were unable to secure any of those camos and really manifest anything with those power-ups. This overshield that's bottom middle, these rockets that are top rockets, you have to figure out better ways to control these things. And if you're able to do so, you're going to have a lot more success. So we'll see if E United is more capable of controlling the map in the middle of the map right now on Bazaar Slayer, because it's now or never.
That's right. We're going to be looking at those power-ups, looking at those power weapons. You know, Coach Chig is in the Discord with the E United boys. Going to look to control that. We'll see if it's a different game number 2. Here we are, Slayer on Bazaar. FaZe versus E United. FaZe with a go-ahead game can win the series if they take a game number 2. Take a look here at the opening rush.
So far, the early kills looked like they were going to go in the hands of FaZe after they got the first pick, but no, Spartan answers back immediately with 2 rocket kills. It's trades back and forth, but the overshield in Bound's hands has resulted in so many kills for FaZe right now. They have them trapped back this base. I'd be very interested to see how FaZe plays this out.
Yeah, FaZe let the rockets go, but they grab the overshield. They grab the first 4 kills. The rocket launcher will earn 2 kills for E United, but the first 4 do go in the hands of FaZe. They also get map control right away. However, no kills just yet. These next few kills are really going to determine if E United's able to get out of this trap.
Yeah, it's such a difficult thing to get out of too, right? You're stuck in the back of a base. The other team has so many weapons, so many opportunities to push, choose when they pick their battles. But it looks like United has done it. They've broken the seal. They've gotten out of the base. And now they have a couple of members stuck in the back of the base themselves for FaZe. Sniped.Down eating the brew grenades. Great job by Nick to finish him off. You're seeing Nick with the second kill in the feed right now and on screen with the Mangler. A great job by E United to somehow play from that disadvantageous spot and come out successful.
That's a 6-to-1 swing. That's a 7-to-1 swing. Look at this now. This was just an unbelievable performance. Now it was just 4-to-2 with FaZe in complete control, and E United answers back in a miraculous way. They play patient. They go bottom rocket side. They go bottom pillars. They win battles on their flag and in their hut, and just like that, it's a 9-to-5 game. So absolutely credit due for E United there to answer back, and that's, as you said, Clutch, not an easy situation to bounce back out of. Now 12-6.
Now you're seeing E United with that same map control get 3 dead immediately, right? They trade out so efficiently with that map control. You saw FaZe in a very tough position trying to push out bottom rockets. Look at how low FaZe is on the map. They have so little room to work with, such few angles to play around. And when you're trying to flank around with rockets like they are right now, you're almost asking for a disaster if the other team's able to read this situation. It looks like they're doing it perfectly on the E United side, setting up for this overshield with 2 kills. In the feed right now, they're going to be able to secure this one, and already you're seeing a completely different story than game 1.
And look at all the time that they took there, just really playing that overshield patient. Just look at the time on the clock. They did not grab that right away. Instead, they take their time, they grab it, and like you say, complete dominance there, just complete control at the bottom of the map as well. Jumps down on Falcated. We'll pick up another one now, just like that. 16-8 Bulldog in hand for Ryan Noob, and Rain still just running that bridge, playing the angles here against Sniped.Down and Boo Boo. They're able to take down one, now looking for the player in the hut as well. And those spike grenades have spelled disaster so far for the side of FaZe. And now going to fly right in. Ryan Noob tries to get the better of him with the Bulldog around the corner. The Noob combo looks like maybe tapped him. Either way, the overshield is off. Tries to fly back in. Ryan Noob not getting the exact grapples he wanted, and he lands near a pile of garbage.
I actually like how Ryan Noob stays alive here, though. As soon as he jumped up and saw the combo, he does not want to trade in this situation. He has everything to play around. He bought time for his team. He understood that a trade in this situation is bad. So he buys time, he stays his life, and now he's got production on his side. He got his shield back. He's able to push with that Bulldog into a better situation, finds himself a double. Not only that, Rain secured rockets, and E United is showing us textbook Bizarre CT or Bizarre Slayer.
Absolutely, and now 23-10, just like that. And what a game they've had so far. Needles are out for Nick as well on the front door. Makes quick work of Boo Boo there, has the grapple as well. Might even use it to get back up top. We'll have to see exactly how he's going to play this one now. 25 seconds on that overshield. Going to grab the dynamos once again. Knows that there's a player all the way in the hut and is going to pick up those kills immediately on the tree. Now going to fly it right back up top, and still continued dominance from the side of E United, as you said, playing this perfectly. Also, look how he spends the grapple there at the end.
Such good use of the sandbox overall. I mean, you're seeing the Needler, the Mangler, the Bulldog, grapples, dynamo grenades, everything being put to use by E United. When they have control of the map, they're doing a great job of showing you the understanding of the sandbox that they're able to use to their advantage. You're seeing an overshield versus King Nick with a Needler, and King Nick takes him down.
My God, the classic Needler melt on the overshield from King Nick. It was an overshield, maybe a sign of life for the side of FaZe, but it was short-lived if we've ever seen a short-lived overshield. 32-14, over double the score of their opponents here, and this looks like a very different game than we saw in game number 1. FaZe, not only with their backs against the wall, but absolutely being outclassed in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to get control back, especially with the way E United has played this. You saw FaZe wanted to try and push out rockets. E United had just the recipe to stop that from happening. They're trying to push out tree now. But look, the rotation's in. Nick's able to trade it out, and the rest of E United are going to be set on keeping map control in their favor. Once again, FaZe stuck in the tree situation, can't get out. The miss melee from Valkated right there is going to cost him his life, and Spartan the Dog, watch, rinse, repeat. He's going to once again regain control and trap FaZe in the back of this base. This is perfect by E United. What FaZe can do to get out of this is something that they're gonna have to go to the drawing board once again, because at a 22-point difference in this game, I'd say it's all but over, Andy.
I mean, this has been absolutely a walk in the park for the side of E United since they got that lead. King Nick also just flying across the map there with some wild movement all the way into the hut. 40-17 now, and they are locking this map down. Nick's on the flank, but Spartan finishes the kill before Snipedown can even get back around the rocket corner. They are continuing to watch these same angles, and really got to give credit to E United, because not only are they playing this so well since gaining control, but the way that they got out of that initial spawn trap that they found themselves in, really showing that they know how to play this game type. Whether they're in control or on the back foot, they're pretty comfortable on Bizarre Slayer.
Yeah, I think if you let E United get into that situation and slow the game down like they were, E United's going to be one of those teams that's so practiced, so understanding of everybody on the same page and what everyone wants to be doing, that they're going to be able to run away with games like this, right? It's about not letting E United get into that position. Unfortunately, FaZe was not able to get off to the right start in this game, and because of it, you're seeing E United continue to dominate this. I mean, Rain only has 4 kills, and the game is 5 kills away from ending, and we're talking about a steak dinner for E United still.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see that overshield. Looks like it just got picked up. Maybe in the hands of Nick. We'll have to take a look here as Ryan Noob's able to trade out on the pillars. Rain coming in behind. Yes, it was King Nick that does grab the overshield with only 3 to go. 47-25, and it's been a little bit of deja vu. The same exact spawn trap all game. Look how E United has not overextended once in the past 5 minutes of play. 48-49. Maybe the last 2 on your screen. Actually, there's one. Not sure that Nick knows there's a player behind him. Doesn't matter. There's a spectacular double kill on the front door, and it's a huge win for E United in game number 2.
I mean, we brought up the point before game 2 started, right? It was, can they do a better job of getting power-ups control? Because if they allow FaZe to get power-ups like they did in game 1, it could be just as ugly as game 1 was. E United flipped the script entirely on us. They actually dominate the entire story of power-up and power weapon control throughout the match. Because of it, they find themselves cruising to a game 3. This is where all the marbles are going to be thrown down in the winners bracket semifinals between these two, and you can bet both these teams want a shot at Cloud9 in that winners bracket final.
Absolutely. Neither team will be happy to drop at this stage, and that's why you have such a close matchup, except for that slayer between these two teams. 50-25 is your final score, a margin that is very rarely seen at this level of professional Halo. As we take a look at the stats there on the side of E United, 16-6 from Ryan Noob, 15-6 from Nick, and also a 14-6 from the side of Spartan. Rain will go 5-7, however, 10 assists on the board. Taking a look here at the damage dealt. Yeah, sorry, Clutch, my bad. Taking a look here at damage dealt as we take a look. 4,000 club for Spartan and Ryan Noob. Good numbers from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what you're going to point out, right? You're going to point out when 2 players can have over 4,000. You look across the screen and you're seeing 3 players held to under 3. you're going to have a very lopsided affair. You have to think with that difference in damage. And with that, in the game of Slayer, that's the result. 50-25, an unbelievable performance. A bounce back game 2 is what E United and the doctors ordered. And it was the entire sandbox being used, right? It was everything being put to its situational advantage that gave E United everything they needed to keep control of the game the entire time.
And I mean, look how the difference, I want to just talk about the difference off the opening we saw. Sniped after they go to 4-2, sniped down a team, they die on their opponent's flag, they die in their tree, and they're pushed up very heavily. And something I know that Onset's watching off screen as well is how E United played the final third. They barely stepped into their opponent's final third, which is something that him and I talk about quite a bit. And that was a very different approach that you saw from E United versus FaZe. E United really playing, as you said, textbook. And you could just see how textbook it was. 50-25. They made sure if they ever stepped past their opponent's hut or bar or rocket side, it was for a very good reason to clean up just a few kills. And then they still forced the spawns for the rest of the game. That's one of the longest spawn traps we've seen on Bazaar Slayer in professional Halo to date. Now, next up, game number 3, Ctf Aquarius will decide it.
Yeah, and this is going to be a strong game type for both these teams. I've seen E United really dominate teams on Aquarius CTF. We've seen FaZe have success as well. Even their match against Sentinels at Raleigh was decided on this game. You know that when their backs are against the wall, this game type is one that they want to see. For me, it's all about the control of the map. It goes back and forth, and this is one of those game modes that has so much on the map to play around. You have the heat wave, you have both thrusts to play around, dynamo grenades, and an active camo top middle. So we've seen the power-up story dictate how this series is going to go. Will that be the same story here in Game 3?
You put it perfectly, Clutch. It really will be a battle of control, and so far we've seen these teams exchange significant amounts of control with blowout wins back to back. Now, for one of them, respectively, Snipe Down will trade off of the opening. They're 2 dead for both sides. Boo Boo looking for camo.
Yeah, Booba actually picking up this camo for free is massive for FaZe. A little bit of a blunder in a 2v2 situation for me. United to have no one with eyes or in a position to get that camo themselves. We'll see if Boobadoo is able to make one of those classic Boobadoo camo plays.
Right now putting shots there on Spartan, but it's actually going to cost him because Ryan Noob had a heat wave in hand, bottom middle, and right away will neutralize that camo. So far that first camo not being a huge factor. However, as we said, we expect it to be a pretty big difference maker in the series, but it's going to be a heat wave pull opportunity, but a raining of grenades coming in. Does not grab the flag though. Take a look at that from Ryan Noob. Actually a little bit of a misclick there. Looks like he was trying to throw the flag into utility, but they'll have to reset and try again.
100% he was trying to grab that flag, unfortunately misses it and starts immediately receiving fire. Because of it, he's forced to play his life. Does get this double kill, is able to continue control. He's going to have King Nick with him as well, so they are going to get a delayed flag run here, but they have to do a good job of slaying across the map because already spawners are overextending.
Nick actually just drops right away bottom utility, then tries to fight top mid. If I'm not mistaken, he actually goes down right away there, so we'll have to see. It's going to be 1 dead for the side, 2 dead for the side. FaZe, so still maybe an opportunity for this run.
Baum flying in to get that kill, just showing you a little bit of his movement techniques he can be so successful with. And right now a big 1v1 right there is won by Falcated. Because of it, he's able to hop the return, but no Ryan Noob there. He gets taken down as well. All 4 dead for United, and right now FaZe look to countercap.
Rain is not a prayer for him getting there. Tries to get the grenade kills, able to get the kill on Boo Boo, which is big for the opportunity to reset and prevent the counter. However, FaZe collapses on that flag despite 2 being dead. As you said, Clutch, there a huge kill from Falcated to stop the flag in utility.
Okay, so we can talk about the massive kills that FaZe was about to get, but you pointed it out perfectly. Rain getting that kill onto the Heatwave player in his closet stopped the counter cap immediately. It reset the map, and if Rain doesn't get that kill, we're looking at a 1-0 score for FaZe.
That's a veteran play there from Rain. He knew that the return was not happening, but he still checks utility. He pre-nades it and picks up the kill to reset the map. Keep things neck and neck here. 0 flags on the board. As Snipedown's going to run the first potential flag for FaZe. He will trade also with Nick, as that flag is going to be thrown out bottom thrust. Ryan Noob, a thrust of his own, tries to win this battle. Bound wins that, but kills just being exchanged on both sides. Here comes Boo Boo.
Yeah, trades across the board for both teams right there, but trades are going to benefit E United right there because their flag was being pulled. Boobadooboo had camo. When you're able to successfully trade in those situations and get that return, you're perfectly fine with that as a pro player.
Look at Boo Boo's movement, just perfect drop slides off of the flag. Also does the same thing to fly across the map, and you're seeing The movement ceiling across the board. Look at this amazing movement from Ryan Noob. My God, what a thrust, and one of the most obnoxious players to play against. He does it to Boo Boo Doo as well. Ryan Noob living up to the name there, just being one of the most difficult kills, and Halo also a little bit of drop slides from him. So as we said, keep an eye on these players as we now enter right around the 3rd into the 4th month of Halo Infinite coming up soon. These players are really stepping up the skill ceiling on their movement.
Well, I talked about who was going to be the individuals that are playing well enough to win this series, because it really is a battle of two teams that are so evenly matched. Ryan Noob right now at 11-4-3, absolutely popping off to give E United this first potential flag cap.
Almost quadrupling his deaths there in his ratio. Now he's going to be triple there as he's 11-4, trying to play along the back of the base. Now we'll take a look at Spartan here. Still no flags on the board after just about 4 minutes of play between these two teams, but it's been a fantastic game number 3. Let's see. Could be a difficult angle in other Halos, but Spartan's going to grab that back whack there onto Snipe Down. That could be a pretty challenging one, especially in a game like Halo 3. Luckily, Halo Infinite a bit more forgiving there with those melees.
Great job to trade kills out from both sides. Still 0-0 as we enter 7 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. And typically we've seen some high flag cap counts lately in Halo Infinite, especially on Aquarius CTF, but neither team giving anything so far as defense is concerned. Ubaduba once again with the camo in hand has the opportunity, but can't seem to make these camos working. Right now the thrust back through him. That's incredible. He's not able to get either one of those kills. A little bit of a panic from Boobadubu and a misplay for camo for sure. We'll see if United is able to capitalize once again.
Yeah, Ryan Noob now starting the utility run that we saw earlier. Nick just keeping an eye staring at those spawns bottom middle. Does find Falcated already across the 50-yard line all the way up onto his side. So gonna need to be sure that he's calling that out. Does find 2 more players here. So we'll see these first few kills going to determine if this flag goes home or not.
100% pay attention to the kill feed right now. Bound, Boobadubu, they each find 1. It's going to be a 3rd probably coming in as well. But no, King Nick trying his best to get this kill. Bound with the movement, making it as difficult as possible. But the flag is still out right now. So even though they've got those slays, they weren't really able to get much, if at all, the return for the flag. And you're seeing respawners from E United come in, they get kills themselves, they hop the return, and that's going to be E United taking the first flag cap of the game, punching it in 1-0. E United take the lead here in game 3.
E United on the board in a big way. It took several minutes, lots of back and forth between these two teams, and it's been a very fitting game number 3 so far based on the matches, not only that we've seen here, but the matches that we've seen between these two teams over these past few weeks have been neck and neck now, but still plenty of time on the clock here, an opportunity for FaZe to answer back.
Yeah, FaZe with once again great utility control, but what can they do with it? Because right now a heat wave, Ryan Noob is in your face. He finds 1, can't find the 2nd, but the damage was good for his teammate to swoop in, capitalize, and trades once again coming through. We've seen E United be able to trade these utility players out so far in this game and have great success in regaining map control and making this disadvantageous position not too much of a thing to worry about, because if they can successfully continue to watch these players out, trade with them, they're going to have a great opportunity to take this game 3.
Down, make sure to not trade initially, however, it will be cleaned up regardless. Snipe down there with the camo up against Ryan Noob, times his engagement well, will take him down with the thrust. Camo gonna also reset those thrusts, now 5 of those in the pocket as he pushes into the base.
If he plays this well, he's a very powerful Spartan on the map right now. Unfortunately, rocked by nades, knocked to no shield, needs to stay alive. I hate the idea of entering here with camo. Unfortunately, he only finds himself a trade, and once again, E United turn a camo player into a trade. In that situation, you want to buy time, you want to wait for teammates to push and then thrive in the chaos as that camo player unfortunately sniped down. Felt he had to be the lead on that push, and because of it, he loses his life, the camo as well. And now the rest of FaZe, it's their job to get the kills. It looks like they've done a few of that, of getting those kills, but unfortunately, they're gonna have to do a little bit more. But 3 dead for United.
Yeah, 3 dead right there. There's only 1 player. It's just going to be Nick. Rain's off the respawn. Nick was the only one alive trying to push. Here's Nick. He's going to have the angle from bottom middle. He'll get taken down. So now Rain's dead. I think you're going to have 2 fresh spawners. This is a cap here for FaZe without a doubt. Based on those kill rotations, that flag will go in, now tied 1-1. And how fitting here. A little bit of victory crouch is coming in for Falcated as well on the flag to celebrate that one going in. Now 4:30 left on the clock. We're tied 1-1.
Let that be a lesson for everybody, right? When you trade with camo in that situation and you're sniped down, it can still turn into a positive output, right? It can still work out for your team. The rest of FaZe was in a great position to capitalize on his entry frag. Because he gets that entry frag, they're able to find that first flag cap. Not only that, but they kept map control throughout it. They're getting kills. They're moving the flag across halfway again, and FaZe look to go up.
Spartan was the only player alive there. Nick has to do something bottom middle. I don't think so. Now two spawners who are fresh are going to have to stop it. It's Rain flying in now right with the heat wave. What can he do at the doorstep? First one does not hit.
Oh!
Second one doesn't hit. He gets a stop.
there.
Still 1-1. He'll also get the flag. Rain at the doorstep with the flag stop. Can he get this return as well? Only about 10% left. He gets the... No, he does not get the return. It's a grab coming in from Falcated there at the finish line, trying to find Boo Boo as well. He'll get taken down. Maybe a return here from Spartan with the camo.
Spartan hops on the return as well, and this camouflage doing dividends right now. Gets the return, and although we can't get the kill, the return is really all you wanted right there, keeping this game 1-1. E United's defense, it's at the doorstep of FaZe's flag cap, but they proved to be strong once again, and because of it, we're seeing a 1-1 game with 3.5 minutes left.
Cannot wait to see the replay on that one. I know the team here in the back has already gotten that one clipped because Rain at the final seconds, at the final frames, hits the last heat wave shot to get the stop. The flag does not go in, and we'll keep this game 1-1. That certainly could have been the game and the series securing flag cap now as Falcated starting to pop off in the back of the base as well. Flag run starts, 2 dead for the side of E United.
Yeah, they do choose to run it bottom middle here, so pay very attention. FaZe decided to run this one fast, even though only 2 were dead. The other 2 players for United were stuck in the corner, and because of it, Snipetown's got that flag all the way across the map already, punching it in, taking the lead with 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Snipetown, Falcated, they get in your base, they turn it into flag caps.
2 dead for FaZe though. Snipetown actually being very sneaky here, just goes ahead and rotates around from front base. You know he's being called out, so instead gets a nice angle to be a little bit of a nuisance here. Look at these 3 players in utility. They're going to have a tough time pushing out, especially with Snipetown having the angles like he does. They're going to make sure that they need to not trade in the back of the base. 1 will go, 2 will go. Double kill for Spartan with the heat wave still being a huge factor. That will be 2 dead. The flag run will start once again for United.
And pay attention to the kill feed here. Spartan has a very important job to do because his flag carrier does go down. Needs to find a way to create an opening with this heat wave. Doesn't want to run it quite yet, but knows that there's a FaZe player around him. Booba with the thrust. He's unable to trade. Because of that thrust backwards, it forces Sparty to try and readjust his reticle placement, and because of it, you're seeing Bound run the flag out of the window. So all the while, FaZe across the map, able to get that flag all the way across. Falcated in a very important one-on-one, loses it, and now E United, with their backs against the wall, they're gonna have to force this return somehow, and Snipetown buying time with this camo is trying to stop that from happening.
Almost does it well enough to pick up that kill on Nick as well, just trying to make sure that by not shooting, he of course will not appear, right? He'll keep himself invisible, and it almost paid off to get the extra kill on Nick. But regardless, Rain's trying to run this one. There was 2 dead momentarily, now only 1 dead for the side of FaZe. Big kills from Rain, we'll talk about him later, but also a big flag run from Rain. He's got the escort from Ryanoob. If he goes down, Ryanoob will be there. 2 do fall though, so we'll see if they're able to get in the back of the base.
Interesting choice by Ryan, who did not shoot or put himself in a position to maybe suppress some of the players coming off spawn, but Ryan knows better than we do sometimes, and with that, he's able to punch that second flag in, tie this one up with just a minute left. We could be going to overtime. This could be a next cap win situation.
Rain with huge kills from the back of his base. He was the only player alive. He gets a flag stop on Bound and then picks up a kill in Falcated in his utility. That play does not develop unless Rain puts together those kills as well. 45 seconds left, could be heading to sudden death overtime here.
Good damage by Falcated, gives Bound an easy kill, allows Booba to pull this one. Also bought time against that player in the window, but Booba understands that he's probably gonna have to slay in this situation, but Falcated and Snipetown both find 3 kills. Ryanoob, the last guy alive. FaZe are gonna punch this one in with 25 seconds on the clock. It's all defense they have to worry about from here on out.
That's it. They're gonna play mid-map control. They're gonna play the cutoffs here. And just like you said, 18 seconds left. Perfect timing on the slays. Also perfect timing on the flag cap. 15 seconds to go here. It will need to be an emergency rushed pull from the side of E United. Here comes Rain to do just that. But you have to know there's gonna be eyes on the flag. Has to win this against Falcated and then get the flag pull. He does the first one. 3 seconds left. He's able to get the pull. We are not done just yet, but needs to make sure his team is picking up kills. 4 dead. It will not happen. That will be the game, and that will be the series in favor of FaZe as they will close this flag game out 3-2. But what a game there. What a series clutch. It will be FaZe advancing over E United in the end. It took them 3 games. It took them 3 flags, but they close it out, and they will get on to our winners finals.
Once again, FaZe and E United pushing each other to the distance throughout this series. Games 1 and 2, they were not close in either direction for either team competing against the winners, but that game 3 could not have been any closer. Such strong defensive performances, such clutch kills coming on the camo players on both sides, but they squeeze it out at the end with 30 seconds left. They're able to punch that last flag on the board. And it's on the back of Bound and Snipdown, this duo that's starting to form. 28-26, when they're slaying like that, it's going to be very difficult to compete against them.
We talked about it last week. Bound and Snipdown, really those two X Factors players to watch here. Boo Boo and Falcated, generally super consistent players. Bound and Snipdown are the ones that are taking chances. They're challenging battles that other players might not. And my God, did it ever pay off on the scoreboard? You got Bound, the only one in the 7,000 club there on the board. Really good damage coming in from him.
It really came down to the heat wave control, right? Sometimes Camo can really find its efficiency throughout this map mode combo, but Camo was traded out effectively, like I said, multiple times by both teams. It was really the heat wave, but when it got into the base of the enemy players, you're seeing FaZe have such success with it. We were seeing United have such success with it, and it created those openings that FaZe needed in order to get those 3 flag caps multiple times. That heat wave player was able to come away with 1-2 kills and get those entry kills that allowed for these flag caps to happen.
Tough result for United. Keep in mind that look at this stop here from Rain though, and the flag even pops back. But you had to think when it requires that type of play to get a stop, you have to think on your screen. Also, the play they're aware that Falcated had gotten the grab just behind him. Their call out might have come in. That leads to Spartan getting the return with Camo. But you have to think about what it took United, right, Clutch, to get that stop. They had to work so hard to get stops and returns like that. And in the end, it was FaZe Snipdown also taking very wise routes there along the pillars to make sure that he doesn't get dinged too hard. But back and forth throughout that entire game. But right here at the end, with only 26 seconds on the clock, it's FaZe's 3rd and final flag cap. That will be the difference maker in not only the game, but also the series, as they will take the series. Look at this beautiful scoreboard we have here. 2 blowouts followed by a 3-2 final CTF, and the story of FaZe versus E United continues. However, right now it's FaZe moving on to our winners semifinal. Excuse me, our winners finals from the winners semifinals.
Yeah, we as fans can only hope to see these two once again go at it in this tournament, because it feels like every single time they do, they push each other to that brink, to that wall, and they force each other to just play better, right? I think if we've learned anything about FaZe and United, it's that they're so evenly matched that we know we're in for a good series when we have them competing. A great showing from both teams, but only one can prevail, and that was FaZe there in game 3, taking it 3-2. And the unbelievable performance once again by Bound, right? And he's that X factor for this FaZe roster as he becomes more comfortable playing in a tournament format against top teams. Like, we know he's an incredible individual that plays at a high level. Even at the end of Halo 5, when it was matchmaking or custom games, he was playing at a high level. But for him to find some rhythm now that he's been in multiple tournaments, that he's starting to understand the ebbs and flows of winning a game 250 to 125 and then immediately getting staked by the same team that just happened, he's able to rebound and put on the best performance in the lobby. 28 kills. Bound, you did it again.
Yep.
I heard the pun, Clutch. I heard it, the rebound, the bound. I like it. I like what I'm hearing from you, Clutch. I think puns suit you for sure. No, you're totally right though. Bound has really come on leaps and bounds. Forgive me. It's too easy. It's a natural thing at this point. It just happens. It comes out. But no, FaZe looking very dominant. And I'm not going to lie to you, I was a little bit nervous actually seeing that final 3rd map and mode, because actually I was almost preparing for an E United win there just because of the stats. I mean, from Pro Series Week 1 and Raleigh, they have a 100% win rate on Aquarius CTF, 4-0. They are pretty damn unstoppable, and honestly, before Raleigh as well, I don't know exactly the stats, but I know that they were pretty damn good on it as well. On set, I need to ask you how FaZe managed to counter the strong strategy that E United have to hand them over their first loss on it.
It was fascinating to watch for me, actually, seeing how FaZe kind of used E United's strengths against them. E United, they have a 100% win rate until now, right, on that game type. Reason being, they control the closet so well, they control the Dynamo side of the map, and that is where they run their flags. FaZe recognized that, and when FaZe were running flags, they were kind of like, okay, you can have this part of the map. We're going to control top middle, and we're actually going to run it front base and force you to overextend and kind of go into these choke points where you're going to have to show yourselves to the likes of Snipdown, to the likes of Bound, who are going to have those BRs tracked on you. And it was just so smart. The second flag run that came in from Boo Boo was a great example of that, right? Usually we'd see a kill picked up in the base. They move that flag to the closet. That's kind of your go-to strategy now, right, on Aquarius. He ran it bottom mid, knowing that Riney was in the back of the base. He managed to survive, then used the little geometry that's in the middle of the courtyard area to stay alive. And then the second touch came in. It was just fantastic recognition of what makes E United so good and where they like to control, and almost using it against them. FaZe really impressed me in that last game.
Yeah, I think they were phenomenal, and they countered every single thing that E United were doing. At one moment, I've got to quickly talk about here, and Clutch, I heard you say it, is the moment where Ryan did get the cap to try kind of draw things up there in the game and potentially go to an overtime. And you mentioned that, oh, hold on a second, bit of an interesting thing that he did there. He didn't turn and slay out before getting that cap. He kind of panicked and wanted to get that on the board. Did that come back to bite them a little bit there? Because obviously he didn't get any bodies down for FaZe. Spawners were coming in. They kind of flooded the base, and E United didn't really have a chance to kind of take control of their own base at that moment.
Yeah, I think it worked out for United in the short term as far as getting that cap very fast. I did not expect him to be just continuously basically like escorting that flag carrier, and as soon as that flag carrier went down, he was right there to continue running it. But he's able to punch it in, so it's a win for E United, but at what cost, right? You're giving up map control, you're giving up opportunity to stop the counter cap from coming. I'd have to rewatch the situation to understand how successful FaZe was in those brief moments right after it, but yeah, that's the risk that he takes. But Ryan, being such a knowledgeable player, being such a veteran, he's able to weigh those risks. And sometimes you're not able to even punch that first flag in, especially if no one's being suppressed top middle and they're getting free damage as you're running it in. But the route he takes is quick. He gets that flag punched in, and Ryan showed us that he gets that one in, and at a time where it looked like E United potentially were going to get stopped once again at the goal line.
Yeah, indeed. I'll tell you what, FaZe were just too damn strong. Their positioning, their teamwork, their slaying ability, just a ridiculous amount of talent. And somebody who is here to talk about all of that from FaZe is Boo Doo Boo. It's so good to have him joining us on the show, just to figure out where this team are at, because Boo, it is so lovely to see you on our screens, and congratulations, an epic win from you guys to continue forward in your run. I got to ask you about last week, first of all, because it has a lot to do with this week. Now, you guys got into the grand final, but didn't quite get the result you wanted. So what has been your team's main focus this week to try and change that result?
I mean, last week was pretty competitive. Like, we got to the finals obviously, and we lost. Like, we got 6-0'd by C9 that whole tournament, like winners bracket and championship combined. But like every game was like literally a nail biter. So I mean, this week we just got to focus on like closing out those games against C9, and I'm pretty sure we play them up next. So yeah, we're just gonna be focusing on like finishing them out. I feel like if you look at our rosters, like if you compare our rosters to each other, like we're pretty similar, like very competitive rosters to play against each other. So yeah, we just got to close out these maps, and I think we have a pretty good shot at beating them.
Now, Boo, I want to ask you a little bit about the LAN event that we were all at very recently. Raleigh was obviously an amazing occasion for everyone involved, and a very good performance from you guys as well. Getting right into the depths of the tournament, not quite getting to that grand finals, but pretty close. What was the kind of takeaways from Raleigh moving into the Pro Series for your team?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this team was like fairly new, like compared to a lot of the other rosters, because like Snipdown was coming back from Apex and everything. So like we kind of missed the first week of practice compared to a lot of the other teams. So I mean, we were just focusing on just like learning the meta and like learning how to play the game every day. Obviously it's a new game, so I mean that's mainly what it's been focusing on. Before Raleigh, at Raleigh, I think we learned a ton about like how to play the game, and then yeah, we're just continuing learning. Just we don't want to get complacent at all.
Well, I think your learning skills and what you guys are learning is pretty damn terrifying to the rest of the competition here in the HCS, because you guys are growing as a team and becoming pretty fierce competition. Absolutely amazing to see you guys go from strength to strength. Thank you so much for taking the time out to interview, man, and good luck for the rest of week number 2.
Thank you guys. Phase up.
Phase up. All right. Well, we heard from Boo Doo Boo himself, and look, they're feeling pretty confident. And I think something that's really humbling to hear from Boo Boo is about them learning. And they're not kind of coming into this being like, we're really good, and it was just a load of mistakes, and we can do better. It's more like, okay, we're taking the time to learn the game. We're learning from our opponents. We're learning what we're doing wrong, and we are reorganizing ourselves around that, which I think is dope. And actually, like I said, terrifying, because having that kind of mindset is surely a little bit chilling to the rest of the competition, Rob.
Oh, certainly. I mean, without a doubt. I think the way that Boo Boo, you could just tell how calm he is. He's leaning back. He's relaxed. He's ready to go into this next matchup. Like he said, even though they lost 6-0 overall against C9, and we have the same bracket result this week, he's absolutely right on. I think we talked about it on Set and I during the finals, that even though that was a 3-0 on the bracket scoreboard, the actual individual game scoreboards were very, very different. And you have to think that that could have easily been any game just about in those two series could have been flipped. So I think FaZe is focusing on exactly what they need to. It's closing out games. Like we just saw them do in that game number 3. It's all about those final minutes of the game, and however the first few minutes go really doesn't matter, and it's all about how you finish those games. We'll have to see if it's a different result for them as they get ready for the winners finals this week.
Very, very true, and you are very right. They're going to be facing Cloud9 once again, a rematch that we are so excited to see. But we're heading to a quick break right now, and when we come back, we have our elimination quarterfinal lined up for you guys. It's going to be Optic versus eUnited. The result will be right after this. Nice and smooth, boys. Well done.
Under my skin, I've got you deep in the heart of me, so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Halo Championship Series North American Pro Series week number 2. I am Lottie and I'm joined by the legend that is Clutch, and we're here to talk about our elimination quarterfinals, my dude, and we have Optic versus eUnited up next. The safety net that both of these teams are in, one of them will be falling straight through because they don't have another chance after this, and another team is looking to rebound. And we need to talk about a particular individual on one of the teams that we're seeing very shortly, and he is APG. in our AMD Power Performance, this guy has been making some noise in his team. And I gotta say, Halo Infinite really does seem like his game. I'm really impressed with APG and how he's been performing. In Raleigh, he had a 0.90 KD ratio. He's getting 14.8 average kills per game. And in our Pro Series, that's going up as well. So really, really cool to see APG and how he's been performing. What do you make of this guy, Clutch? I gotta know.
I think he's an unbelievable Halo player, and I know we're seeing a look at a KD ratio right there, but that's not really what his gameplay has ever been about, right? APG's never known for putting up the best stats. What he is known for is his unbelievable ability to create entry frags and to create pressure, right? Other teams, other pro players, when you play against APG, that presence that he has is always felt because of his aggression, because he doesn't miss, because he's willing to take the risk. He's willing to be that guy that goes in, gets the kill, dies immediately, or does enough damage to where his teammates can trade it out. That's the reason this Optic Gaming, he's one of the few reasons that Optic Gaming team has so much success, is on the back of the pressure that he's able to provide for this team. So throw those KD ratios out the window. Those are not what's important. When you watch the gameplay, it speaks volumes, and his gameplay is nothing less than extraordinary.
I gotta say, you got a massive point there. Look at those KD ratios, that under a 1 KD. Those kills are so pivotal for the series, though. I feel like every time he's getting a kill, it does something to swing the game that he's in, which is pretty scary if you're on the other side of that receiving line. It's always the kills that you need the most as a team, whether it's objective play or what have you. It's the kills that make a big difference. So APG, absolutely amazing. He's our AMD Power Performance today. But gentlemen, we do have an elimination quarterfinals to get to. So Onset Bravo, mate, without further ado, please, I'm going to hand it straight to you guys. There you go.
Thank you very much, Light. I tell you what, Andy, I'm pretty excited about this one, my friend. I've been waiting for this. I feel like it's been a long time since we last had some Halo action, even though it was only 7 days away. And now we have the opportunity to watch two of the biggest teams that we have in the Halo Championship Series, who have kind of slowed down a little bit. We have to say United falling down to the elimination bracket, Optic already in the elimination bracket, and it feels strange to say that we're going to be sending one of them home already.
It is early, right? Elimination quarterfinals for Optic and United. Neither team wants to find themselves here, but that's what's going to make this a fantastic series, because as you said, do or die between these two teams, and it's going to be a fantastic and a very fast series. We're still in the best of threes this early on in the elimination bracket, so here's a look at the game types.
Yeah, the game types at the start, you gotta worry for E United. The only reason I say that is we see live fire. Now, I've said this about 1,000 times, but there's always new viewers watching, Andy, and I'm gonna say it again. Live fire, Optic do not lose. If E United do take it, though, in this best of 3, then certainly we are in for one heck of a series. But E United have got to put up a fight here. They cannot let Optic get away to not only a win in this map number 1 on live fire, which they have a 100% success rate still in the Halo Championship Series on playing. They need to show that they can match them on this game type and maybe look towards that game number 2 if they can't get the win here.
Yeah, absolutely. Still 100% win rate there last week as well. As we take a look, Lucid here as the start, and you've been seeing less of this guy under screen just because Optic has not been getting into the latest stages of the tournament like they were back before the new year, but opening kills for him.
Opening kills for him. 2 dead here for E United. Make that 3 dead, excuse me, as Lucid will find power weapons to play with early on. So early control, B and C go to Optic Gaming. It's the start that we know. It's the start that we almost expect coming in from Optic right at the beginning here.
Absolutely. Just going to hold down an anchor and a little bit early points for this side. So we'll have to see. What does this week have in store, right? I think there's a lot of people wondering, you know, and thinking that Optic is certainly a long-term team. Lots invested here. Nice little presence around the power-up. Rain's going to actually pick up 2. So that's going to earn them, I think, a heat wave and an overshield to boot.
Yeah, that was 4 dead momentarily for Optic Gaming. So even though they got the advantage off of the break, they have lost the power-up and they've lost the power weapons. And with that, no surprise to see, they will also lose control here, Andy. B and C being turned over to E United. Now Optic have got to fight out of that spawn trap, and they've got to try and get a little bit of map presence.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Rain holding down sandbags. This is where he wants to be. He knows that AP, you can see just now he knew that APG was eventually going to challenge there, but Rain's actually just anchoring here. Great positioning from him. He's able to watch pillars. He's able to watch top sandbags. More continued greatness from Rain. I think it's a teammate actually that kills him.
But the only issue is Optic Gaming managed to take out everyone else before they finally picked him up to be the 4th player out of the 4 to fall. So Optic, after the initial break and getting a 4 dead almost on a United, they went down 4 dead, and then straight off the back, it's a United who go 4 dead. So it's been full team wipes across the board here. B and C back in control of Optic now.
This is what you want to see between these two teams, right? It's back and forth, back and forth. Trippy does well there with the wave to make sure that the melee battle doesn't come in. He wins the battle before that, and so far, so good for the side of Optic, 47-18.
Last player alive is going to be Spartan. He's going to be hunted down by APG. Saw some of the stats from this man, and if you know anything about competitive Halo at the highest level, you know that stats don't really mean too much. It's all about that win column that really is what adds up and what people really do care about. APG knows how to get those W's better than anyone, as we see Lucid flying in now, but he'll be stuck by Nick. 2 dead here for Optic.
Yeah, 3 dead for the other side. So right now, this is going to be a big moment in terms of where Control goes. Do we stay here with Optic scoring once again as they start to get the conversion on C and now maybe lose A? So we'll have to see the next few kills that come in for the Optic Gaming side. If they can get them, they'll be able to get an opening to continue scoring. But right now, it looks like a United.
Trippy going to back down, recognizing that his team is down numbers, going to play his life and make sure that United aren't going to be able to get an extreme numerical advantage on the map. Ola picks up another. Luce is going to be challenging here, but Spartan should be able to convert C pretty much uncontested after a few shots do come in. So it's going to be a triple cap in effect here for E United. And even though they didn't pick up every kill on the map there, they made great work of that objective efficiency, making sure they're scoring. A, B, and C still in their control. APG picks up 1 to start maybe thinking about breaking this for Optic.
Sneaky stuff from Spartan. We cut away from his POV, but you could tell based on the POV that we saw from Lucid that he hits the quick jump up to see Plat from bottom pillars and actually creates a little bit of a momentary opening, a little bit of chaos as well on screen for the side of Optic Gaming. That allows the United to get even more points on the board, 72 to 55 now.
BNC though turned over to Optic. Lucid this time with a sniper rifle makes a little bit of use of it with the body shot. Trippy won't be able to clean up Rain. However, Lucid is there with the broom to make sure that he does so. Ryanoob also in position to clear things up. APG putting pressure on from bottom mid, but Ryanoob manages to survive as a teammate comes to give him a little bit of a hold of the hand to make sure that APG doesn't take his life for now. United with the flip once more. A and B in their control. And look at the score between these two teams. It has been the definition of back and forth.
It really has been. Just now, as you see, like you said, tug of war back and forth between these two, but it's a great run from E United just now. About 50 points in a row that they've been able to get almost unanswered, and really great plays like this. Look at Ryanoob just pestering. I'll go once again back to that play over at C with just Spartan staying alive a little bit longer, getting extra damage. If E United could continue playing this game where they're just playing one step ahead and getting just a few extra resets, we're going to see them run away with this game. Here they go. They hit the 100-point mark.
BNC, excuse me, still in their control. APG, though, has worked with teammates to get the overshield here for Optic. It looks like a 3-man, make that a 4-man assault onto C to turn it back in their control. It's going to be the play that is called. APG with the back smack, still a lot of overshield to work with, even though a couple of teammates did unfortunately fall foul of some shots coming in from E United. But control has been taken of C, and now with the kills going in their favor, Optic going to be able to drop onto B here, and they will start scoring once more.
Start scoring once again for the first time in a while. Great work there from APG. Look at how he works with that overshield. Even though he saw the glare of that sniper rifle coming in from Nest of Ryanoob, he just puts a few shots in, then turns his attention immediately back to C to make sure that they control C. He actually leaves Ryanoob, and Lucid picks up the kill. So really great teamwork, really great awareness, knowing when to leave opponents, letting teammates finish them, and really working together here. And just like that, they're scoring once again.
Lucid out of ammo with that sniper rifle. Nick just being a little bit of a pest behind this box and actually re-challenges there to take him down. So United winning some individual battles. There's another 2 to add to the collection, as not only Ryanoob wins the one that we saw, but off screen as well. Rain picked up 1-2 down here for Optic.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for United to just continue this. Right now, they're going to see if they can get especially these kills on sandbags and continue trapping. You can see off screen, there's a dummies flank coming as well. They're going to need to be ready for that. But if they pick up these next few kills, they're going to get an even further lead in this game.
Heat wave in the hands as well. Not going to be able to clean up the kill on Trippy initially. The second shot will do so. There's the repulsor, which kept him alive for just a few extra seconds. However, Lucid managed to hunt down Ryanoob there with that mangler in hand. He's going to be re-challenging as well. APG cleans up the kill, but APG gets cleaned up almost immediately. The needle's coming onto Pistola, but Pistola will chew those ones up and stay alive for now. Ola now making the move onto B, as Optic will be able to turn back control. They now have control of A and B, and they will cross the 100-point mark.
It's a good run once again from E United. They extend their lead by about 40 points or so, and Optic, though, able to make sure that that doesn't last too long. They're scoring once again, and Optic looking pretty good. The one thing we got to point out, though, as Spartan comes in with that overshield, looks like it might be traded out in the end. Overshield neutralized, but not before Spartan does some damage with it. But we talked in the opening weeks of Halo Infinite onset about how teams have to shut down Lucid. So far, United's doing that. Lucid right now is 7-10, and they're not letting him pop off. However, APG's the man that's doing some real work, 16-7 from him.
I think it's a great point that you make there. Lucid, every time we've watched his POV at the moment, it's not been the usual, you know, drop sliding, curb sliding around the map, picking up 1 shots and 2 shots. It's been hard work for him so far, and that's, like you say, a huge credit to E United. Maybe this is the opportunity he needs, though, as the move will be made onto C with the heat wave in his hand as well to start picking up those kills and start getting a bit of momentum. With that A and C in control now, all players will be spawning from E United towards B.
You got to think maybe Lucid somehow has some kind of sixth sense where he heard us there, because does an amazing job from top tower to drop down with the heat wave and actually get the peak shot on the pillars. Ola actually gets repulsored off there from Nick, sends him flying. And that will allow some continued, maybe a reset here onto B. It looks like, yes, the reset does come in here. So now 153 to 145, essentially a tied game here at the midpoint.
APG managed to pick up a kill as the last player alive. That's at least going to give his teammates a little bit of time to get on free spawn and push up. And because of that small little play made by APG, now Optic are able to push up towards B. A and B is still in control of E United. The trade does not come in for Rain, though, as Lucid will pick up that kill. And last time we looked at him, he was kind of 3-4 in the negative as far as his KD was concerned. Lucid now just 1 kill away from being evens across the board.
Yeah, Lucid has certainly stepped it up over these past few spawns, and APG is showing no signs of slowing. How perfect that we happened to highlight him before this, and Clutch even talking about how he's not necessarily your raw slayer, who instead is just an all-around player that knows exactly what to do in the game. This time around, he's not just doing that, but he's also going double positive, 20-10 from him right now.
Overshield up. Pistola is in position to pick this one up for Optic Gaming as well. And with a player falling for E United, even though they have momentary control of strongholds, it looks like Optic will be able to turn C back in their favor. B also being controlled as well. There's a pesky player that's around the back of the tower here, which I'm not sure if Optic are aware of. Trippy seems to have sniffed him out, though. It's Rain who is being the problem, but you can see in the kill feed there, Trippy deals with that problem, and that's going to give them control of the tower, which is instrumental to holding that C stronghold.
Look how Ola's playing this as well. Even though he loses his overshield, he got so much information there from bottom middle on that scoreboard angle. He's just going to stay alive. Optic continues scoring, so we were just tied at 163, but just like that, it's Optic up 185 to 166.
Starting to extend that lead as well, and these are the money moments of the game, right? When you're getting towards that 200-point mark. Oh, you get into those final moments. Miss melee from Lucid won't cost him, though. A Spartan will be no shields and kind of gets away with it a little bit there. APG now moving in to help his teammate Lucid convert that A stronghold. So once again, E United will be trapped at B here. You can see 3 players, maybe even 4 players from E United here, all around the nest of B side of the map. Optic just need to hold, and that kill from Ola is absolutely vital.
A huge kill. They have the perfect B spawn trap, and Ola makes sure to get the kill at back C. Lucid also trades it back B, so it will still be 2 dead for E United. This should absolutely be continued scoring and maybe a momentary trip cap if they can get this. Yes, indeed, a trip cap as well. Perfectly played this last 60 seconds of Halo from Optic Gaming.
Now look at where E United are spawning as well. They've got that squad spawn all towards A, so the grenades are going to start raining in here from Optic Gaming, and they will be able to get initial damage, which should turn into kills as well. Nick picking up 2, though, is going to allow them to maybe escape for a few minutes. You have to give a huge amount of credit there to E United for just surviving in the way they did to give themselves a base to play with. They've managed to flip control somehow.
Yeah, just like that, they get out of it, but at what cost? Now, here as we are, 231 to 170. That was a beautiful several minutes of late game Halo from Optic Gaming. They've put themselves in scoring position now at 235. Here we go, though. Overshield for E United.
Last roll of the dice here coming in from E United. You can see the repulsor from Lucid. The shots coming in from both APG and Trippy in the back of the base. You're going to force Spartan to drop down low. 2 teammates do fall. 248, 249. Make that 250 as Optic will keep that 100% record alive once more.
My God, Optic just looking so strong there in the late game. And I tell you what, as soon as I think we were all thinking the same thing, as soon as you saw perfect AC control and then sandbags, and like you said, on set, players spawning at B and stuck at Nest, Ola staying alive with the only player who had snuck to C, it stringed together perfect plays like that that allowed Optic Gaming to close out that game so strong.
It's just almost, I don't really have a word for it. I guess you call it Optic, right? The way that they play live fire, to go this long unbeaten in HCS tournaments is just absolutely ridiculous. And the player, like you said, Andy, like you said, like Clutch was talking about, that popped off was APG. 22 and 13 for him. And not only that, Andy, the most assists in the game as well. Bradley was doing it all.
That is a beautiful set of numbers from APG, and like we said, not always the player that pops off, but when he does, he's also going to do it with style, like you said, with all those assists as well. 3 out of 4 players on 5,000 damage. APG just missing the 6,000 mark, so huge numbers across the board.
It was such an interesting game that to watch as well. The amount of times that we saw one team manage to pick up a 4 dead, but then not be able to pick up the first kill, and then all of a sudden things would change, and it would be 4 dead the other side, especially at the start here, Andy. I wasn't quite able to put my finger on what was quite happening, because it seemed like nobody wanted to be aggressive, nobody wanted to try and take the initiative. It was just kind of a back and forth battle, which each team wasn't just winning, it was just kind of a collapse and almost a slaughter in these first few moments.
It really was. Teams falling, 3 dead at a time, sometimes 4 dead at a time, and a lot of lack of control, especially a lot of chaos around C and around Nest. But towards the end of the game, I mean, right here, we're seeing it right around 153 to 123. Things were neck and neck. Keep in mind, all the way to the 163 mark. That was a big turning point there for Lucid. Also, look at Ola just trying to stay alive in back B. So they haven't turned it on just yet in the replays, but it really starts right around here is when they start to run away with it.
Lucid gets that beat down, which was really important to deal with a player that is down on that window. If you don't make sure, that you clear that player out, he can jump back up and challenge that A stronghold, but they did manage to do exactly that. But I think for E United, like I mentioned right at the start of this series, Andy, you kind of got to look past that first game, right? Optic ain't losing that game or any game mode on live fire. Slayer Aquarius is where they need to make things happen now with United.
And I don't expect United to play this game slow. I don't think United is a team that plays games, even Slayers, very slow. They can slow it down if they need to, but I expect them to be pretty full on here. I think they're going to be the aggressors. They're going to be challenging angles. They're going to be getting into utilities, into closets, and challenging from flag. We'll have to see. Here we go. Game number 2. It's do or die for E United.
Well, the good news for E United is, yes, Optic have a 100% win rate on live fire, right? Well, what map do E United have 100% win rate on, and what mode? It is Aquarius Slayer. They have not lost this since Raleigh, and including Raleigh. So this is a good sign for them off the bat as well. A 3-1 lead is going to be certainly very good for them, as well as the camo and the heat wave being in the hands of Nick.
I mean, this is the perfect draw that you wanted here. Also going to try to help here with Ola actually gets a fantastic trade. That's unfortunate for Nick. Not a situation that he should have traded in.
Rhino manages to pick up the heat wave. 5-4 the score here. Optic managing to, after a bit of a slow start, answer back. Trippy picks up 1 as well, which will tie the game up here. APG going to be in position to get the beat down, at least some damage down. Now be traded out initially. Little things like that. 1 beat down could be so important to your team to keep that score closer than it would have been if he would not have got that damage.
3 dead momentarily there. Will be a little bit of a trade in the closet once again. Now 8-8, so just like that. Kills being exchanged, and you know what? Neither team wanting to play this slow. They're just flying right at each other, looking for some control off of the opening.
Rain, some good shots onto APG with that barrel rifle. 10-10 the score now, as Nick will give another kill to his team in the feed. Looking across the board at the start of this game, pretty even for the slaves for all players on both teams. You can see E United now set up on this Dynamo side. You can already hear those Dynamos ticking as well. Spartan with some great shots onto Trippy, but it's just back and forth at the moment. Every time you see one team pick up 1 kill in the feed, it's answered back immediately. Those shots from Spartan, so important as well, just to make sure that nobody is getting away without shields.
Like you said, back and forth, perfect collapses, perfect pushes coming in from both sides of the stage right now. 13-13, just like that, 14-13, as E United picks up another one. But this really is teams pushing in packs of 2, pushing all the advantages and cleaning up every kill they need to. This has been perfect Halo from both sides. The question is, when is someone going to grab a little bit of control, maybe get a 3-4 kill lead?
Well, not only is that camouflage pop in, but Rhino has dynamos as well. And with that, he's going to be able to deny any kind of areas of teams and players that we can try to push. And with that pickup of the dynamos, with the little bit of control that E United have got, they've got the biggest lead that we've seen so far in this game. However, Spartan has to be careful as Pistola looks up to the heavens and tries to drop on top of him with that beat down. But I mentioned Rhino, but the dynamos, I mentioned the camouflage as well. Well, he's exchanged one for another. Rhino now with a camo for United.
Here it is, the first slice we set. Who's going to get the first 4 kill lead? It's short-lived as he gets naded out. Perfect nades coming in from the side of Optic Gaming, so it'll stay 21-17. But E United now with a tiny cushion, that's going to allow them to play a little bit more advantages, a little bit more peeking, and maybe they can extend this lead further. Kills will get traded out there from Ola and Rain, though.
Optic doing a good job to neutralize that camo and make sure that Rhino wasn't able to create too much havoc across the map here. But that 4 kill advantage, like you mentioned, is going to give E United the chance to change the pace of this game, Andy. You can see they're trying to play a little bit slower, trying to bait Optic into making that first move.
Nice work there from Spartan. Thrusts away, grabs the sidekick as well. Eventually he'll fall, so the game will stay close, 24-22. And man, feels like these games, as we see E United hit the 25-point mark, it feels like these games in these NA tournaments are just getting closer and closer between these teams, essentially tied up at the halfway mark.
Pistola with the killing spree and reflecting in his stats as well. The halfway point in this game, he is currently sat at 10 and 6, positive 4 for Pistola. Trippy now, let's see what he can do as we actually go back to Pistola as he adds an 11th kill to his tally now. And Pistola on these kind of maps does damage. We've seen it through the years. Put him on mid-ship, put him on onslaught. The man knows how to control top middle, and he knows where to focus that fire, but he's going to be taken down, but not after doing a huge amount of damage. Ooh. But Nick will take down Trippy.
Look at the shots from Nick. It costs him though, because APG listening to those callouts, knowing that he might be able to finish that one, so the game will stay within 2 just like that. Regardless, some very good shots from Nick. And look at Lucid, just head on a swivel, leaves that kill, but doesn't pay off in the end. They're only one of them cleaned up.
Ola continuing his right in this game though, 29-31. E United with a slender lead that's been there since around that 20 kill mark. 3 players now from E United moving onto that Dynamo side. Rhinoob's in a little bit of a tough spot here as two players, will collapse onto that closet. Grenade's going to be coming in as well. Pistola picks up 2. He's looking to make it 3 as well. Kills will be traded out though. 2-4 for Optic as Pistola gets just inches away from that triple kill that could have been the game turning on its head for Optic.
It really could have been, and you have to think Ola really wishing maybe he had that moment back, because if he wins that, it's a little more control still on the Dynamo side of the map. Maybe it becomes a 1-kill game instead of a 2-kill game, but still Optic Gaming certainly not thinking about that, with the game now only being a 1-kill game, 33-32 in favor of E United.
1-kill game. 34-33 as Optic answer back. Trippy has that heat wave as well. Rhinoob though, look at the kill feed, picks up one onto Lucid, and Rhinoob going to be doing more damage onto Pistola here, who's having to play his life and show as little presence as possible at the moment. He's just crouching around bottom mid, just waiting for any communication coming in from his teammates here of damage being done, but he's the one who's taking the damage and will fall into the death screen first.
Ola doing whatever he can. Look at his numbers, 16 and 9 in this game, just ready to show up this week, ready to put on a new performance and change the narrative of Optic Gaming in 2022. Look at the shots though from Spartan, the perfect reversal there against APG. Shots like that, moments like that are going to make it very difficult for Optic Gaming.
United, a swing play coming in from Spartan, and we know how much of a momentum play he can be. Ola bottom middle as well. The grenade would be just enough to slow down Spartan as Ola picks up his 17th kill of this game. 2 kills. The advantage now to E United. Rhino trying to stay alive as well, but Treppy will be challenging to take him down. Camouflage coming up now, Andy, and with E United only needing 10 kills to win this, this could be the game-swinging moment as Trippy has to win this, but it's just a trade as Rain picks up a double.
Very rare, perfect BR trade there between those 2 players there, so we will stay just a 3-kill game. Ola certainly keeping Optic Gaming in this there, leading the entire game. No one else has even within 6 kills of him. Everyone else at the 11 mark at the highest now, just like that, 43-40, 43-41. Still a 2-kill game on the home stretch.
2-kill game, and E United all of a sudden are starting to get a few staggered spawns. And with that, and the camo in the hands of Lucid, Optic, who have been trailing for the majority of this game by 2, 3, 4 kills, might have the opportunity in the last knock-ins here to take the lead. What can Lucid do though? He's trying to scout out any players. He finds Nick. He's got a side kick, and he pick up the kill as well to give Optic the lead.
That's huge. Look at this game in his hands right now. Opportunity to change the course of this one here. Like you said, Optic leading for the first time in a very long time. Now they lead by 1, 44-43.
Rain stuck in a corner here. You can see his teammates are trying to do what they can to keep him alive, but the collapse is going to come in now from Optic Gaming. They're up by 2. Ryan will be taken down as well as APG looks to pick up the double kill in the base. Lucid picks up the kill that's needed. 3 kills now to go for Optic Gaming, and what a comeback this has been from the Green Wall.
A late game comeback. Once again, as a reminder, 48-44. Do or die for E United here. Only 2 more kills for Optic.
Rhino picks up 1 though, just to slow Optic down a little bit. And you have to give credit to Optic here. Having lost that kill, Andy, they've recognized the situation. They have slowed it down, knowing E United need to make the play here.
They do. Lots of time here, so the timing will not be a factor with 48-45. There's a lot more opportunities for pushes here. Camo also going to be a possible factor if this gets delayed enough.
Rhinoob though. Oh, Rhinoob stays alive thanks to his teammate Spartan.
Oh my.
You almost thought that Rhinoob was dead to rights there. 2 kills the difference between the 2 teams. Nick, he's going to be weak and just having to crouch in this doorway once more. A couple of peek shots, a little shoulder shuffle to Trippy. Rhinoob tries to move out to make a play bottom middle as well, and so does Nick. You can see that it looks like two players from Optic have also pushed in the base. Lucid with one, APG with the second, and Optic, having trailed for the majority of game number 2, not only pick up a win, but eliminate E United as well.
Clinical work from Optic Gaming. Like you said, a late game comeback. It's a heartbreaker for E United to exit the tournament this early, but a huge performance from Optic. You can't say enough about Lucid. Game in his hands with the camo down by 1, and they slow play it as slow as possible. They really wait for the entire end of the camo to get the kill all the way in the refrigerator. Then they string together a few more kills, and they close it out with composure and confidence, 50-46.
Big plays from Lucid in the end game, but it was Pistola who was kind of the star of that one as well for Optic. 17 kills for him. 3 assists to go to boot as well, helping out his teammates just a little bit. The damage coming in from APG, Lucid, and Trippy as well. On the other side of things, Spartan just falling a little bit short there, although we did see some moments of brilliance for him. But I mean, what a turnaround it was for Optic. Wes mentioned right at the start of things about Cloud9 and how icy they can be. Maybe this is the Optic that we need to see icing up in those big moments as well, Andy.
Makes you wonder as we take a look at some of the match highlights, is Ola the X factor for this team? We've talked a lot about Lucid and Trippy and then even APG today, but Ola is a player with an unlimited skill ceiling, and we've seen it all the way since Halo 2. The man is capable of unbelievable things, and it makes you wonder, when you have Ola putting up enormous numbers like that, is that what Optic needs to just totally take control of games? It's certainly paid off for them in the end. And take a look at highlights from both games.
This was the first game of the series, of course, live fire, where Optic win. It's as simple as that at the moment. And it's almost like a story within the Halo Championship series at the moment. Who is going to be the team who can finally slow down Optic when we do see live fire on our screens? But E United, even though they did have a 100% win rate, like I mentioned, from Raleigh to now, this was a game that Optic Gaming just stayed in, and that's kind of the story of this one, Andy. Slayers can get out of hand very quickly when you go down. People try and overextend, try and make a play to get you back into the game. If you can keep it close, you've always got a chance.
And that's exactly what Optic did all game. Look at the little battles of inches. Winning the trade, for example, against Nick with the heat wave early on in utility, getting the death stick there along bottom side of P side. All these little moments, and here you have Lucid. Just look at this job. Gets the help he needs and also finishes that with a sidekick. Then they pick up a few more kills. Once it was 46-43, Optic slowed it down again, and they close it out with a perfect push to close out the game there, and they will win the series 2-0 over E United. They will eliminate E United for the week, and they will advance on in the elimination bracket.
A disappointing week for E United, having shown such promise, you know, for the entirety of the Halo Championship series so far, but maybe that's the kind of series that's going to see Optic return to the form that we would expect. Lottie, the green wall look like they're rising again.
They are indeed. Look, they can get knocked down just a little bit, but it's about how you bounce back. That is what it's all about. And so far, the green wall, they've been picking up the bricks, they've been putting the cement, they've been building that wall back up, and it was a little bit too difficult this time around for United to knock it down once again. And I gotta say, Optic looking pretty good right now. And I gotta say another shout out to APG. Look, we talked about the slaying ability. We talked about how it might not always be his day in terms of slays. He might have heard us, Clutch, and was like, well, tell you what, I can do it all. I'm the jack of all trades and master of most. So amazing stuff from our AMD Power Performance guy, APG. And overall, Optic just absolutely incredible. Again, live fire, it is their map. They are the kings of live fire, so we're going to hand that one to them. But actually, Clutch, I want to talk to you about objective efficiency. It's something that we hear a lot when we're casting. It's something that we're talking about a lot because you have to have it if you want to win the objective games. But how does that work in terms of balancing slaying? Because a couple of times in live fire, we saw that United weren't really getting the slays that maybe I think a lot of people were like, okay, well, surely you can't get the strongholds then if you don't get the slays. But you can, because you can balance objective efficiency. And how important is it to have balance or to have particularly good objective efficiency if you're not getting those slays?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like the equation every pro team's trying to figure out, right? Is how to make the most out of the kills that they get, how to position themselves, and then understand once they get these kills, how are they able to transition that into the actual scoreline, whether it's a stronghold or CTF, whatever objective game you're playing. It's much easier to do in Slayer when it's a 1-to-1. The objective is to get kills, but it's all about knowing what to do after you get this kill and having that awareness of and the positioning to follow through with, hey, if I get this kill and I'm standing here, I can now get to the flag this much quicker. I can make the most out of these kills that I'm getting or my team is getting, right? And I think both these teams do a phenomenal job of that. That's why they are two of the best, top 6 teams in the world right now in Halo. And I think that the better teams are always more efficient with their slays. They're able to transition their kills into the score line, whether depending on what objective mode they're playing. That's what we mean when we say that. That's why they're the dominant teams they are, is because they turn a killing spree into 100 points, like we saw from FaZe earlier today.
Yeah, indeed. I gotta say, it is about that balance and that fine tune, which obviously wins you series. And that being said, we'll continue on your bracket run. This is the elimination bracket as it stands right now, folks. We have XSET and Optic Gaming in our elimination semi-finals. XSET beat BBG 2-0, and Optic Gaming, as we just saw, beat United 2-0 as well. So they will be facing each other in the semis. And then we do have our winners bracket on the flip side of things. The winning side, the bright side, we do have a rematch happening very shortly, folks. Winners finals will be Cloud9 versus FaZe. Really excited to see how that match works out. I gotta say, I think FaZe are going to be ready this time around, based on what they've been saying, based on the way that they've been playing, based on scrims. There's so much to kind of talk about there. I think this should actually be a really exciting rematch and a really exciting series. We'll be watching that one right after the break, folks. We do have our winners finals coming up next, so you make sure you stay tuned, and we'll see you right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the HCS. We're here for the North American Pro Series. We're into week number 2 right now, and coming up next, we have our winners finals, and it is a rematch. Not only is it a rematch of the grand finals, as you may recall from week number 1, but it is also a rematch of the winners finals as well. Last time didn't end so well for FaZe. Cloud9 were pretty damn good at stomping on that series, but we need to highlight somebody from Cloud9 right now with our USMC service record, and that is going to be Renegade. Now, this guy has honestly just been so unstoppable as of the launch of Halo Infinite. Absolutely incredible stuff. His KD ratio in Raleigh was 1.12, very, very strong, and of course came first in MLG Orlando back in 2018 in Halo 5. If you are a fan of Halo 5 and can recall, he has made some waves in Halo. Obviously, again, a world champion as well in Halo 5. But this guy has been formidable. And I gotta say, for me, Renegade, looking at the way that he's been playing Halo Infinite in particular, not only is he getting the slays across the board and doing everything for his team, but for me, Brav, it's the way that he prioritizes power-ups and power weapons and is able to create these swing moments because of the control that he's taking of the sandbox and the aids on the rest of the map.
I mean, Renegade's the guy you want in just about any situation, and you're seeing it here in the highlights. The man could just, turn a situation on its head, especially here. You see a lot of the things he's able to do with the sniper, with the power weapons, and really take control of entire matches. It doesn't matter what scenario you put him in. Renegade is the guy you want there, and I think, it's I think you guys talked about it last week, but it's hard to put his actual number of accolades into a service record on screen. This guy has done it all, and right now he's on top of the world, coming off that Raleigh win and also coming off of the win last week. I think all eyes are on C9, all eyes on Renegade, and quite a team here.
Yeah, it really is quite a team. Obviously, World Championship team, excluding Penguin, but Penguin getting his first ever event win back in Raleigh was something to behold for sure. And I got to say, Penguin, a really gorgeous fit as well on this team, but Renegade really does make this roster something very, very special along with the other team members. But absolutely amazing stuff. I'm very excited to see how this rematch will go, of course. And we do have our next few casters up in the booth. I wish it was a booth, but it's a virtual booth at least. On set and Clutch, I'm handing over the winners final to you guys. Excited to see the result.
Thank you very much, Lottie. What a game this is going to be, Wes. This is two teams that I've been very excited to watch duke it out, not just in scrims, but when we get down to the nitty-gritty of big tournament matches. It's a winners bracket final, a chance to get into that grand final is in front of us for these two teams. Cloud9 versus FaZe. And if there's one team that I was looking at in the bracket that could really upset Cloud9, I think it's FaZe.
I think it absolutely is right now. The way FaZe is playing as of late shows me that they're continuing to improve. They're continuing to push themselves to the limits, and that limit is going to be what Cloud9 sets, right? That's the bar that Cloud9 has set over the past month. Cloud9 has been the most dominant team in Halo Infinite, but just yesterday, these two teams, I believe, scrimmed, and FaZe actually getting the better of Cloud9 gives the opportunity and for FaZe to take this, right? It's the confidence that you get from finally beating these guys in a scrim that can give you that confidence transitioning into the tournament gameplay. We'll have to see it if that's what it takes, though, because Cloud9, I mean, they can wake up and it feels like every single tournament they have this on switch that they can just flip, and now all of a sudden they're a completely different team that is a juggernaut to try and deal with. So will FaZe be able to play at that level consistently enough to knock out Cloud9, especially when the games get close, because we've seen how icy this Cloud9 team can be.
We'll have to see if FaZe can ice up in those big moments, and especially now that we have our series layout in front of us, which is going to let us know what games we're going to be playing. We're going to be starting off with Oddball Streets, then we go over to Recharge Slayer, CTF Bazaar, our game number 3, before we go to Strongholds Live Fire and Slayer Aquarius if they are required. Now, we talked a lot about FaZe, and we talked a little bit about Cloud9 as well, where I spoke to Hoxha, the Cloud9 coach, which is more difficult to say than I thought it would be, before this got underway today. And he was saying one thing that the C9 roster are kind of really focusing on is making sure that they don't rest on their laurels, that an online win, which they felt was absolutely massive for them, is just another win that they add to yet another win. They want to sweep the season. They've got this drive within them, which has kind of been learned from the failings that they saw in themselves as a team back at the end of Halo 5 on Splice, where maybe they did get a little bit complacent, and they've taken responsibility for that. And Cloud9 want to come out and prove to everyone that they want to win everything that's in front of them.
And it's easier said than done, right? It's continuously, you always hear in sports or in esports, it's hard to win. It's even harder to repeat. It's even harder to hold that title, right? I was never able to do it as a player, as someone that only won one tournament, but it's like, you look at this Cloud9 roster, you look at the dominant performances. They come in with consistency day in, day out. It feels like they're the best team in Halo, and that speaks volumes to these guys' character. If they're going to be able to do that throughout the entire year, that's still left to be determined, but having the mindset in ordering to pursue that as the goal, now that's a mindset everybody should dream of having. Cloud9 shows you right there in that interview that they are in the right mindset going in for the rest of the year.
I think it's really impressive for Cloud9 to recognize that as well. And like I mentioned, the win online, I think they said, well, Hoaxer said to me that was really big for them. You know, you mentioned their on switch, right? When they get to live events, when they get on the big stage, when the lights are on, it's when we see Cloud9 play their best. Then being able to reproduce a little bit of that form on an online environment is really, really good for them. But the question is, of course, can FaZe stop Cloud9? If FaZe can win this series and get into that grand finals, not only will they have the advantage over the team that comes from that elimination bracket, but also it will be a statement for the Halo Championship Series that FaZe are now ready to win a tournament.
Absolutely. Beating Cloud9 in a series, in a tournament, will be massive for their confidence. We've seen how hot Bound was playing earlier today. We're going to hop on board early with Renegade, and he's already being aggressive in the faces of FaZe.
Renegade doesn't get the kill that he was looking for, though. Penguin there to pick up another, and it's going to actually be a couple of kills traded across the board. Bound will be last player alive here for FaZe, so a pretty decent start here for Cloud9. But look at Bound. Bound says, okay, rest of my teammates are down. I'm going to pick up the ball, and I'm actually going to bait a player in as I have the rocket launcher, and I'm going to be able to get that trade and allow my teammates to create a little bit of space on the map to move up in.
Yeah, not sure how Bound was able to secure those rockets at the start, but that was actually a massive play. So we saw Cloud9 jump out to an early lead, get the kills that they needed in order to maybe get an early lead off. But no, Bound made a great individual play, getting rockets, getting the ball. Not only that, but trading that kill and buying time for his teammates to come off spawn. Already, FaZe, even though Cloud9 got the early kills, is off to an early lead.
Boo-Boo with the ball in hand as well. We're going to have to drop that. Has that thrust to escape for now. He's going to make sure that ball is down bottom mid, so it's going to be difficult for Cloud9 to pick that up. But look at this from Eco. A really strong push coming in from him, but FaZe find themselves 4 dead off the back of that. Cloud9 will be able to pick that ball up, and now where are the spawns coming in? As where they take that ball is going to be vital.
Yeah, great job by Eco to understand that his teammates were going to get that kill and that he needs to go for the ball. That's what we're talking about, slaying and objective efficiency right there. Eco stops what he's doing, turns around, knows that he's the guy that's in charge of getting the ball. And because of it, Cloud9 starting to amount that 20-point deficit comeback.
Eco picks up the first kill, traded out immediately, but Eco with 2, that Stalker rifle, you know how influential it can be, and you can see that in the kill feed. Renegade not being able to get the better of Snipe down, though, as Eco will still have that ball in his hand. And just like that, we have a tie game as C9 now take the lead.
Yeah, FaZe having a hard time breaking the setup so far, but that kill from Snipe down was massive on the Stellar. This could be where they break the setup up. But Eco in such a good anchor position here is actually going to try and deny rockets, and if he was able to kill Bound there, it would have been massive. But unfortunately, he loses all of his teammates, and now FaZe, once again with rocket control, ball in hand, have a real opportunity to once again get a lead.
Bound picks up one. Falcane's there to clean things up after he picked up an initial kill with the Bulldog, so 3 players now fall for Cloud9. FaZe have control, and FaZe, most importantly, have the lead. They also have another rocket to play with here as Bound picks up the final kill onto Stella. That was all 4 dead for Cloud9, all of them off the respawn. Eco will be back into the respawn almost immediately.
I mean, what awareness by Bound right there to check bottom middle, understanding that nobody on his team is watching bottom mid, so as soon as he doesn't use the rocket and cleanly gets that kill into tires, he gets his shield back, checks bottom middle, spots Eco, and stops Eco from doing more damage than Eco was planning on doing right there. Because of it, FaZe keep their setup.
The concern here, though, for FaZe is even though they picked up that initial kill in the fight and they had the ball in their hands, C9 have managed to break through somehow or other here. Eco picks up a kill in the feed. Stella now trying to move up to support his teammates. Boo-Boo going to have a 1v1, but it's going to be a little bit lopsided as the Bulldog will be in the hands of the player from Cloud9. There's a back smack from Bound. He's been the playmaker so far for FaZe. Stella gets taken down as well. And I said he's a playmaker. There's a perfect example of it.
That's a play being made, but how do you break this Bulldog setup in PD right now? Renegade on a tear with this Bulldog, trying to be broken once again. It can't be broken, though. Renegade will not go down, finds himself a 2-piece. Once again, holding down that police department. Call the police, because Renegade is on a rampage.
51-55 the score here as FaZe managed to get that ball in their hands. And even though the work was being done, like you mentioned, from Renegade, FaZe have managed to sneak away with that oddball, most importantly. Good shots coming across map from Snipe Down. Stella now having to back up as Eco will have fallen. Maybe just waiting a few seconds for that respawn to come in so they can push as a 4. The rocket launcher going to be coming up as well. Snipe Down picks up one in the feed, but Stella will answer back with 2 of his own. Eco with another. Last player alive is going to be Boo Boo with that ball in hand.
A great job by Boo Boo to throw it bottom middle. Even better job by Stellar to be in the perfect position to catch it, throw it back, and say, no, not so fast. And Eco right there, able to pick up the ball because of what Stellar did. He throws it into a much easier position for his teammates to grab, gets another kill, and Stellar is showing you exactly how to play perfect Halo.
One of the most consistent players you could possibly ask for on your team, Stella. Goes under the radar a little bit. Oakshire was saying that he thinks he's one of the 2 most underrated players in the entirety of Halo, the other one being Penguin, and you can't disagree with him with what those 2 have managed to do in recent weeks and recent times. One of them is a Halo World Champion, of course, but Eco, another Halo World Champion, looking to deal with the pressure that's coming in here from Falcaya, taking a cheeky little angle up on that barrier, and now Snipe Down going to pick up another kill. It's a little bit of slave fest here, neither team being able to get any kind of control.
Yeah, but these nades are doing tons of damage to the members of Cloud9, and both members, Renegade, Penguin, they go down. FaZe aren't able to get the ball before it resets, actually, and that could be a blessing for Cloud9. Objective efficiency, that's what we're talking about once again. Getting that ball touch would have been massive for FaZe, but unfortunately, they're going to lose their carrier because it does reset, and this is time being wasted that FaZe could have been capitalizing on if it hadn't.
Eco with the Bulldog again. And the Bulldog is a power weapon in itself on this map. So many close quarters fights to be had. Booble will make sure that it's out of his hands for now, but taken down almost immediately by Stella, but not without dropping a grenade for his troubles. Renegade had to win that fight to give Cloud9 a little bit of an opportunity just to have some sort of map control, but FaZe, with Renegade as the last player alive, have rotated that ball smartly away from those respawns that look like they're coming in over a cafe.
Okay, so we talk about the ice that FaZe needs coming into the series. We got 10 points to separate these 2 teams. They need 15 to go to win this first round. Can FaZe close this out, or will Cloud9 once again step up in the moments that matter the most?
Snipe Down's prioritization there was about as good as you could possibly ask for in that situation. However, Renegade, he's got the rockets, doesn't pick up 1, it would just be 1, but maybe the BR or a beatdown will be enough for the double kill. And once again, Cloud9 led by Renegade, that impact player in the final moments of round number 1 here have taken the lead.
Yeah, letting rockets go into the hands of Renegade could have been the biggest mistake FaZe made throughout this first round. Right now, desperating to get to the ball, trying to shut this carrier down. The brute grenades, they do not come true for Snipe Down. Kills come through for Cloud9, and FaZe are going to lose round 1. Cloud9 take it in the brinks of the end.
There was that one power weapon that was the difference between the 2 teams, and that is how closely matched they are. It was back and forth for the entirety of that round number 1, but Renegade managing to sneak that rocket launcher away just at the end was the difference maker for FaZe. Boobu picks up 1 though. Snipe Down with a kill in the feed. 4 dead off the break here for Cloud9. The perfect response, and this time the rockets go to FaZe.
So FaZe did such a good job of controlling rockets early in the first round. They let the last 2 sets of rockets go to Cloud9, and because of it, they lost that round. They cannot afford to do that again. Rockets being put to use do find themselves 1 kill. Falcade not able to find the double though, so we'll see how long they're able to keep the setup now that he's gone down.
Kills just being traded across the board here, but it's actually Cloud9 who come out on top. They will have 3 players alive after the bullets and the guns silenced for a few moments. And they most importantly have the ball here back at Tram Station. This is the first time we've actually seen a rotation here for either team. And you have to wonder how much time will be able to be put on the board here by C9.
Yeah, they're in such a good setup right now. Look at all 4 players here in Tram. You want to see them try and create some space, and that's exactly what Renegade plans on doing here. As you see him walking out of PD, if you're wondering why he's doing this, is because they can't afford to get trapped in that back PD. They want angles. Renegade being the player, trying to force those angles being possible, but Snipe Down getting the better of him is huge for FaZe play.
Well, drop shield enough to give him that extra bullet advantage. Eco with a sentinel beam surviving for now. Boo Boo gets melted, along with a little finishing touch coming in from Stella as well. Penguin yet to have a kill registered on the board in this second round. Bound versus Penguin. This time it will be Penguin who answers my question and gets his first kill on the board. No trade coming in that time for Bound. 35-2 the score.
Yeah, what a kill that was, because it's going to open up PD back tram once again for Cloud9 to bring the ball back inside, rack up some significant time, and with 38-2 and a full setup for Cloud9, you're seeing FaZe trying to opt to wait for rockets, but they're getting pinned down, they're getting poked out, and they may not be able to secure these rockets even though they have complete control of the middle of the map.
Bound might be the player to watch here as well for FaZe. Okay, it has the rockets, but Bound is the player who's going to be making some impactful first contact with the C9 players. He managed to pick up one, he managed to pick up two. So the way that I see Bound here for FaZe, he's doing the job that Renegade does for Cloud9. He's first in a lot of the time. He has to pick up those entry frags to create space for his team.
Falcon needs to make a play with this rocket shotty combo. He finds one, knocks another player to no shield, but has to get in there, has to figure out a way to break the setup, and he can't do it alone. You have to think he's not going to be able to do it alone, but he finds two, make it a third with an assist from Boobaduba. So maybe Falcated can do this by himself. Bound does find the last one, and that was all 4 dead for Cloud9. So Falcated turns those power weapons into productivity, and now with a full setup, FaZe have the first chance in the second round to rack up some significant ball time.
Booby trying to put pressure on as well. Bound with another double kill after the damage being done by Booby. Last two players alive are going to be as far away from that oddball as possible, which is great news for FaZe here. 57-24 the score. Stalker rifle in the hands of Bound as well, which means he's going to be able to really do some damage on those players trying to push. Stella's going to be that player trying to push. The trade will come in.
Not a bad trade in that situation. You kind of want to see Bound have the upper hand there, but when you get that low shield to the nade, you're hoping for a trade in that situation. Great shots from Falcated as well. So these trades, you would think they benefit FaZe, but as we swipe the snipe down screen, all of a sudden Cloud9 has the ball back in tram, and he's surrounded by multiple members of Cloud9 still.
C9 just managing to win the scrappier parts of this game. Bound now in a 1v1. He'll win that one. A double kill for him. Rocket's coming up in 5 seconds as well. But as you can see in front of him, players falling from his team. So he has to be careful, has to prioritize these kills, which he does absolutely perfectly. Not only to get the oddball into FaZe's hands, but allowing Snipedown to get the rockets as well.
Yeah, this could be huge for FaZe Clan right now. Unfortunately, Snipedown forced to trade. Hopefully someone from FaZe able to pick up those rocks, put them to use. Great shots by Boobaduba to win that one-on-one as well. So these kills, they're clutch, they're coming through from FaZe, and they need every single one of them if they want to come back here.
Okay, and gonna be under pressure though. You can see the Renegade was up on that balcony, and Renegade is gonna bounce a couple of frag grenades down to his feet to take him into the respawn screen. And now you're seeing a rotation from Cloud9. That oddball out of tram back towards back tower, where we saw the majority of this first round of this first map being contested. And Cloud9 getting closer and closer now to closing out this game. 2-0 in rounds. They only need 9 points.
Yeah, Cloud9 using teamwork between Eco and Stellar here. Last two members alive, trying to hold off until resources can come. And you're already seeing Renegade get here in time, so that's a great job by the boys in blue here to buy time for their teammates coming off respawn, move across the map, and now you're making it so difficult for FaZe to get any side of control. It's going to have to come on the back of multi-kills here, you would think, but they're not coming through. Eco does get one. It's traded out immediately, and Boobaduba with this shotgun keeping his team in this for now.
This needs to be almost perfect here from FaZe. One more mistake and it's game over.
Oh, nice.
Bound picks up one, and that's important. That gives them a 4v3 advantage on the map. Renegade trying to sneak into PD. Renegade taking down to no shields. Booba will clean it up as well. Eco and Penguin last alive. Bound trying to keep that pressure on. Spawn's coming over at Arcade as well, so it's not just going to be first wave here. There's going to be another wave coming in from Cloud9, but it looks like FaZe have been able to deal with it again. Booba with that Bulldog in hand. Stella manages to get the kill to survive.
What a big kill from Stellar to keep PD control for Cloud9 right now. FaZe would have been able to probably get some ball time right there if Stellar goes down easy, but Stellar never goes down easy, buys time. Not only that, but gets that kill, and because of it, it's once again Cloud9 just buying time for the respawners to make it across the map. The battle for rockets going down now.
Big double kill coming in from Eco as well. Eco now pushing up the P Street. Stella's gonna put Falcated on his back, and once again in the depths of the rounds, it's gonna be Cloud9 who pick up the rocket launcher. Bound picks up one onto Eco. One rocket not gonna connect for kills. Penguin picks up one though. Booby trying to sneak in another rocket not connecting here. 97-98. It doesn't matter too much though, as the oddball is in the hands of Cloud9. And with that, they will go up one in the series.
Cloud9 take game one with a little bit of push from FaZe, but it was really a dominant performance from all of Cloud9. Individual plays being made everywhere, and the teamwork there to match. The efficiency of the objective was everything for them, and it started early and continued throughout the entirety of both rounds.
The wonderful thing about watching two teams like Cloud9 and FaZe play each other at the moment, Wes, is you can almost pinpoint the moments that win rounds, that win games, right? And you go back to that first round, it was back and forth, 15, 20 seconds, the most that any team seemed to be able to get in their hands, until that rocket launcher right at the end of that first round.
Yeah, you cannot let Renegade dictate the game with these power-ups and power weapons. It's what he does best. It's his best asset, is knowing and being on top of those power-ups and power weapons every single time, it seems. Nobody from FaZe was there to answer Renegade's pressure on the power weapons in that late first round, and because of it, Renegade secures those rockets, does serious work and damage with them, and secures his team that round 1 win. And when you have that round 1 win to play with, your confidence is soaring into round 2.
One thing that FaZe kind of highlighted as well, I've been watching a lot of them scrimming sort of in recent weeks as well, and they were struggling a little bit on oddball, even though they were picking up a huge amount of kills. It was almost like a matchmaking issue, right? Someone needs to pick up the oddball. And I think in that second round there, towards the end, there was a few opportunities maybe where they could have scrapped 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and those kind of things make the difference. C9 were happy to do that as well, especially around that tram hold when they did have a couple of players fall.
Yeah, if I'm FaZe and I'm playing against Cloud9 in another Streets oddball, I want nothing to do with that ball being back trim. They really were not able to break that setup for long periods of time. FaZe struggling to figure out how to break that setup efficiently. In Cloud9, we've seen this isn't the first time that when they get the ball in that back trim area, they trade out kills successfully, they push out successfully, and they can hold that thing for just about the entire round. So FaZe need to do a better job of making sure that setup doesn't come into fruition, because when it does, we've seen how good of success Cloud9 can have.
Now we move over to Recharge now for our game number 2 of this best of 5. Slayer, first to 50, we know it, we love it, and it's going to be an interesting one between these two teams as well. Do you expect this to be played at a pace, Wes, or do you think this is going to be one of those Slayer recharges we see start to slow down a little bit, just because of the two teams and the way that they respect each other and know that either way that this game goes could really dictate the pace of the rest of the series?
I expect this game to be very, very fast-paced up until the point where it could potentially be a close game at the end, and then it will slow down, and only then will it slow down. Cloud9 struggling in their Slayers and scrims. I've watched them play a majority of the last few weeks. Their Slayers are very frustrating for them. So if they get down by about 10 kills early on, they almost chalk up the game. They almost want to go next as fast as possible. Look for FaZe to get off to a hot start, because if they can, they may be able to shake the confidence of Cloud9.
That's very interesting that you mentioned how C9 seem to be struggling in Slayers. I think anyone who's probably watched a little bit of C9 is probably thinking, hey, how are these guys losing Slayers? That's maybe how, as Renegade gets out BR'd by Bound bottom middle. And that's not just an out BR, that's also the camo going into his hands, and that's another kill going to Bound. Little things like that, 1 kill turns into 2, plus keeping the power up out of the hands of C9. Big play from Bound.
Yeah, you said 1 kill turns into 2. It was more like 3 already from Bound, and off the break, when you're able to get those 3 kills, get off to a hot start, that's exactly what FaZe needs to rebound after that game 1.
Angela going to win that fight. Falcated takes down Renegade. Renegade having a little bit of a struggle at the start of this one. We've known it is extremely early days. A couple of fights not going his way. Falcated now being able to control and patrol around the top pipes. Eco taking down to no shields as well. Renegade there to keep his teammate alive, though. Penguin picks up the first kill in the team fight. Snipe Down, though, has the shock rifle in his hands, and I don't need to say it, we all know that this man could do damage, but there's Penguin putting the pressure onto him.
Yeah, you can tell Snipe Down had the presence and the awareness to be like, it's too quiet. And unfortunately, when he drops down, that Mangler being possessed by Penguin gives him the advantage in that close range combat. Snipe Down unable to hit that shock rifle headshot, goes down, and what was once looking like a great opportunity for FaZe to slow the game down, set up, and let Snipe Down go to work is immediately shut down by that flank from Penguin.
Stella has the sword. Stella has a kill. Okay, and unfortunately, the recipient of the sharp end of the blade as he slid down the pipes towards Stella. Bound answered back, though, almost immediately for FaZe, and Stella's got to work with his teammate here, and the push is actually going to come in from FaZe. Now, is the damage going to be done enough for them to convert kills without Stella being able to get into position with that sword. It looks like they are, whereas they've done an amazing job there, FaZe, to get in and most importantly get out without taking the damage. But here's the sword. There's one, but no, not two, as Boo Boo will stay alive and manage to pick it up.
That's such a big kill from Boo to just trade out that sword player. So often do we see a sword player just go on a killing spree, or more so in this pipe area, especially when they compare it with grapple. But both players actually with grapple sword finding few or no success at all right there. A great job by both teams to shut that down before it gets out of hand.
Okay, you're trying to put the pressure onto Renegade, and Renegade's starting to feel the pressure as well. However, his teammate picking up a kill onto Snipe Down is going to allow him maybe a little bit of space to escape, but the comms are good from FaZe as Boo Boo manages to call out, or be on the receiving end of the call out and pick up the kill. Eco picks up another one on Snipe Down. Stella 2 now. Eco staying alive here with sword in control. This could be bad for FaZe, but two players low shields will be able to escape as his teammates do some phenomenal work across the map.
Yeah, you see Eco gets that opportunity to leave and get out of dodge there, bottom control, because Penguin gets the kill on a bound over on the pipe side of the map. It opens up that as an escape pathway. He would have been trapped and likely killed if Penguin's not able to support him and move across the map and create that space for him to be able to get out of there. A great job by all Cloud9 to understand that we got to get out of the situation, and in order to do so, clear out some space.
But you can play the Jaws theme there. As Eco sneakily goes through the dark waters and manages to pick up that kill with the sword. Renegade picks up another kill in the feed as well. 26-22. Now this is starting to get slightly worrying here for FaZe, because this means that Cloud9 can afford to make a push, knowing that if it doesn't go well, they're still not going to lose the lead here, even if they lose 4 members. But if C9 get on a roll and they get that first kill, this is where that gap can start to really kind of extend, and FaZe will start to feel the pressure even more.
You're seeing Cloud9 push into FaZe with confidence right now. They're really starting to feel themselves. Up 5 kills right now here in the Slayer. You know they have every intention of closing this series out in a very dominant fashion. FaZe trying to fight back in this series, need to find a round 2 win, or a game 2 win. Very doable from their end though. Camo is up. Eco wants to bait it, but unfortunately, as he's immediately trying to make a play outside, he's taken down by the multiple angles from FaZe right there. They secure bound this Camo, and now all of a sudden FaZe look like they have the upper hand.
And who was it that got that first kill for FaZe? It was Bound again, and with that they managed to pick up successive kills. 30-29 the score now. Falcate is still in the pipes with Shock Rifle as well. It's a 1-kill game as we approach that 30-kill mark.
Yeah, Falcate, it says he wants nothing to do with that turbine fight right now. Can't hit the headshot either, as he's trying to slow play this, but having to watch multiple angles is very difficult. You want to see Falcate get some help over there. Bubudubu opting to get this sword. We're seeing a lot of sword gameplay come into fruition now that the game's been out for a bit. Pros are starting to understand, hey, this thing can be deadly, especially when you can control or pipe. But they're looking to push past that. Bubudubu with the entry and sword, and this is the opportunity for FaZe to take the lead.
Stella picks up one though, somehow stays alive for long enough for maybe Renegade and Penguin to get into position and clean things up. There was a ninja in the feed as well. Didn't catch it on our screens, but Snipe Down picks up one. Penguin picks up one. C9 not letting this sword drop as well. They want to control top A. If they can get control of sword and that repulsor, then FaZe might be in a little bit of a tough position now as they're all trapped within control.
Yeah, that was honestly a nice job by FaZe to trade out efficiently in that disadvantageous position. It seemed like they were all trapped elevator, going against sword players, collapsing on them from high and low, and because they were able to trade, they find themselves only down 1 kill with a lot of space to work with. They tie it up right here, and now, like you said, FaZe look like they're trapped almost like rats right here in a lab. Let's see if Penguin can turn this into a few kills.
Snipe Down picks up 2 though. Manages to hold the angles well enough to not only get the kills to give FaZe the lead by 1, but also get the sword out of the hands of Cloud9 once again. So C9 trying to be proactive on the map has cost them once again here, Wes, and that's not the first time that's happened in this game.
No, they live and die by their aggression, right? A lot of the times Cloud9 have so much success when they're aggressive, but sometimes they get caught off. Sometimes a pre-grenade can stop everything from happening. I love the aggressiveness out of Bubudubu. Unfortunately, it's traded out immediately, and you don't want to see that, but Snipe Down in the great position, and there we go. FaZe having positioning and teamwork. Trade out efficiently, turn this to a 4-kill game in the late game.
Snipe Down keeping the pressure on, but players respawning around back C mean they can flank down by a repulsor and get that trade. 3 kills the difference between the two teams, but FaZe only needs 7. Bound with an opportunity here to make that gap even closer towards winning this game number 2 and tying up the series 43-40. Shock rifle in his hands.
Yeah, you asked me if the game was ever going to slow down. This is the moment where it slows down. Up 3 kills, shock rifle in Bound's hands. They want to slow this game down. FaZe want to create space, maybe trap Cloud9 similar to how they were trapped in this control area. You almost want to see Bound reposition with the shock rifle because he's given his position away multiple times. If he's able to do that, maybe he can find the pick that FaZe needs.
Snipdown gets information though on C9 are going to be set up. It's a little warning shot onto the back of Penguin. Bound now, like you mentioned, having played off that information from Snipdown, has an opportunity to hit a shot. Eco will sneak past. Now it looks like C9 are trying to make a little bit of a play here, and they need to do so. 4 minutes 20 left on the clock for them to put something together. Bound not quite connecting with the shock rifle yet.
Yeah, look at Eco just teasing him, getting information, but jumping before he pokes out, making it almost an impossible shot, especially while being descoped. Bound gonna have to be incredible with this shock rifle if he plans on extending the lead for his team.
Camo pop in right now. Penguin almost had his head popped as well, but manages to shuffle and shake once more to stay alive. And with that distraction, the push now comes in from Cloud9. Boo Boo under pressure, but FaZe holds strong. Stella gets taken down with a sword as well. That was the push from C9, and FaZe managed to hold their ground, and they'll pick up the camo as well.
What a play from Boobadooboo, baiting Bound right there with the shock rifle, not showing himself until 2 members that pushed through elevator, and because of it, he's able to shoot both members in the back, find those kills, and extend the lead. But now Cloud9 answering back. Somehow camo is not secured for FaZe off the back of those kills. Still a 2-kill game, and Snipdown on the prowl finds 1.
3 kills needed for FaZe. 2 players gonna be stuck on the pipes for Cloud9. Penguin all alone on an island. He'll be able to pick up a kill onto Bound, though. Somehow Penguin gets out of that situation. I thought he was dead to rights. Eco picks up another. FaZe just need 1 now. 49-46. Snipdown trying to survive. He's down to no shields. Boo Boo will manage to back 1 player up with a repulsor, but they can't secure that final kill. Until now, it's Bound, the playmaker again for FaZe.
For the first time, we see FaZe close out a close game versus Cloud9. The plays were made, and it was really the Boobadooboo silently playing the elevator position to allow Cloud9 into elevator. Bound starts getting shot in the back. Boobadooboo trades that damage out so effectively, extends the lead. Even though they don't get camo, those kills became crucial to them closing that game 2 out, and now find themselves tied in the series 1-1.
And I want to highlight Bound in that game as well. Yeah, his stats compared to his teammates maybe don't look the best, right? 14 kills, he gave away 16 deaths, but how many openings did he create for FaZe in that game number 2 for the likes of Falcated, for the likes of Boo Boo, for the likes of Snipdown to move in and clean up the damage? It's such a difficult playstyle to kind of put together. On the other side of things as well, Stella 17 and 11 from him, a big performance from B.
Stellar doing everything he can to keep his team in that one, but 3 kills separated the 2. And if you ask Bound about his stats after that game, the only stat that matters is making sure his team wins. 50-47. Falcated with 4,500 damage there in game 2. Gonna lead the entire lobby. And it was really all of FaZe, and it was needed from all of FaZe for them to pull this one off. It's gonna be a collective effort to beat a team like Cloud9.
You mentioned before this series got underway, kind of reflecting on what happened last time we saw these 2 teams meet, right? In the grand finals last time, it was a close series. It was a super tight series. The score, maybe the 3-0 didn't reflect what actually happened. And it was C9 winning the big moments, those clutch moments. Well, in this game number 2, Wes, you have to say it was FaZe when that push came in at top elevator right towards the end of the game, where they held their own just here and managed to pick up the kills. That was what secured them the game.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. Boobadooboo's decision making there. I'm not sure if it was timing or if he literally knew he was going to bait Bound in that situation if they pushed. But Boobadooboo silently playing that spot. You could tell when Cloud9 pushed, they had no idea he was about to jump up behind them and get that level of damage on them. And because he was able to do that for free, he's able to trick Cloud9 basically into a trap, and where they, in a situation where they think they have the advantage, they did not.
Well, neither team has the advantage in the series right now. We're tied up at 1-1 in this best of 5. C9 and FaZe putting on a show again for everyone who's watching at home. And of course, we thank you for joining us this evening for the second edition of the Halo Championship Pro Series. And off the break here, it's going to be Sniped who picks up the rockets, but Penguin will exchange power weapon for power up and re-challenge with that overshield to pick up the kill.
Yeah, Cloud9 win the battle for the mid-map early on. Eco Smith trying to get into the base early, and often Falcade is going to spot him, and that overextension from Eco could cost his team's ability to get a potential flag run going early on. Slays immediately come through for FaZe, and that's massive for FaZe, right? That was off a brink of a clutch victory in game 2. You want to start game 3 hot. You want to use that momentum to potentially sway Cloud9's confidence. Do not let them get off to a hot start here in game 3.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. That kind of just like quelled the fire a little bit. If FaZe, having gone 4 dead off the rip there, allow C9 to get an early flag pull, when it gets halfway across, things get a little bit dicey. It's like, here we go again. Okay. But now they've managed to get a little bit of map control. Boo winning some fights against Penguin as well. And that's one thing I am noticing here as well, where it's in those straight BR battles, FaZe ain't losing too many of them against C9.
No, it isn't. But Cloud9 doesn't give you too many straight up one-on-ones a lot of the time. A lot of the time it's a wolf pack effort from their aggression. Stellar shooting phenomenally so far throughout the series when the game is on his point of view. Already 5-2 right now, leading the pack for Cloud9. I expect the rest of the boys to step up in blue.
Renegade picks up a kill, but Booba will chase his own damage to make sure that Renegade doesn't become too much of a problem behind enemy lines. Now, this is going to be an attritional game between these two. Penguin trying to be the aggressor here. Mangler on Mangler action. It's going to be no shots connecting, but a lot of beatdowns being exchanged. And this is an opening here for C9. They've got a couple dead, and they've got inside of the FaZe base already.
Yeah, Bound in a very difficult position for Cloud9 to deal with in their barrel right now. It's going to be up to him to really make the winning play as he's trying to play sneaky, already overextended. Right now, Penguin with this overshield is going to try and get a touch on this flag, but the return does come through. Even though FaZe are getting outslayed, the objective not being able to quite be done for Cloud9, and that's a great testament to FaZe's defensive skills and coming off respawn and stopping that first attempt.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers to Snipe down there off the respawn, just straight into the BR reticle of Penguin, just being so aware of that thruster spawn coming in. FaZe now trying to exchange flag pulls as they will overextend. And this is a battle for mid-map. Whoever picks up these slays here might be in the best position to actually get this flag moving back to their base. The overextension from FaZe are looking pretty good right now. They picked up not only 1, 2 kills. Penguin's going to be last alive here to try and do something massive for Cloud9 to save the day. Boo gets around the corner. Falcade in a 1v1 with Stella. And you have to say that between them, Stella and Penguin have just pulled off some ridiculous stuff for C9.
Great job by Penguin. Great focus by Penguin on each individual player, understanding the situation and finding those kills. Just buying enough time for the last player on his team to find the last player alive on FaZe was all Cloud9 needed to stop that. It really looked like FaZe was in a great position to close that one out, get a counter cap opportunity from the overextension of Cloud9. But no, Cloud9 step up just like FaZe has done so far throughout this game.
Now the battle for mid-map control starts again. Renegade wasn't able to make too much happen with those rockets. Falcade is going to be moving into the base, though, as 2 players from C9 are going to be on the respawn screen. It'll take a second just to double back and get that thruster, which might give him the advantage here in this 1v1 fight with Eco. Eco, though, is going to have the moves as he shoulder peeks out to get that little extra burst in before Falcade could answer back and get that cleanup. That's one thing that I certainly do enjoy myself about Halo Infinite, the ability, that strafe speed to use the geometry to just get that little peak advantage.
Yeah, Falcade needed to get that pick in order to have any hope for FaZe to get a run going there. Now it's a battle for overshield. Multiple members of FaZe go down, and Cloud9 not only get Falcade out of their base with that shotgun thrust, but they're able to get the rest of the kills, get this overshield controlled, and now look to push on the enemy base.
Okay, doing a little bit of damage. Boo-Boo's going to be there as well. Eco going to try and create the angle onto Boo-Boo, but he doesn't need to because his teammates are now in position to pick up the kills that are required for him to move that flag across the map. Bound is in a position to do damage, though, to C9. They need to find Bound. They need to deal with him. Eco should be dealt with, though, by Bound, but there's Stella with a cheeky back smack to put him in the respawn screen. Renegade in a 1v1 now with Boo-Boo. It's a TikTok dance battle at the moment between the two, and both back down.
Yeah, both back down, but the flag being run by the other members of Cloud9. Renegade doing his job, buying time, staying alive, making sure Boo-Boo is forced to focus on him, has now just given Cloud9 the lead.
C9 strike first. Bound will strike back though, maybe not with the flag, but certainly with the kill as he manages to do a little bit of damage on his way up to the top of the balcony. Now FaZe, who have been on the back foot the majority of this game, now have no opportunities to rest on their laurels. They need to go forward. They need to put the pressure onto C9, which is so difficult to do.
Look at the stats right now. Stellar 16-5. We got 6.5 minutes left in this game, and Stellar already with 16 to his name. Make it 17. Absolutely dominating FaZe right now, giving his team that slaying prowess that Cloud9 need to keep this lead.
Yeah, Stellar, I'm going to rename as the Silent Assassin. Doesn't say a lot out of game. Doesn't say too much in-game, to be honest with you, but just goes about his business and consistently puts up stats which help Cloud9 pick up win after win. There's going to be a grapple available here for Boo Boo to make sure that FaZe can secure that overshield. And is this going to be what they need? The little spark that they need to go forward. However, there's going to be a plasma pistol to neutralize that almost immediately, but they still have rockets. They have everything they need to push onto C9.
Yeah, that's 3 dead for Cloud9 right now. Renegade, last guy alive. Make Renegade the last guy in the death screen for Cloud9 as Falcated finds him with that rocket, switches out that empty rocket for the BR, and right now FaZe looks to get a good run going, but there's already overextenders for Cloud9.
There are, but there also are kills being picked up here by FaZe onto those overextenders that you do mention. Bound to pick up another kill, and that'll be the players that needed to be killed being eliminated. And with that, FaZe will tie things up. That's the first time we've really seen them get into a position to guarantee some spawn slates, and off the back of it, it's transferred into a cap.
Such a good job of FaZe to stop the overextenders from getting into a position where they could have an advantage. Have anybody getting caught off guard from FaZe, and that flag run could have been stopped, but no, FaZe on top of everything right there stops the overextensions that was Stellar and the rest of the boys. Because they get those kills, they're able to secure that cap, tie this game up, and now you're looking at a series against Cloud9 and the winners finals tied 1-1. You now are tied 1-1 in game 3 as well. If you can take this, you give yourself so much momentum going into game 4.
Just to put Stellar's stats into perspective, unfortunately, he's going to have a few seconds to think about them. He's 20-9 at the moment. Next closest in the lobby is sniped down. You mentioned him as he picks up a kill on our screen. He's starting to heat up a little bit here for FaZe. He's got 14 to his nades. To his name, excuse me, as some nades do actually appear on our screen as well. The Dynamo nades doing some damage to Stellar. Eco's going to push out to slow down, snipe down for just a few seconds, but the big players starting to heat up in the big moments here, Wes.
Yeah, overshield coming up in 6 seconds. These kills are crucial for both teams right now. Cloud9 fighting for mid-map control. Great damage from Stellar as he finds one, damage onto a second. That secures overshield for Penguin. So Stellar leading the charge with that entry pick on the overshield is going to give his team the opportunity to potentially take the lead here.
Eco cleaned up that last player, snipe down as well. Nade's going to be melting the overshield here of Penguin, but he's creating the time that is needed for Cloud9 to push up. Booby picks up one, though, to slow things down. Falcated with a nubble, but look at that chain coming in from that Dynamo grenade from Stellar. He gets taken down as well. Renegade going to be last alive. You have to say FaZe played that one almost textbook defensively there inside their base.
Yeah, snipe down hitting another drop shot with the Mangler on the Stellar. A little bit of help from his friends. Able to clear that one out. Potentially fight for mid-map, but he's met with nades, and that's great communication out of Cloud9. Those grenades are not by chance. Death cams, communication gave away snipe down's positioning, and because of it, Cloud9 able to trade that damage out there from Renegade.
Stellar going to be ticking inside of the tree house, but I'm going to be taken down for now. Rocket's going to be secured here by FaZe. Snipe down going to have them in his hands. Now, can he convert them into kills? We've seen damage come in a lot of the time from the Rockets, and this time it's going to be damage from the rocket launcher itself physically, but they are going to be down. Bound now, sliding out to challenge Penguin. Penguin on the pillars. Penguin in the death screen. Where are those rockets, though? They're in the hands of Bound. FaZe have managed to secure them once again.
What a great play by Bound. Because he's able to get those kills and that damage, he's able to secure not only rockets, but the grapple in hand as well. Finds the first one on a Renegade, and that's the opening pick FaZe need to push into this base.
Eco, go and join your friends. Penguin, go and join Eco. Bound is heating up. This is the kind of streak that you need to see from the Impact Slayer on FaZe. Inside of the base, he's going to clean up the last two alongside his teammates. 2 players on the respawn screen now. Coming out of the respawn screen for Cloud9. The flag is moving as well. But those 2 players have managed to slow down that flag run. They tried to move it towards bar there, FaZe. I'm not sure if that was the best route to take it.
Yeah, Bound thought his teammates were going to be able to get that flag out of the bar and extend it into the middle of the map. Unfortunately, they get taken down. I believe it was by Eco Smith, and because of it, Bound kind of looking like a fool, waiting for Overshield, allows that fight to be returned. He's gotten a few kills since, and unfortunately, not able to get that flag any further, but Snipe Down right there to continue the run. So FaZe was able to continue map control with that Overshield. So maybe Bound made the right play as far as staying alive in that situation, has now given his team another opportunity to cap a flag with it already being halfway.
C9 defensively very, very good there as well. Those spike grenades, the brute grenades were vital for them to pick up alongside the kills that went with them. The return should come in here from Penguin, even though he gets taken down. Stella pushing up now with that Mangler in his hand. He'll have yet another kill to his collection. Make that 2. Grenades can be thrown on the double doors from Falcated. Stella should be able to survive and almost crossing that 30 kill mark now. Stella, he's 29 and 40.
Yeah, unbelievable slaying statistics from Stellar. But looking at the assists, you can tell all Cloud9 has a hand in those 29 kills. 13, 16, and 10 are pretty good numbers from your teammates, especially when you've got 4 to your name. So Cloud9 showing their teamwork. It's just Stellar getting the better of the stats right now.
Snipe Down picks up a kill. Falcated will be traded out though. 3 for 3 across the map here between FaZe and C9. Stella with that Mangler in his hand is gonna do enough to ward off the damage coming in. And he manages to survive. Renegade will move in to pick up a kill, but he will be cleaned up for now. Penguin now moving towards the front of the FaZe base on the balcony. Has the assault rifle in hand as well. Falcated's gonna be meeting him, and he'll be taken down. Perfect shots coming in from Falcated.
Look how difficult Stellar was to kill going towards that grapple. Because he gets all the way to the grapple, he forces Bound to overextend to try and finish him off. Because of that, Eco's now in a position to get free damage on Bound, find a kill. And that's what Cloud9 is doing so well, is becoming such a difficult kill. We're going into overtime now as both teams battled for middle map control. Neither team really able to get anything going since the last cap being punched in. We're now looking at next cap win situation, 5 minutes on the clock. Cloud9 and FaZe have an opportunity to extend each his lead here in the winners finals.
We made this a best of 7. Pretty sure League Ops, and yeah, I don't think that would be any kind of competitive integrity being upheld, but come on, let's be real. Let's just watch these two teams go at it all day, because it's been a lot of fun to watch. Stella with a double kill with the rocket launcher as well. Perfect start here from C9. The pressure on FaZe. They're defending inside of their base, but look at this swarm that's coming in from C9. They have Overshield, they had rockets, they won the opening break, and now they have that flag moving, which could be the game-winning flag.
It could be, it should be. Cloud9 in every position to punch this one in. Snipe Down trying to overextend. He gets caught by Stellar. Boobadooboo.
Look at Bound.
And another member of FaZe do find kills. Bound being a nuisance in the flag. Unsuspecting by Cloud9 right now, being a nuisance, but Renegade Stellar, they're able to take him down. Not only that, but Boobadooboo tries to get the return, and unfortunately, just at the nick of time, he's killed. And Stellar, he's running it in. The return comes through, and I believe that's going to be it.
Game goes to Cloud9. They managed to keep their composure at the end there, even though a couple of kills went against them, and that flagpole did come in from FaZe. But in overtime, C9 take the lead in the series 2-1. Now it's just one game away from securing themselves back-to-back grand finals.
FaZe is going to be kicking themselves for how they started that overtime round. You cannot afford to give up rockets and Overshield in the way they did. It was a dominant overtime performance from Cloud9. Really, every single kill came in through their favor, but not off the back of plus regulation. Stellar's 36 kills, 36 and 15. When you're going plus 21, you're doing something right. And Stellar on all cylinders right now.
22.3 KDA for the man they call B. Stellar living up to his name with that kind of performance. Unbelievable stuff from him. The silent assassin strikes again for C9. Here's the damage as well, over 7k, nearly 8k damage for Stellar as well in that game. No surprise to see the stats like they were, Wes.
I mean, you said it best, right? When you interviewed Hoax and y'all talked about the most underrated player in Halo, it may just be Stellar. He might be quiet. He might not have much of a personality when it comes to the cameras are on him and he's being interviewed, but his personality speaks volumes in his gameplay. He is confident. He is aggressive. He is everything you want in a teammate, and he's giving Cloud9 the lead once again in the winners bracket finals.
Just these small moments again between the two teams. This play came in from Penguin, which, you know, was the kind of play that needed to be made for Cloud9 to survive that flag cap. And he managed to make it. FaZe, once again, with opportunities to get that flag moving. But on the back of that game, I would say, Wes, that it was generally controlled by C9. I think there was a few moments where FaZe got inside of the base and got a few pulls going, but I would say it was the right result, as crazy as that sounds, for the amount of pressure that they had.
Yeah, I mean, when a player's going plus 21, you have to think that how much space is he creating? How much opportunity is he giving his team? It was too much for FaZe to overcome, right? You have to figure out ways to slow Stellar down. But when you're focused on Renegade and Eco and every piece that Cloud9 have, it's so difficult to shut all 4 players down. Stellar being the leading charge in that game 3 has given his team that opportunity. And for FaZe, yeah, I mean, you got to find a way to create more openings. You have to stop the rocket overshield control. I mean, as easy as it's said, it's even more difficult than to do it. And especially in that overtime round, you're seeing how quickly that once Cloud9 has everything they need, how quickly they can transition that into ending the game.
Now, the worrying thing here for FaZe fans, as I look across the stats since Raleigh and including Raleigh, is that C9 have only played this once, live fire strongholds, but they have won it. FaZe, on the other hand, have a 1-2 record, so they've only won it 1 out of the 3 times that they've played it. So they need to put in probably the biggest performance that they've come up with so far on a strongholds map against one of the best teams in the world, arguably the best team in the world right now, if they want to send this to a game 5. But it's a perfect start for them here, where's AB in their control. But look at this, Penguin being a little bit sneaky and picking up a kill. It looks like maybe we might have a restart, but the looks of things, maybe no. Not sure. To be confirmed.
Something's going on.
Something's
right? Definitely going on. Stellar's not wasting knockbacks.
Spidey sense, there we go. My Spidey sense was tingling and it was correct.
So a hot start for Cloud9, unfortunately, is going to be removed. We're going to go into a reset shortly with these
movement
two teams.
guide, though, from Penguin, you see it? Just sliding around, pulsing, providing the entertainment that we wanted. It's a shame because I wanted to get straight into that game. It's been an amazing series so far, but I want to we have the opportunity now to ask you about, you know, what I want to talk about pacing with you a little bit as well, because it's something that me and Bravo were doing a little bit of VOD review this week, and watching Cloud9, we were saying that their pacing is what makes them so good as a team. Everyone always says Cloud9 play so fast, Cloud9 play this, they're always at you, but it's their recognition of numbers, Wes, which is, in my opinion, the best in the game at the moment. When to be aggressive, but also when to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Cloud9, you see it throughout their gameplays, right? We talk about them playing aggressive, and it's not like they're always holding forward. It's that they know when to hold forward, and they know when to leave their good positioning for bad positioning, because their team has numbers and that they're collapsing. So their positioning matters less because they have those numbers. They're going to be able to trade efficiently damage wise. There are also some very, very difficult kills. We saw Stellar stay alive for just a little bit longer when he was in a 1v2 on pillars. He's able to play his life even though he's no shield, extend his life all the way to grapple, and even though he doesn't stay alive, even though the stats will show that Stellar got a death in this situation and that a member of FaZe actually gets an additional assist in this situation, Stellar staying alive for those extra few seconds is so crucial, because the player that extends to kill Stellar even though he's no shield on grapple is immediately traded out from the respawners of Cloud9 from the balcony that was Eco. And because they trade that kill, you're not looking at the same amount of pressure from FaZe on the Cloud9 side. You're playing a 3v3 now, and when you're playing that 3v3, you deny the other team the opportunity to really have that successful advantage of numbers. Because of that, Cloud9's continuously swaying the ability of the other team to play at a different pace, right? They're setting the tone at all times. Every single one of them throughout all of their gameplay are setting the tone and the pace of how they want to play. They're dictating the pace is what I call it. And because when Cloud9 dictates the pace of games, they have so much success. It's how do you shut that down? How do you dictate the pace against Cloud9, which is what teams are still trying to figure out.
That's what question FaZe have got to answer now as we do get into our 4th game of the series. Cloud9, like I mentioned, just 1 game away from closing things out and being in yet another grand final. However, for FaZe, it's going to be a question now of can they take an objective game type off of Cloud9 for now. Eco inside of that B stronghold. It's going to be AB in control early for Cloud9. They picked up a couple of kills as well. Bound's going to be trying to challenge Eco here. It's going to be a 1v1 Bound just once again, just trying to break some ankles here. Eco's going to jump up and say, do you know what? I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm going over the top, and I'm going to pick up a headshot.
Yeah, Bound trying to play his life as well as he could. Unfortunately, it's just difficult when you're already in that position. Great shots out of Stellar as well with that camo, able to reset A, and already almost a trip cap for Cloud9. 24 unanswered points, and they're already pushing the trip cap once again. Cloud9 doing what Cloud9 do best, and that's dictate the pace of this game early on.
Yeah, this is a scary thing here for FaZe as well. They're not even managing to pick up kills. They kind of get a little bit desperate inside of strongholds, jumping inside of A here. Snipe Down's going to give away his position. Stella's going to say, okay, I know where you are, but it's one thing to know where Snipe Down is. It's another thing to deal with him. Snipe Down wins the 1v1, which is going to at least allow them maybe to get control of one of these strongholds. AB now in control of FaZe, and it cannot be understated how important that single kill from Snipe Down was.
It cannot be understated how important it is to shut down Renegade, because right now he's got the snipe. We've seen the work that he can do. Just a little bit of ammo left, just one bullet, but already damage done, and Renegade able to swing momentum back in Cloud9's favor very quickly.
4 alive on both teams. Bubu picks up one. Oh my word, Renegade does not care. Renegade jumps up. Give him some more bullets, someone.
It's
As
the
he
reticle
continues,
placement for me.
it's just ridiculous to watch. Like you said, the reticle placement, but the confidence alongside it, Wes. Like, it's one thing to know where someone is. It's nothing just to jump out and headshot him.
Yeah, and Renegade showing you he's capable of both at a very high level and a very consistent level, and because of it, he creates so much space for his team. Once again, Cloud9 was in the driver's seat until he gets taken down. Finally, we're seeing FaZe with some decent control here, but they're gonna have to deal with Stellar with this camo, which could be more than what FaZe can handle right now, as they look to be nowhere near A.
It's not just the camo as well, it's camo mangler. So if anyone gets close, they're going to be eliminated by Stellar. Grenade is going to come in. The camo does expire. There's Bound. Does he have the repulsor? No, he doesn't. And Stellar will pick up one. Falcated in position to maybe stay alive just long enough here. Penguin, oh my word, gets blown into a rogue frag grenade there to survive. And with those plays coming in, Cloud9 lose 2 players, and more importantly, lose the stronghold. BC in the control here of FaZe.
I'm not even sure if that was on purpose, but we're going to say it was, and that was an incredible repulsor right there to not only knock back the player, but the grenade as well. And because of it, he keeps FaZe in control for now. They're able to start climbing back, chipping away at this lead that Cloud9 has built.
Stellar this time going to have an opportunity to put some more highlights into the clips. Oh my word, there's another one. Snipe Down's going to challenge. Stellar after hitting the first one. Can't quite connect with the second 2 bullets from the sniper rifle. Mangler in his hands once more. Falcated's going to be challenging up top. And he will actually win that battle. That is not just important for taking the weapons out of their hand, but also for protecting that C stronghold here for FaZe.
A rare instance of Stellar missing shots. Falcated able to take advantage of it now, putting the snipe himself to use. And Snipe Down finds another one. 3 go down for Cloud9, and we could be looking at a trip cap shortly for FaZe. And if that's able to be collected for a while, you're going to see FaZe start to run away with this, but that kill onto Falcated right there was massive from Cloud9. It's going to shut down the trip cap for now, but FaZe have now taken the lead here in game 4. We could be on the brink of a game 5 if FaZe can continue this up.
Snipe Down trying to escape and manages to do so, and I'm pretty sure he got away with the heat wave as well. So 2 players dead here for Cloud9. Snipe Down alive with that heat wave, and A and B in control of FaZe. The respawns are coming in from C9 though. They managed to get control of B, and they've also managed to pick up kills along the way here. So prioritization of picking up kills before strongholds is what has put Cloud9 in a good position here. Bound will be taken down by Renegade. The heat wave in his hands gives him the advantage in that fight.
Renegade trying to stay alive as well, but unfortunately taken down, and FaZe doing a phenomenal job of trading these kills out on the back of Bubudubu's double. Unfortunately, Stellar matches that double with one of his own, make it a triple for Stellar, picking right back up where he left off. That triple kill creates so much space that Cloud9 desperately needed.
Cloud9 will convert C in the meantime, off the back of that play coming in from Stellar as well. They now take the lead, 101-97. FaZe trying to convert C for now, but look at Stellar. He's managed to sneak behind enemy lines here. Nobody knows he's there. He manages to pick up one. Renegade will pick up another. Bound trying to do what he can top middle, but Stellar and Renegade combine once more, and that will be a triple cap in effect here for Cloud9.
Yeah, now Cloud9 look for their potential triple cap situation, and what can FaZe do to get out of this? Cloud9 only able to get out of the trip cap situation with some great shots from individuals, so better shots from FaZe are what they're going to need here. Snipedown finds not only one, but a second on the Eco, so basically breaks his setup completely by himself, catches Penguin trying to run by the middle, shuts him down as well. And Snipedown finding form.
Snipedown, not for the first time, making a big play here for FaZe. He picks up another kill top middle as well to take down Stella, and with that, FaZe break out of the triple cap for a few moments. They have B control. They're going to flip A for C here by the looks of things, as Boo Boo just worries if there's any ghosts in the tower. As Eco picks up a kill in the feed, Boo Boo has the sniper in his hands here for FaZe. Can they hold long enough to turn that lead back in their favor?
Because he's unable to line the shot on the Eco, he takes damage, and who finds the snipe in their hands? It's going to be Renegade that does. They may be able to flip the strongholds, but Renegade with snipe, Penguin with this camo could potentially sway the outcome of this game.
Eco picks up one. Penguin trying to be as elusive as possible. Will pick up 2 kills over at Nest as well, just dancing on top of the structure. Eco moving into B stronghold as well. Snipedown once again having to do some work over at A, and it looks like it's going to be a move from FaZe here towards the sandbags to try and get a pick onto B, but nobody from C9 showing.
No, nobody. Eco going to be playing his life in the back of B. Unfortunately, Snipedown's going to be forced to try and push. Doesn't look like he has much support from his team, but Falcated now jumping in up from Brutes. Snipedown trying to make this play to take down Renegade, but Renegade having all the confidence in the world, able to trade that out efficiently, and 3 go down for FaZe. Falcated by himself, and now 4 down. Cloud9 continue the control that they've had for the last minute.
Total control goes to C9. And they're starting to collapse. They're starting to rotate these spawns beautifully. But as I say that, FaZe do pick up 2. So now they will have an opening. Eco in position to maybe slow things down. Penguin trying to defend B desperately at the moment. Boo Boo's inside of it. The contest comes in. He manages to get the kill and the reset as well. So C9 hold on to B. But there is another player lurking around the corner here. But goodbye. Have a think about that one as he falls into the depths.
Trying to be as difficult kill as he can as well. Great use of the repulsor there from Penguin. Great job to stay alive, buy time, get the reset on the stronghold, and really just allow his team the ability to come off spawn with a little less pressure on them.
Oh, Snipedown goes for the ninja, gets the beat down, almost gets the trade as well. Eco now going to be taken down. Double kill here for Falcated. Can they get that camo in their hands for the first time, it feels like, in this game? Yes, they can. Falcated with that win finally has a power up to work with. But as I say that, the 200-point threshold has been crossed by C9. FaZe making a push onto C here. Eco, though, picking up that kill onto Boo Boo is going to make this exit pretty difficult for them.
It does look like Cloud9's going to try and protect B here, at least take over B. The overextension to A looks like it was shut down as well, so Falcated going to slow play with this camo. Not too much effectiveness from this camo, just a stronghold capture to his name, but doing what's asked of him in the situation he's given right now is all he can do, and FaZe now in control, look to climb back down 50 points.
Kills traded per side. Bound picking up one onto Penguin. Renegade trying to push as well. Should be finished off. Stella in a 1v1. Stella wins the 1v1 versus Boo Boo. Escapes with his life for now, but look at the score, everybody at home. FaZe are starting to crawl back into this one. It hasn't been too pretty, but at least they've been doing the job they needed to. Bound in a 1v1. Stella having that repulsor to stay alive is vital. The frag grenade doesn't do the damage to finish off the kill as well, but they're sniped down and there's Bound, and FaZe starting to roll.
Yeah, I think the repulsor actually benefited Bound there. He's able to stay alive. And then in the kill feed, you see he finds a kill very shortly after. Still going on with the snipe. Eco does find a double in the kill feed, but Bound now on a killing spree. He may have gotten taken down with that repulsor, without that repulsor earlier on, but because he is repulsed, he's able to play his life and then value that situation. And now you're seeing FaZe starting to climb back. Already taking the lead here, 207 to 203. They do lose lives here. They need to be careful, but they're right back in this game 4.
Yeah, the big battle coming in for B has been won by Cloud9. And even though, like you mentioned, Cloud9 did lose the lead, as I finish that sentence, they go back into the lead. Now, this is the icy waters. This is the depths of this series for FaZe. We've seen them fail before, and it's been down to the brilliance of Cloud9 in these moments. Can they reverse what has happened to them previously? Can they ice up when they need to? Capturing B is going to be a good start, but here comes Renegade with a heat wave. Picks up one. Snipedown survives for now, but Renegade will win that battle with the camo heat wave.
Camo Heatwave, power up, power weapon once again in Renegade's hands. You're seeing him change the outcome of games once again. Now that he's had it, he's on a 3-kill spree, doing phenomenally, pushing into B, finding those kills, rotating back to A or to C now, however. And right now, you're seeing FaZe with one last ditch effort to try and break this and take this to a game 5.
233 and rising. Snipe down, loses the battle to Stella. 17-4, another big game coming in from Stella. FaZe desperately trying to move towards his stronghold, but a triple from Renegade holds the door closed. And with that, FaZe will fall down to the elimination bracket, and Cloud9 will move into your grand finals.
28-16 from Renegade, popping off there at the end. Found what, 5, 6, 7 kills on screen towards the end that really changed the outcome of the game. It was the similar story to game 1 when those rockets got picked up, that all of a sudden now Cloud9 have everything to work with. Renegade found the rockets in game 1. In game 4, he finds the heat wave and the camo, pairs them up well, able to push into B, able to stop any control that we would have seen from FaZe. And because they give up the power-ups and the power weapon, FaZe are now in the elimination bracket.
I mean, let's look at these stats, and I want to highlight Stella in the series once again. Yes, Renegade, huge amount of kills, very impactful ones as well. I'm taking nothing away from that stat line, but you're looking at Stella, and I'm seeing 17 kills, I'm seeing 14 deaths, but I'm also seeing 14 assists coming in from him. So much damage being done, which leads to this series layout under the final score of 3-1 going to Cloud9. Stella, for me, the MVP of that series.
Yeah, Stellar absolutely stepping up, doing his job. Renegade also. So it's the two-headed snake, slaying snake of Cloud9 that's really difficult to deal with. When those two are clicking and they're on all cylinders, Cloud9 have so much success. That's why they win tournaments a lot of the time, is Renegade and Stellar absolutely dominating in the kill feed.
Well, these are the highlights of the series as we see Cloud9 on oddball. There was a few close moments. You can see the score was pretty close towards the end of that game as well. Just those power weapon moments. As I say, moments is kind of the key word that's going to be said a lot of the time between these two teams, as I'm sure they will play against each other over the coming months more and more, and we're going to have more amazing series. But this was the only series you would say that one of those moments was won by FaZe, with that push coming in from C9 towards the end.
Yeah, once again, not only did Cloud9 lose a Slayer, but FaZe clutch up, right? And that was a big moment for FaZe. You have to think, to clutch up in one of these games, to get some momentum, especially some ice yourselves, show that you can beat this Cloud9 team in these games in this tournament format. They've had success in scrims. They just need to transition that a little bit further, and FaZe will be looking at the winners bracket finals.
It seems like it's getting closer and closer between the two teams. But at the end of the day, a triple kill from Renegade was what won the game for Cloud9 as they win the series at 3-1. And again, C9 in the finals lane.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not really surprised that they're in the finals. However, something that is not surprising but very promising is the way that FaZe managed to match C9 today. Incredible job from FaZe overall, especially taking a map off them, which they didn't manage to do last week. And I gotta say, these teams really match up pretty nicely against one another in terms of play styles. I felt like throughout that series we were watching a very back and forth game every single part of that, which is something that is an absolute delight, of course, to watch as a viewer. But I think as somebody who is hoping and rooting for teams to kind of meet that skill gap and join C9 up there, it's something that's very, very promising. I got to ask you though, Brav, you know, looking at Cloud9 overall, what are those key components that really make up this dominant roster?
I mean, there's a lot to talk about, right? I think one is a clutch factor, right? They know how to close out sudden death Bazaar CTFs. In that last game, we saw them trapped in a B spawn against an AC hold. And despite taking a lot of damage and losing too, they actually secure A through that. So I think they really know how to find the gaps, find the opportunities, even when their backs against the wall against a team like FaZe. C9 finds the way to still sneak out wins. And I think that's the difference. That's what makes them such a difficult team to play.
Indeed. And tell you what, I'm finding a little gap right now because I've been told we have an interview ready with Renegade from Cloud9 to find out exactly how they're feeling after that one. Hi, Renegade. How are you, man? Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, we can hear you. We hear you loud and clear, dude. Loud and clear. And I tell you what, loud and clear that you guys are winning and being pretty damn dominant as well. Obviously, last week you found yourself versus FaZe in the grand finals. It was a rematch this time around. Talk to me about how you approached them this time, because obviously it was a little bit of a closer series this time around. But did you change anything up when knowing that you'd potentially be playing FaZe once again?
I don't think we change anything in particular. I think they are getting better. I think they're realizing their weaknesses and they're becoming a better team. So I feel like we have to start like evolving too. I think we're being like a little stagnant, and people are catching up. But I think we're still the best team in the game. But we have some improving to do.
Yeah, I think it's quite a mature outlook, Renegade, to know that you guys are dominating as much as you are, but also realizing in parallel how these teams are also getting better. I want to talk about that end of that Strongholds game on Livefire. You guys are trapped in a B spawn against an AC hold. You get bodied from Bound. You guys lose too, but somehow you control A. What is it like? How do you think your team is able to pull out situations like that where you're able to get control off of only 2 alive?
I think we obviously like win our 1v1, so that's clutch, but I think we like focus on one guy at a time. Like we make it in our brains like, all right, this guy's in A, we need to kill this guy, and then right when we kill this guy, we gain like a mini momentum because like we broke their setup, and then we just flood as a team. I think that's what we always have been doing since like 2018. Like we've always done that.
Yeah.
We get our picks and we flood.
Yeah,
you're definitely looking very, very dominant at the moment. Now, of course, Raleigh champions, absolutely incredible performance on our first LAN event. I just want to know what the mindset is of your team, yourself, as you approach Anaheim, our next LAN event.
I feel like our mindset is, I mean, we go in these tournaments, we try to win, of course. We have a lot to improve on, of course. But I think our mindsets, we're kind of focusing on like being a better like unit, because I feel like we were looking at the stats at Raleigh. Obviously stats don't mean anything, but like we had the least assists out of every team, which was like something weird, because I feel like we have good teamwork, but I think when we intentionally think about our teamwork, and we'll eventually keep getting better with that. That's our biggest focus going into NM.
Amazing stuff. I'll tell you what, I didn't notice that your teamwork might have been not as good. Like your teamwork seems pretty stellar to me. Absolutely amazing.
I was like, wow. Learn something.
Hey, look, stats are something, that is for sure. And if you guys are focusing on teamwork, then I feel very sorry for the rest of your competition, because you guys are looking pretty damn amazing. Thank you so much, Renegade, for joining us, and best of luck in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. We've heard from the incredible Renegade himself from Cloud9. Absolutely amazing. And again, I've got to say, with these interviews, it's really cool to see the insight on these teams and how they're feeling. And I'm just getting these humble vibes. I'm just getting these vibes that they just want to keep learning. They're not overly confident. They're like, yeah, we got stuff to do. We got stuff to work on, which I just love to hear. And it means one thing for us, folks, and you guys at home, and that's we're just going to see even better Halo Infinite on our screens every single week, which is going to be absolutely amazing. Let's take a look right now, though, at the bracket to see exactly where Cloud9 is sitting. If you don't know by now, then you clearly haven't been watching very closely. They're in the grand finals, taking down FaZe 3-1 in our first best of 5 series that we've had so far today. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket, though, to see who is potentially going to be bouncing up to meet them. We have our elimination finals, FaZe versus Optic. FaZe take down Xset 2-0. So great job from Optic, having to fight through everything that they've been going through recently, rebounding here. But my question is, Onset, do you think Optic have what it takes at this moment in time to rebound enough against FaZe to see themselves in the grand finals?
It's a very interesting question. That I'm looking across the bracket as well, and I'm looking at who Optic have beaten, right? They beat G1, they beat Space Station, then they've beaten E United, which I think is a really big win for them as well, and then taking down Xset, who look pretty hot on the other side of the bracket, I think is a really good thing for them. And sometimes when you're lacking confidence, sometimes you just need more games in a bracket, and something like that can be really good for Optic. Even though as crazy as it sounds, you never want to drop down to the elimination bracket early, but getting those games under your belt, getting those reps, maybe just working out a few of those things that weren't quite right a little bit earlier on, it gives them a really good chance to go up against FaZe here. But I have to say, looking at that game and the way that FaZe are playing, I fancy FaZe to have a rematch against Cloud9 in our grand finals. I think they might take down Optic.
Ooh, I tell you what, it's a bold prediction, but one that is looking a little likely right now, just in terms of the way things have been working out so far from Optic. But you never know. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we will be seeing our elimination finals, Optic versus FaZe. We saw Cloud9 bump FaZe down into the elimination bracket, where once again, they're going to have to rebound if they want a chance at that grand final. We'll see you after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. Nice play. Woo!
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello and welcome back to our wonderful Halo community. Welcome back to the NA Pro Series here at the HCS. Now, we actually very shortly have our elimination final coming up. It's our second best of 5 series that we've had today. But on set, I thought this would be a very nice opportunity while everyone's getting set up and ready to go to talk about another region, and that will be Mexico. Let's talk about what has been going on in Mexico and their Pro Series. Number 2, Knights have actually once again won in Mexico region. They actually had their grand final against Timber Esports, and pretty outstanding stuff. But I want to ask you on set, you know, how amazing is it to see how dominant some of our teams are in every single region?
Yeah, there's standout players and standout teams in every single region, at the moment. You can see some of the names that you've seen on the Knights side there. You likes of Gambino, the likes of Tapping Buttons. We know all about them, right? They've played some phenomenal Halo over the last few years. I just want to see them against the North Americans. It's the same thing, right? We see these teams that were like, yeah, you're doing great in your region. Let's see how you match up against the best in the world. Unfortunately, you know, they couldn't make it to Raleigh. Maybe Anaheim isn't going to be there either, because obviously it's a regional event, as I remind myself of that. But we're going to get closer and closer to another event where we're going to have everyone together, and I just want to see these guys. I want to see how they match up, right? They're doing amazing stuff in the region. They're really representing Mexico strongly. I know they've got a lot of support in the region as well. I want to see them playing on LAN against NA. I want to see how they match up.
Oh, me too, man. And that's exactly what we're playing for right now, is the global events, of course. But if you guys didn't manage to catch any of the VODs, any of the games from Pro Series, even any of our lands, we have so much content over on the Halo YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe, get the like, get the noties on, you name it. Make sure you check all of that good stuff out. Now, we do have an elimination final to quickly talk about. We have Optic versus FaZe. This is going to be a bit of a banger, I think. I'm very, very excited about this one. On set, before I, me and you just go and kick back and relax and let the boys do their thing, I got to ask you what you think about this matchup. Obviously, FaZe coming off a pretty hot series against Cloud9, gave it their all, didn't quite get the job done. However, probably quite fired up, and as Renegade said, they're improving. So how kind of nervous, or how much should Optic really be thinking about this FaZe roster and about taking them down in this series?
I think the worst thing that Optic can do right now is think about how well FaZe are playing. That's the worst thing you can do, getting in your own heads before even a shot has been fired on the battlefield, right? You need to just concentrate on your own game. I think they need someone like Trippy and Lucid to find that form that we've seen from them recently as well, to start popping off, to start picking up multi-kills, being in positions to, do a lot of damage for their team, and try and put some pressure onto FaZe, because you got to remember, FaZe are coming off the back of a loss. Even though it's they had a really good series, it's still a loss, and it still hangs over you a little bit. And if you can take game number 1 Optic, you got a chance in this series. I said previously I fancy FaZe, though. I still do fancy FaZe. I just think they are looking like, at the moment, the second best team in North America.
Well, he's got a crush on FaZe. He's fancying FaZe. Let's see exactly how that love story evolves. Bravo, Clutch. I'm going to leave it to you guys to navigate through the action of this elimination final.
Thank you very much, Lottie. Always very interested in Onset's love life here, and we'll find out exactly how this goes with FaZe Clan and Onset. But more importantly, it's FaZe Clan and Optic Gaming. Clutch going to be a heck of a series here. A little bit of time since we saw these teams face off. Since we saw these two teams face off against one another. But this is going to be a fantastic series, and the question is, can Optic Gaming continue their resilient run?
Yeah, for me, it's can Optic Gaming win one of these close series against one of the best teams in the world, right? Optic has kind of fallen short in some very, very, very close series here in Halo Infinite. From being that #1 team and that #1 seed, the series that they have lost since are like game 5s, or in a best of 3, they push a bizarre CTF all the way to like triple overtime against Sentinels. Like, all of these games are very winnable and very, very close. So Optic can't get frustrated. They have to understand that they are still a very good team. They still can find themselves in the grand finals, winning the grand finals. You got to get there. You got to start closing out these close games. I think this matchup against FaZe is going to do them wonders as far as their confidence is concerned, especially if they can start off Aquarius CTF in the right foot.
And keep in mind, we did see them squeak out a 3-2 win over United earlier on CTF as Aquarius. We also saw them get 50-25 heavily staked in game number 2. So gonna have to see how that continues on. Here we go, folks. It's the elimination finals. FaZe versus Optic Gaming. Only one team can advance on a 2-hour grand finals here. And map number 1 is going to be CTF on Aquarius.
Yeah, and CTF on Aquarius is where we see so much momentum built in the series, especially when it's game 1. Look for Luce to get that heat wave control, get control of the util, and watch Optic thrive from that. It's going to be up to FaZe to kind of shut that down. We did see FaZe drop short in their Aquarius game, so very excited to see this one underway.
Love to see what Lucy could do here. Anchoring from the flags, able to pick up the first kill on Falcated from the utility. 3 dead, though, on the other side. Booba was the only player alive. He's going to die, so that will be, in a moment, 2 or 3 fresh spawners in the back of the base. It's a strong opening for Optic Gaming and a camo grab for Ola.
Yeah, if you could tell Optic that off the start, they're going to get Ola with the camouflage, have him have a couple of thrusts, and have complete map control. They would take that every day of the week. So now Pistola, trying to be aggressive into this base, is going to spot Found, and wisely doesn't overcommit to the battle, waits for his teammates to show up. And now look at Optic Gaming already in charge of the FaZe base, and the flag going to be pulled towards the utility closet eventually, you would think, but no, Trippy using his advantages and his map control from his team to throw that one out bottom middle as well.
Trippy is wasting no time all the way all across the map, does not go for the utility run. The awareness there to know that he can get away with the even faster route across bottom middle. Trippy will fly this one right in, and they even have 2 dead right away. It's fantastic control from the side of Optic Gaming off of the opening. Just take a look at that scoreboard, heavily outslaying the side of FaZe early on. Looks like Trippy trying to get this kill on Snipe Down. Should do, yes, we'll pick up a double kill, and that will be 1-0 in favor of Optic Gaming early. And you got to think right now, Optic picking up off the momentum they had in the elimination bracket so far.
Yeah, not only 1-0, but don't, with the slays from Trippy right there, they don't risk a counter cap opportunity from the looks of it. They're in a great position to keep this lead with 20 seconds before the next camo. You're seeing the slow play come from Optic. I love this out of Optic. This is the Optic we know and love that can win this entire tournament, that they can consistently play with this the first 2 minutes of this game.
That is straight out of a playbook. Take a look at Lucid and Tribute. They're just watching each other all the way on top side, each of them watching each other, and then once a few shots go down in, can fly in with that side kick, and then will maintain control for them for the moment. But a few kills do get exchanged on each side of the stage, so for a moment we'll see Snipe Down in the back of the base with the Heat Wave, and it's going to be another camo grab. That'll be the second in a row for Optic Gaming, now in the hands of Lucid.
Yeah, as FaZe is fighting for control of their base, trying to get Lucid out of their base, they finally do it, but Lucid able to come off respawn and get that camo perfectly. Unfortunately, a member from Optic is going to leave the lobby, disconnect, and because of that, we're going to go back to a reset. I'm assuming Optic Gaming will have that 1-0 lead still, but what they do lose is the map control and the camo control that Lucid just had.
Yeah, unfortunate there, as you saw for a second, as we see this game now being reset. As you saw right there, a moment where we might have seen, I thought a sticky grenade was going to come out and do some damage to Snipe Down and Co. and Utility. Unfortunately, as you said, a player does disconnect, but not before Optic gets that first flag on the board. However, Optic Gaming certainly showing up here might be a wake-up call for FaZe. I think earlier on in Halo Infinite, we looked at the first 2 weeks, this is a matchup that we'd expect Optic to take. However, things have greatly changed since then. However, Optic looks strong here off the opening of Clutch.
I honestly expect Optic to take this series. I think FaZe, as great as they've looked, even as strong as they just looked in the winners finals, this Optic team needs this series more, right? Yeah. FaZe has had recent success. Optic has not. Optic has lost just about every close series they can lose. It's about time that they close out a close series in their favor. I'm really looking at them to pick it up and to win this one in a pretty dominant fashion, even giving Cloud9 a hard time in the finals, but that has to happen after you worry about FaZe, obviously.
Certainly, yeah. I have to say the same thing. I think with the way that we saw Ola playing earlier, popping off, the way that we saw APG popping off as well, with enormous numbers, and not just that, but also just in-game performances overall, it does feel like this Optic Gaming roster is realizing what's at stake, that they don't want the narrative to be that this is a team that slipped off and stayed middle of the pack. I think they're realizing that if they want to get some momentum going into events like DreamHack Anaheim, that they're really going to need to make sure that they're winning events here. I don't think they can wait too much longer. Even though I think that this roster is together for the long term, I don't think they can let themselves stay around top 6 for too long before it starts to really get to their head.
Yeah, I think these guys have championships mindsets, right? Yeah. They all have the ambitions of holding up that Worlds trophy at the end, and you can't expect to get to Worlds not having won in the year of 2022 and to hold the trophy up, right? You have to figure out ways to find success along the road. I worry for this Optic team if they don't find those success, what that does to their roster, right? What that does to their heads, because so often in Halo we see great teams falter and start to question the roster itself when they don't have the records or the accolades that they aspire to have. This Optic Gaming team has the aspirations of championships. They haven't had that yet this year. They haven't had that success. Today is a day that they can rewrite that narrative. Today is a day that they can gain that confidence. This series is one of those pivotal series that will define this team as far as confidence goes. I know it's just a pro series online, but they need to have some success as of late. And this is a great opportunity to have that.
That right here on your screen now as we get back in. We did get an update here from League Operations that will be 1-0 in favor of Optic Gaming. So they will only need 4 flags on the board. Look at Baum though right off the break. Sneaks all the way around. Ola gets that back whack.
A much different start already for FaZe. As you see a kill come through for Bounty, he's able to get that entry, but no one else on Optic goes down. And with that, Optic actually get 2 of their own. Camo does go in the hands of Bubadubu, but immediately traded out. So a great job by Optic to trade those kills, and a triple kill from Bound. Maybe he doesn't get the triple, but 3 kills. It was a double and then a perfect kill is going to reset the map completely.
Certainly a more even start here. Actually, the 2 teams even in kills so far at this point in the match. Still Falcated and Bubu yet to be on the board for their side. Bound just doing whatever he can to try to anchor top middle as his team starts to scatter around as well. He'll start to make his move into the base. Check Fridge, not seeing anything there, so we'll move on into the back of the base and see what might be around the flag. Knows that with X's on his screen, he's going to need a kill before he can pull.
Huge trade from Lucid right there to reset the map. Pistola finds one of his own, and with 2 different FaZe, it looked like they were going to have an opportunity to run flag there, but it's all for naught with that trade from Lucid. You can't speak volumes about how important kills like that are.
That's right now. Ola just holding top, knows that he's not going to be too eager to challenge a 1v2 in utility. The pressure is coming though, so he will eventually be forced off and then pinched from the utility side himself. He will fall 2 dead for the side of Optic, which means APG needs to pick up 1. He does that against Bound. It'll even it now to 2v2. 3 dead. APG, the last player alive here with Heat Waves, so just going to have to slow play this.
Yeah, the last player alive, but in such a good position to be a nuisance and force FaZe to come back for him. You're already seeing Snipedown trying to come back. Snipedown, surprise, I got a heat wave, I got thrust. I'm going to be a pain in your rear to deal with. And off that kill alone, APG could be in a potential opportunity to pull this cap, but losing teammates across the map, APG still forced to try and slay. You'd love to see him be able to pull a flag, but it's only going to come off the back of Optic getting kills and Optic, the rest of the team getting slaughtered.
Yeah, we got to see what APG could do. He's so fantastic in the back anchoring, but Snipedown pushes him there, applies the pressure that he needed to, and that flag is almost all the way home. 3 dead for the side of Optic right now. A 2v1, Bound and Snipedown going up against Lucid, and he will be knocked down. That's Lucid down. That means a few fresh spawners for the side of Optic, but actually they get across the map fast enough. We'll have to see if that flag's going to go all the way in. Still 2 dead for the side of Optic now. Bound's going to come across top middle, just anchoring with this camo as well. We'll have to see off screen what's happening with the flag. Sure enough, the flag does go in, so it's going to be 1-0 on the board, but 1-1 overall, including the flag cap from the last game. So we'll now look for a few flags on the board, if we'll see if FaZe can close this one out.
You're seeing kills being traded across, and Boobaduba, the last player alive for FaZe right now. He's able to hit perfect shots onto Trippy right there, stopping Trippy from being able to push into his utility. And although APG once again has this heat wave looking to be a nuisance in FaZe's base, he needs the rest of Optic Gaming to find kills in this situation.
Heads up play from Snipedown in that last situation to make sure to clear out APG, but also great heat wave plays from APG. He had no room for error there. He needed that second shot to hit and hit entirely. Also a great nade there on bottom middle. Also challenges Bound, trapping players on that side of the map. We'll see if this run can continue now, as Ola's also taking a look at top pink.
So this time around, APG gets that kill on the flag, but the rest of Optic find kills. They get all 4 dead on FaZe, and because of it, APG and the boys, they're going to be running this flag into the util closet. They should be able to get this one punched in. There are going to be members of FaZe to deal with, but it looks like they were in a good position. APG does punch this one in, but look at that. 3 go down for Optic. Now FaZe are in an amazing opportunity here to counter cap once again.
Yeah, Optic right now leading technically 2-1 there, including that flag from the prior game restart for those of you just joining us. Now on board with Trippy, just desperately trying to stay alive in the back base, unable to do so. It's a boo-boo run, now flying all the way across, and like you said, Clutch, you called it perfectly. They waste no time. They will put their second flag on the board and they will counter immediately.
Yeah, unfortunately, you just saw it happening, right? As soon as that you see all 4 dead, that flag got punched in, yes, but at what cost? The complete map was at FaZe's advantage. Already, you're seeing Boobadubu off the back of that second cap from FaZe secure this camo, and now FaZe, they deny the counter cap opportunity and they look to push for a 3rd.
Now here comes FaZe. Look at that flag already tossed out down to Thruster. Beautiful use of camo so far. Also got to give credit to Boo Boo, the way that he brought that camo all the way back, not only to pop it in safety, but pop it in safety around teammates. It's a killing spree on your screen as well. Boo Boo now all the way back in the utility and about to take official on paper lead is FaZe, about to be up 3-2 overall. This flag will now come in and it hits. Now they will take the lead in this game, including the aggregate score. Now back on with Ola, and Optic Gaming need to find a way to answer back.
Heads up play, even though he gets hit by the grenade, to jump out of the window because Pistola was in his base. If he stays in that base, Pistola is able to finish that kill. Allocated doubles back all the way around into his base, takes down Pistola. And FaZe were actually running the flag across the map all while this was happening. It's up to APG to try and stop this.
APG gets the kill from the grave on the nade, but there's several players in utility. Falcated, one of them here, going to be looking for the help, and he has Bound and he has Boo Boo on the flag. This will be a 4th flag for FaZe, and my God, the way that they have bounced back in this game, now up 4-2 officially, and they might end this game well before regulation ends at this pace.
Yeah, the reset has benefited FaZe so well. You can feel the momentum is in their favor. 3 down for Optic. So once again, not only is the flag being capped, but slays are also going in FaZe's favor. It's very difficult to perform that action, but when you're able to, you keep map control. You can continue to be aggressive. The entire game is in your hands basically, and this heat wave and utility is going to be such a pain for Optic to try and deal with, especially in Falcated's hands.
Flag going here once again. Now Snipedown as we take a look. Looks like we may have lost the nope, we're back here. Apologies there for the interruption as we take a look. I was just about to say 17 kills on the board for Bound. He's 17-8 in this game. We've talked about how he can be such of an X factor for FaZe, and has he ever stepped it up in this game? Big numbers for him. Snipedown will lose the battle top against Ola. Also APG still popping off numbers wise, 14-10 in this game.
Yeah, APG trying to match Bound slays, but it's really the rest of FaZe that are keeping up with Bound to a sense that have created this difference, and the efficiency has been there as well. It's how does FaZe get these caps, and when they get these caps, what do they give up? FaZe is given nothing up when they get these flag caps, and because of it, they've able to amount this lead that seems almost insurmountable, being 4-2.
Snipe able to get that re, and also just being an absolute nuisance, just popping up bottom middle, finds a nade on APG, will lose the 1v2 though. And now take a look here at Boo Boo, just waiting on the touch. He's going to eventually start that run once again, going to dynamo in the back of his flag. Didn't go where he wanted it here, but now just going to pop up, and looks like pressure is coming in from the utility, but help is there. This should be the final flag for FaZe. They're going to have several players to rally it back, all the help in the world, and FaZe will win the game with an official score of 5-2. They will take game number 1 in the series.
A very dominant performance after the reset. It looked like FaZe was kind of asleep in that first game 1, but after the reset, it was all FaZe all day. 5 caps with 5 minutes remaining means you were playing very efficient. Halo FaZe, when they got control, they kept control as well, so they were able to turn that into a few double cap situations. On the back of Bound's 20 kills. Man, is he playing great today. Bound statistically is slaying like a monster.
Bound 20-9. We're talking about this guy more and more. We talked about how he was bursting onto the scene. You know, it's a big risk there, picking up a player who had never been to a LAN event. And it certainly is paying off, at the very least today. 20-9 from Bound, and he continues to perform in that X Factor role. It feels like when he is able to put up big numbers, big performances. That big play from Snipe Down earlier on, up against APG to clear out the back of the base. Here was a clean 2v1 from them as well. That led to another flag cap on the board. But like you said, it was some of the most efficient work here. It's a nice opportunity from APG as he makes nice work of that heat wave and punched home that game go-ahead flag as it brought the score to officially 2-1. But after that, it was really all FaZe, all she wrote. And I think, Clutch, it was some of the most efficient Aquarius CTF we've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the most dominant Aquarius CTF. Even though Optic get 2 flags on the board, felt like FaZe was always in control after that second cap from Optic. They never let it go. Even when they're running the flag and they quote-unquote have a gun down in the fight, they still figured out ways to find their slays, to get their kills, to keep map control on top of it, and just keep that snowball rolling. FaZe doing a phenomenal job of finding their first step towards finding themselves back in the finals.
That's right, and let's not forget, they win that game 5-2, but this game 2, we saw them lose 50-25 earlier today, a score margin that you don't generally see at this level of professional Halo. They got steak dinnered and then some. Question is, can FaZe answer back? Can they learn from their mistakes? Keep in mind, they won the opening rush last time, then proceeded to lose 50-25. You have to wonder, can they learn from that game? Can they put up a better performance here to go up 2-0 in the series, or will Optic answer back to tie our series 1-1? Game 2 going to be Bizarre Slayer.
It's all about the overshield. It's all about the rocket control. And we saw how dominant United was able to play with those control of both those power-ups and power weapons against this FaZe roster. Expect Optic to try and perform that same strategy, but easier said than done, as 2 kills already start the game for FaZe.
Nades will connect in bar. Also, they're going to pick up a third one as well, and that's going to be an overshield grab. That's a clean 3-0, 3 dead, and they're going to look for those spawners. They're going to know that because they left one alive, it's almost certain that the spawns are going to be maintained in the back of the second base. Very carefully checking his corners as Bound does not want to get back-whacked or melee there. FaZe is also going to pick up the rockets. Now in the hands of Boo Boo. Falcated will pick up another one, bringing it to 4-0 as they continue the push in the back of the base.
They don't just continue it. It's all 4 players from FaZe pushing back this base. One of them with rockets, one of them with overshield, and the kills come through. Make it 6-1 now. FaZe start this a very different storyline than the United game earlier today. They start this game off hot.
Interestingly, they still push into the base just as heavily as they did in the United game. However, it pays off more for them in this game. They don't necessarily change up their opening. Mangler will win a battle there for Ola, as he's going to stay alive in the lockers and see what he might be able to do to help his team push out. Despite the great lead, it's still just a 9-4 game inside of FaZe, so Optic has done well to at least keep this game respectable, now 10-5.
Yeah, just at 5 kills isn't anything to start panicking or worrying about. You see how aggressive Falcated wants to be, and that's a little bit of an overextension there. Losing that Bulldog shotgun could come back to bite you, especially after Lucid able to pair that with a second kill. So now just a 3-kill game for the boys in green. And you're seeing 1 kill get traded out, but a great job by Optic to manage the difficulty of the situation early on.
And just like this, what was about a 6-kill lead has been brought down to a 2-kill lead. Like you said, great game management coming in from Optic Gaming to slow the game down when they needed to. It's a Bulldog in the hands of APG on the pillars, gets help, picks up 1, 2, also looking for the third. He gets help. That'll be 3 dead on the side of FaZe. Falcated was the last player alive, but it's perfect timing because the overshield is about to pop.
I mean, if you blink, Optic looked like they were about to get spawn killed, and it looked like they were about to receive the phase treatment that E United was able to lay down earlier. You blink, and all of a sudden, Optic is in the lead. They're going to have an overshield in hand to play with, but no, grenades come through, take down APG, and this could be a big moment for FaZe.
Ola's able to take down Bound there. It looks like that overshield might be up for grabs. 2 players are watching it, maybe even more than that now, watching, keeping eyes on it. Looks like everyone's slowing down just a bit. Not sure if we have a game issue here. Surprised to see what we just saw. Yes, and I think we know it before, of course, the lobby does, as a lobby tends to be just 1 second behind, but players standing a little bit too still from the BR battle there. So we'll have to find out from League Operations. Unfortunate there to see a player drop in that game number 2. We'll have to let them do all the math of the scoreboard, but all we can do here, Clutch, on our desk while we wait for those news from the competitive operations team is just find out exactly what we saw in that opening, and it's FaZe with a fantastic opening, and it almost feels like it's what we saw in the last game against United, just delayed, because they had about a 6-7 kill lead. They looked like they were in control of everything, and Optic Gaming somehow brings the game back, not only making it 9-11, but then taking the lead 13-12 with a bunch of unanswered kills.
Yeah, Optic doing a phenomenal job, like you said. Without control from a very difficult position, they're able to bounce back after the opening slays go through, and they're able to climb back, tie the game up, even take the lead, put themselves in a great position to get that overshield. Unfortunately, APG going down with that overshield could have gotten ugly, but FaZe, they have that disconnect in the middle of that situation, and we don't really know how it would have played out, but shows a little bit of resiliency there from Optic, especially early on. It would have been heartbreaking to go down even more at the start of that game for Optic, especially when you're trying to tie the series up, but they need to take a deep breath, right? They need to reset, have a strong start to this second version of game 2. I imagine the game was so close that we might just start this game off 0-0 and play to 50. But if that is the case, Optic needs to find some momentum and quickly, because even in that opportunity when they just taken the lead there at the end, not being able to secure that overshield when you had that kind of control, and like APG dying to the grenade and then losing another teammate immediately is it's a spell of what's to come, right? Like when you're in those positions, you have to capitalize. And even though there was a lag out and it's no harm, no foul, it's just a brief moment of showing another opportunity slipping out of their grasp.
That's right. We did just get an update from League Ops as well. It will indeed be a full restart here, was the final call from the League Operations team. So it will be a fresh start, first team to 50 here in this Map 2 Slayer. We'll have to see if FaZe is going to be able to get the same opening, but can they hold on to it now? That's 2 times we've seen them today alone get a great opening, great control off of the break here in Bazaar Slayer, but then lose it. We'll have to see what this now holds. We're back into game number 2 between these teams. FaZe lead the series 1-0.
Let's see how the start of this game goes. APG does find that first kill, and what will that change for Optic starting strat? Ola with the second. All of a sudden now 3 go down for FaZe. Last guy alive sniped down in this window. And that's a much different start than we saw in game 1. Optic off to an early start. That's what you love to see if you want to see this series go the distance.
Great shots there from Ola, also isolating that angle. And guess what? It is a grapple rocket overshielded Trippy, which is a huge nightmare if you are on the side of the FaZe clan here. Now taking a look, and that nade's going to also take down Bound. Great work. 7-1 in favor of Optic Gaming. Optic picking up where they left off. We just finished that first version of game number 1, now a 6-kill lead. We'll have to see if they can hold on to this now, because we've seen many teams forfeit an early lead on Bazaar Slayer.
I love that they've started off hot. Don't let the reset phase you twice in one series. A great job by Trippy to secure both power up and power weapon, put them both to use, extending the lead for his team. But right now, Optic on the brink of losing their setup. A little bit of a blunder there as they lose 2, but FaZe are able to trade it out, and Optic still with a 10-3 lead.
Man, does that ever tell you how fast that you can die in Halo Infinite to a team shot? Trippy just peeks over the ledge past his toes just for 1 second to see if there might be someone waiting at bottom rockets, and tucks his head right away and starts to run away rocket side. Gets melted immediately, gets 2 BRs on him, maybe even a third, and will fall. So that tells you just how fast and just how quick you need to be with your decision making and how fast you can get punished in this game. But just like that, once again, 10-6. So what was a 7-1 lead is now only a 4-kill lead for the side of Optic, and it's going to also be falcated in the opponent's BR with that Bulldog.
This could be a big moment for Falcated. He's behind enemy lines. They really don't know he's here. He's got the Bulldog, so he's able to, if he's able to put that to use, it would be massive. He is spotted out by APG right there. Somehow APG able to stay alive as well, so that could be massive. The second overshield did just come up, and I'm not sure who's in a position to get it, but a kill does come through for Optic, and APG being such a nuisance is probably going to give the rest of Optic Gaming the opportunity they need to secure that overshield.
Just like that, 16-7 now. Trippy also clears out bottom rockets, and reminding you maybe a bit of the first few weeks of Halo Infinite, how often we saw Lucid, Trippy, and team clearing out bottom rockets and really prioritizing ownership of the rocket side of the map. And just like that, they extend their lead once again. It's a great spree. Has to win this battle though on the doors, and Falcated winning that battle against Trippy's gonna pick up one, picks up two. It's a great trade there coming in from the other side. So Optic Gaming able to go up now 20-9. FaZe Clan answering back with just a few kills, but still it's quite a sizable lead for the side of Optic.
Yeah, massive lead right now, 21-9. You got rockets coming up in 9 seconds, and they just got a kill on the bound, so that's going to open up the map in their favor. You want to see Optic use their numbers here to secure these rockets and close this game 2-0.
And right now, at this pace, it is not looking good for the side of FaZe. To be honest, it's a little bit too similar to their last outing on Bazaar Slayer, as right now, if the score does continue, it would be quite similar or even worse to that last game. They lost 50-25 against E United. Right now, they're on pace to lose to an even worse score.
Yeah, maybe not the best Bazaar Slayer team is what we're learning about this FaZe roster. Probably done for the tournament after this series anyways, but definitely something to work on, something to learn from here, as we're seeing them absolutely get slaughtered. A massive triple kill out of Lucid, and a nice thrust for the movement to force that player to miss that shot and to keep him alive a little bit longer to get that triple. And already you're seeing him have the awareness of where these players are potentially spawning and start to apply pressure. I love the fact that Optic are looking to be aggressive.
Falcon does very well to sneak underneath the new combo. However, it's not going to matter because Lucid hits the perfect after that, 31-12. It's a little bit too similar of a tale for the side of FaZe, as they once again find a little bit of trouble on Bazaar Slayer. As you said, great shots here out of Lucid. He's not done yet. He'll pick up a double kill. Is this the return to form for Optic? Certainly the best they've looked in a few weeks.
Optic needs everyone to be firing on all centers. A frenzy from Lucid, 15-4. Everybody's been asking, where's Lucid, the best player in the game? Where is he? Can he get this team the spark they need? The answer is that with that killing frenzy here in game 2, it gives them that 21 kill lead as of right now, and Lucid absolutely going off, the rest of Optic following suit.
Trippy almost with a reversal there against Bound on Rocket side, and after you saw that first game against FaZe, against E United with FaZe, you never would have thought maybe that you'd see an even worse scoreline, if you will, on the side of their opponents. Now 38-18. This might even be a more well-done steak dinner in this game 2 Slayer as we take a look across. And as we said, Clutch, you guys talked about it on the desk, is this the week that Optic knew they needed to bounce back? But no. As you see some melees down on the floor, that means another player has dropped here on the side of FaZe. You can see it on the scoreboard, and this time the game is not so close, so I'm sure that we'll see a very different scoreline from League Operations, but unfortunate to see another reset coming in. But once again, Clutch, as well, we await exactly what the call will be from production and League Ops. Got to talk about what we just saw, because it is Optic Gaming maybe returning back to form. This is the first time we've seen Optic, especially against a team like FaZe, put up a performance like this. This is maybe a return to form from them from what we saw in weeks 1 through 3 of Halo Infinite.
Yeah, I think it is, right? And I think the only thing stopping them from showing us that they're capable of being in the finals is just closing out the close games, because they've lost so many series due to a close game here or there, right? This game 2, it's not a close one. Game 1 wasn't one either, but there will be close games throughout this best of 5 that will determine the winner of this series, you have to think. So what can Optic do in order to kind of create that space? I think the momentum that they're going to be able to ride from this game 2 performance is going to be massive for them.
Yeah, I think Optic fans... Sorry, go ahead.
We'll have to see what the rule set is here, but if I'm honestly either team, I want to go next and just go to game 3, because there's no way you would expect FaZe to want to continue playing Bazaar Slayer after the performances they put on. And Optic Gaming, they feel like they had that one in the bag as well.
It's true. If you're an Optic fan, I think you have to wonder right now, is this Optics really starting to turn up? Because they certainly look good today. Or do we not want to put too much stock into that game 2? Because we've already seen what FaZe's current Bazaar Slayer looks like earlier today, right? So I think if you're Optic, you get too excited about that game 2 and how it's played out. I think you just focus ahead here on game number 3 and know that FaZe is really going to show up in this game number 3. I think we've learned a lot about FaZe's current strategy on Bazaar Slayer, currently not working out for them.
I mean, I think you have to respect both teams. I think Optic are very aware that FaZe is a formidable opponent. That if they are not playing great, they will lose this series. And I think FaZe has the same level of respect for Optic at the highest level in Halo. All those teams have that level of respect for each other because anybody can beat anybody on any given day, especially when it comes down to our top 6 North American teams, right? Like those guys are leagues and beyond, and all it takes is one player to have that special day, whether it's Bound slaying like he has been so far today, whether Lucid decides to have a killing frenzy in every other game on the series like he may just in this one. It's really coming down to that. I think for this Optic team to push it to the next level, to find that peak, that eclipse that they had previously in those first 3 weeks of Infinite, you've said it already. It's Ola and APG. Those are the X factors for me. How well are those two playing? Because the rest of the team, I feel like Trippy and Lucid have played very, very consistent at a high level. It's really the APG Ola factors that come into play that, like, if they're playing lights out, this Optic team is going to be a tough out for anybody, including Cloud9.
Yeah, and they certainly have been showing up, both Ola and APG today, in big ways, sometimes in huge numbers on the scoreboard and really consistent throughout the day as well. So we're going to see if they can continue that as well. I think another thing we have to talk about, Clutch, and you know this as a guy who's played more Bazaar Slayer than maybe anyone. Also, we got to look at Bazaar Slayer as a game type, right? Once you are trapped in the back of a base and down by a margin, it's difficult to bounce back. So it's tough to put too much stock into what we're seeing from FaZe, right? Because we've seen them in a very, very difficult situation. This is not like Slayer on other maps necessarily. Once you are in a spawn trap, it can be so difficult to get out. So the fact that we're seeing them lose by huge margins may also be a factor of the game type itself.
Yeah, I think it is. I think once you have complete control on Bazaar Slayer, there's really no excuse for losing complete control. You should be able to trade out more effectively and efficiently than the other team when you have the dynamo grenades, you have an overshield of rockets, you have thrust, you have all this, like the Bulldog. When you have control of all these power-ups and power weapons, you have the opportunity to have more angles. They're forced to funnel through the tree, through the double doors, bar or rocket side. Like, all of those are very thin lanes that you can keep your attention on. So to break out of these setups where a team has complete control of the middle of the map, it's very difficult. You have to figure out a way to bait and switch and find an opening. I like the idea of trying to push out rocket side, create space, and like get the pressure off of your balcony and out of your corner. That way players can push from the tree into the corner and like progressively create like more and more space until you have like a 50-50 battle, like the map is split in half.
Right.
But it's so difficult to get out that rocket side at times, especially if the other team's playing it well. So far today, we've seen when teams gain control how great they are at understanding what the other team needs to do and shut that down immediately. So it's up to the players right now to figure out how to break the meta. What's the next level of breaking a full setup on Bazaar Slayer, because right now multiple teams are struggling with it.
Absolutely. I think a lot of teams, what we're seeing on that map as well is just the fact that teams with control can really slow play that control. They don't have to panic for the overshield grabs. I think they're realizing they can overload truck, they can overload the huts, and they can make a really controlled overshield grab instead of a panicked grab that we saw in maybe the first few weeks. It sounds like the latest update from League Operations is indeed what you predicted, Clutch. It sounds like the two teams have agreed that that win will go to Optic Gaming rather than play a game where one team needed, say, 10 or 12 kills. Instead, it will actually be going to the side of Optic after they led by such a huge margin in that game, and it will be now going over here to game number 3. So we're going to wait to get that game ready right away. It looks like players are going to be jumping in right now. So it will be a final score of 50-18 on Slayer Bazaar will be the end of it there. I'm not sure how that's chucked up, but in the end, that will be what it is. 5-2 in that first game one. If you're just joining us, that's going to go to FaZe, but Optic answers back in a huge game number 2. They will win that game on Bazaar Slayer. And now the question is, Oddball Live Fire, will Optic Gaming continue their dominance on this map?
I think so. I think this is exactly what Optic fans and the Optic Gaming team wanted to see as game 3, right? You find yourselves in a very highly contested elimination finals against FaZe, who has been playing extremely well as of late. What better opportunity to swing the tides of this series in your favor than seeing Livefire, Oddball in front of you? It's one of your best maps. It's by far your best map, one of your best modes. And to be able to find the lead in the series, something Optic is struggling to do so far, is massive.
Absolutely. These two teams in Pro Series number 1, by the way, both undefeated on live fire. But if we take a look at FaZe and Raleigh, 33% win rate on live fire, whereas you do have a 100% win rate still for Optic in Raleigh. So indicating that we could see a little bit of a difference here as we take a look exactly how this one might hold out. And we actually don't even think that they Optic played the map too much in Raleigh. So really, once again, it's going to come down to how these two teams are playing on the day. And I think it's the same story that we were talking about earlier, Clutch. It's who on Optic Gaming will step up, because this is now an opportunity for Optic to change the narrative of 2022 so far. I think Optic can go one of two ways. They can stay a middle of the pack team, or they can fight their way back into the top 3 conversation.
Yeah, this would be a devastating game for Optic to lose as well, right? As important and as awesome as it is to see, if somehow FaZe are able to win this game 3, to lose your undefeated record on your best map in the elimination finals, when you need to get back to the finals, you need that spark as a team to get that confidence rolling, to get your swagger back. That would be devastating. So FaZe has to look at this map mode combo for game 3 and say, if we can take this, guys, we can break them.
Absolutely. I mean, this would be, and like you said, not just a game 3 win and how pivotal game 3 wins tend to be in this type of series layout, but also just the fact that you are stealing this specific map and game type from Optic. It would mean even more than just the result on the board, without a doubt. Either way, of course, with the series 1-1, we will head at minimum to Stronghold Streets, and then after that, we will go to Slayer Recharge. Of course, we have a keep an eye on the stats as well to see exactly what those maps might hold. But right now, all eyes are on this live fire oddball.
To me, it's going to come down to who can get control of these power-ups and power weapons. I mean, I say that very often, but it really is a matter of, like, these players are so individually talented that when Snipedown gets a sniper, I can already tell you what he's about to do, right? It's about stopping that from happening. And when Lucid gets a sniper in his hands, we know what's going to happen as well. So how do these teams prioritize these power-ups and power weapons compared to the oddball, compared to the setup that's at hand, and get their best players in these positions to have the success that allow the space, that allow the openings for the rest of the team to find the success that they want to have to take game 3.
So that's right. It's also a big question of heatwave control, because I think everything with power up control and heatwave control has become such a huge factor here to focus on these live fire game types. And on a game like Ball, right, where do you bring that heatwave? Do you patrol bottom, middle, and pillars? Do you instead bring it to tower? And depending on your hold, where do you put your heatwave player? And there's a lot of different strategies that we've seen work, and I think there's a lot of ways to make it work. It just really depends on your team composition and where everyone is. So I think we're going to be keeping a really close eye on the heatwave, and especially the heatwave power up combo as well.
Yeah, I think my favorite use of the heat wave is the overextension play, where you have a setup and you're not looking to sit back. You're not looking to just stand still in tunnel and be like, I got tunnel on lock, guys. No, you're aggressive. You're pushing the spawns. You're continuously trying to create split spawns, force the other team to play a 3v4 situation because you continuously are able to keep one dead. The best teams in the world seem to be able to turn that formula into some ball time, and like the setup turns into a rotating setup rather than a constant standstill setup like we previously have seen in Halo on maps like Guardian or Lockout. Like, this isn't one of those. I think if you're continuously rotating, you're playing the game type better in the 2022 version of Oddball.
That's right. Here we go now. These two teams tied 1-1. It's FaZe versus Optic Gaming in your elimination finals. We're into now game number 3, and we talked about that FaZe record overall on this game type, but Onset with a very good call out here. FaZe specifically on live fire oddball is 4-1, 80% win rate for FaZe. So this is going to be a heck of a match, a 100% win rate versus an 80% win rate. These two teams could not be closer in this series, and neither team wants to go down early here. Sniper in the hands of Bound. They're actually going to get Repulsor down, actually, and it's a nice push there, nice play coming in from Lucid.
Yeah, Bound getting bullied by Lucid there as he's forced bottom middle with that snipe. Ola doing work already, picking up the overshield and the heat wave. 2 kills to his name, but more importantly, 20 points and counting for Optic Gaming early on.
That's right. Already this much of the game down and this much of the game done for Optic Gaming. They're going to continue to rotate. You have to think it's going to be a ball spawn. APG not done yet. Takes him a few shots, but he takes down the power-up player with ease. They already have nest control. Here comes the bottom pillars rotate, and they're just going to continue moving along and let the dummies and the C-push come in.
Yeah, APG can't decide if he wants to push this player or not, but so far deciding he'll just no-scope him in the head. And APG doing everything to try and stay alive here. Does dodge some bullets right there, Matrix style, but loses his life eventually to Snipedown. But all that work APG was done has awarded his team another 20 seconds of ball time. Trippy doesn't get the play, but 55 points do separate these two teams very early into this game.
Snipetown's actually going to pull that back. So kills will be traded out along the back of the pillars there. 55-6. So a great opening from Optic. They already have crossed the halfway threshold off of just the first hold. You have to think they do that one more time, then that is the round. Now Bound and Crew trying to hold off the nest push. Lucid will go down. That's going to be the first one dead. This next kill will be a big determining factor in whether or not we see a big phase hold here or whether or not it is interrupted there. Bound gets curious. Top mid gets punished though, as that will be 2 dead for the side of FaZe. However, they're still maintaining control and not allowing anyone to push across C, but the fact that Falcade is getting shot in the back, it means trouble for FaZe. It's also going to be an overshield grab for Ola as they make their C push now, and they're holding once again.
Yeah, yet another lack of play ball, and that opportunity allows Optic to pick up that ball fresh off those slays. The easy double kill for Moa when he has overshield grants Optic all the room in the world to be able to push here, and this is that aggressiveness I love to see with the heat wave. Off the back of 2 kills, you don't see Ola sit back. You don't see him like maintain a spot. You're seeing him be aggressive, and this is what the best players have chosen to do in oddball. They choose to try and find that pick and allow their ball carrier a little bit of more space and awareness.
Right there, Trippy just getting the kill back tower. That ball looks like will be thrown off. That will be played, but not before Optic hits 87 during that time. It's a Mangler drop from Trippy, and he'll pick up the kill because of it. Wins that battle back. See, the question is, where will the ball go? Lucid still roaming with this heat wave, but he gets taken down right away by the commando of Bound. Nade will come out for APG. It does connect from the grave. He'll get the kill, and now Nade's going to be coming in from bottom middle. It's 90-22. Optic Gaming with an amazing roaring start here in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the score, Optic would have to have a massive blunder to lose this first round. This is a phenomenal job by them so far to turn these kills into efficient ball time. We have been referencing efficient objective play so far. The kills, they're a little bit different between these two teams, but they are not 70 points of ball time different. To me, that speaks volumes on how Optic is playing this. There's a reason they're undefeated in this map mode combo, and they're showcasing that reason right now.
99-100. That is the round for Optic, and my, did they make that look easy. No one in the game even hitting the 10 kill mark in round number 1. Optic Gaming wasting no time. They'll go straight into round number 2. It's an opportunity in this round for Optic to take the lead in the series 2-1.
Okay, so Overshield went in the hands of Pistola both times it came up that round. Let's see if Optic is able to transform or perform that same power-up control here. As you're seeing multiple members of FaZe trying to look towards Overshield early on. It's not up yet, but these kills are going to dictate whoever gets it.
Lucid is feeling himself. He flies right there into a 1v4, not afraid to take the battle on pillars and closet. He wins that one, also helps alongside C. Trippy will be there to clean up the garbage back C as well to make sure that those kills are cleaned up. We'll take a look. Snipe down now, moving in and starting to roam. How is FaZe going to answer back here after a pretty rough defeat, not only in game number 2, but also in that round number 1 of ball?
Not sure what happened with this Overshield, but Snipe down fighting for his life is surrounded. There it is. And Overshield goes into Ola's hands. Of course it does. Optic Gaming with another Overshield control in this game. In this game 3 could be pivotal. You're seeing Ola lose his teammates though, and that makes this Overshield very difficult to put to use.
Let's see, 3 dead. Now might go for a low pillars flank. Has not been spotted just yet. Let's see, he gets spotted on Nest though. That's going to be sniped down up there, knowing that that route was really the viable route for the Overshield to sneak outside of the dummies push, but he gets great help from Lucid on the Nest push. That will allow him to continue moving up, Plasma Pistol in hand, along with his teammates here on this ball hold. We'll have to see. It's played right away by FaZe, but Optic now going to just try to clean up the scraps along the back of the base. Falcade somehow takes down Lucid. He gets help from Snipe down over at the Nest. APG will be there to get that final kill, but FaZe starting to answer back, and FaZe looking much better than they did in round number 1.
Much better than round number 1. Unfortunately, they are going to have APG get the ball all the way to the tower. Trippy's going to be knocked to no shield from that nade, but a great job by APG to use his life to advance that ball all the way to the tower position. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to hold that though. However, multiple members of both sides getting kills traded out, and that ball resting bottom middle. So every one of these kills as Overshield's competed for is so important, and once again Optic get control of the Overshield.
And how interesting, it's a second full Overshield grab there in a row, yet we still have a sizable lead here from FaZe. Optic doing what they can in the slaying department, but really has not been a difference maker on the scoreboard. APG's Overshield will be melted in dummies. A few kills will be traded out. As we take a look at Lucid's POV, it was 2 dead for FaZe momentarily, so it could be an opportunity for a ball grab and some time for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, this time around we're seeing FaZe play much more efficient objective. Even though they're giving the Overshields away, they're not allowing that Overshield to really come into play. A great turn and trade right there from the player on FaZe. Unfortunately, it's 3 dead for Optic right now. Trippy trying to deny this ball from being picked up, and FaZe looking to extend their lead are going to do just that.
Bound spawning A, heard the footsteps and actually turns on a quick 180 to avoid the pre-nade going up to A sandbag, so he'll get a trade that maybe was not expected from the Optic side. Boo Boo has brought the heat wave down here to house, and also repulsors a nade away from bottom middle. Great use of the repulsor there. Has some help from Snipe down on Lucid, but they can't finish just yet. That kill will get away, and now Boo Boo finds himself in a little bit of a tough situation, getting pushed on scoreboard. Picks up one though against Lucid. Not done yet. Trippy knows that this heat wave is here. Repulsor's away, but only buys himself just a little bit of time. Too little too late as we take a look at the scoreboard. Still 41-8 in favor of FaZe.
I mean, Booba bought himself a lot of bit of time right there. Got his shield back multiple times, and that window was just a nuisance for Optic to deal with. Because he stays alive, he denies any opportunity Optic may have had. Those kills come through. Yes, Booba eventually loses his life, but the ball gets reset, and FaZe with this almost 40-point lead right now is sitting very comfortable here to take this to a round 3.
2 dead. It looks like Lucid there. Tough to tell exactly, but it looks like Lucid did hit the body on Snipe down. That's going to slow him down just a bit, but not to worry because he's going to actually rotate that Snipe down here. Gets the call on APG. Shots coming in from dummies, and they're needler shots, so you wondered why he wasn't getting tagged up in the damage department right away, but it's because those needles came in and they hit the super combine, and they will get the kill bottom middle now. So a lot of scrappy play here, Clutch, between these two teams at this exact moment. Teams trying to get control before they go for the next hold.
Yeah, but another overshield going in the hands of Optic Gaming. That's 3 in a row. You have to think eventually these overshields are going to change the tide of this game. FaZe doing such a phenomenal job of somehow still having the lead, even though they've had all 3 overshields go in the hands of Optic. But that won't last for long. It never has in the past. If FaZe want to win this game, they have to do a better job of controlling those power-ups.
2v2 here. It's a trade there from Bound off screen, and he'll pick that one up. So 3 dead. Trippy, though, somehow the last player alive. It was a late triple, so allows himself to get a tiny bit of time, but also really just trying to hold down house. He's not worried about ball time at this moment. He will tag Falcated up to 1 shot over on sandbags and hope that the finish comes in. They're going to have to hold down this area of the map alone, as they're going to wait for APG to spawn in as well. He'll go back on the prowl to loop back around scoreboard. It's a nice route that he chooses against Bound, and will kill him off the respawn, but Bound and Trippy trade yet again.
Yeah, Snipe down, last guy alive for FaZe right now. Lucid in a position with Snipe to pick up the ball. Knows his team needs crucial seconds, because right now with 1 minute and 2 seconds on the clock, every second that ticks as this ball is on the ground will go against Optic Gaming. Down almost 20 points. Lucid in a very tough situation, but Optic seem to find some kills.
Lucid making it look too easy. He ISOs that angle perfectly. He'll pick up a double kill. Also thinking about challenging here at A to get the 3rd kill. Commando's out. He knows the player has escaped bottom middle, so he will not push that. Instead, he looks like he'll just think about the angle and also wait for a player. He knows that someone might be here. It's Falcated. He's going to find him around the corner. Get the first 2 shots. Get the help as well. Clean that one up. And now once again, 3 dead for the side of FaZe. Optic Gaming right back in this game. We've got a tie game in round number 2.
Look at that. Lucid staying still, just baiting that angle, knowing that there's going to be a player from FaZe coming, having been in that situation so many times, able to play his life so perfectly. We pride him and we boast about how his movement's insane, how he's always sliding everywhere, jumping everywhere, knockbacking everywhere. Well, guess what? He can also slow it down and make the right play when it's needed as well.
APG goes for the stealth. Sneaky overshield does not pay off. He gets heavily team shot. He'll go down. Ola wins a big battle on dummy door. Now taking a look at Trippy to see where that overshield went. It looks like it was a FaZe grab. I think it was Falcated off screen who was able to grab that. Boo Boo just going to hold here on pillars. Yes, Falcated now potentially here with a big moment in his hands, as he does have that overshield. Needs to win this against Trippy. It's a battle of the Manglers. He's going to win that one there. A little bit of melee craziness between the 2 players with both Manglers out. Falcated will win it in the end, likely due to that overshield buying him just a little bit extra. Ola down bottom middle. Ola does not lose battles bottom middle. That's deja vu from the highlights that we've seen in competitive play before, and you put Ola in a hallway, he doesn't really lose too many battles.
You see the seconds on the clock, 17 seconds and counting. FaZe have themselves a 10-point lead to push this to a round 3. That kill from Boobadooboo is massive. 3 go down for Optic Gaming. Boobadooboo spots the last player alive. It's Lucid. And with 5 seconds on the clock, if they can keep Optic Gaming off this ball, they will push this game 3 the distance.
That's right. The game 3 will go to a round number 3. We're tied 1-1 in rounds, and in the end, FaZe will close it out, as you say, by just a lead of 10 seconds. It's a very different round from our round number 1. It will actually end on time rather than ending by score. So FaZe answers back, and what looked like it might be an easy game 3 for Optic has instead headed to a very contested round number 3.
Optic's best map mode combo being pushed to the brinks right now. Game round 3. Ola finds that entry, and will they be able to get some significant ball time from that kill, or will they be able to get overshield? Both look like they're about to happen, and right now Optic are going to start round 3 the way they need to.
That's right, they're finding players here. They know the pillars push is coming. They know the nest push is coming as well. APG wise to angle himself away, somehow gets away with that battle and also pushes back out to the pillars. They'll pick up 2 more kills. That's still 2 dead. Lucid hits the snow scope there as well. Excuse me, the quick scope onto the player on Sandbags. A beautiful play from him, and this is continued Optic Gaming control. Also bodies a player there pushing Nest Bridge, and this is continued control. There's the no scope from Lucid as he'll pick up another one. Not done yet. Hits the body shot and the assist. That's a 30-point streak from the side of Optic Gaming, and Lucid is back in action.
Back in action, back in form, and a big shout out to our observer who was able to switch it right at the right moment of laying that quick for us to witness the quick scope. The play ball comes through, so all of Lucid's slays come through, give Optic Gaming a 34-point lead here early in round 3. And Lucid with that snipe, you love to see that happen. FaZe, you cannot continue to give these power-ups and power weapons to these Optic Gaming players because they are starting to extend the lead because of them.
There's 3 dead for the side of Optic now. Once again, Boo now just trying to maybe get the ball, move it past scoreboard, and safely into house. He does have teammates here on the dummy side, but he's going up against players that will be pushing into house quite soon. Kills are exchanged 1 apiece at this stage. As we take a look, it's Lucid who falls next, so perhaps an opportunity for FaZe to push in here. 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
Boobadooboo slipping and sliding, being such a nuisance, makes his way to the ball as well. So great efficiency there and great awareness that Boobadoo just needs to stay alive, play his life, and get his way to the ball. Now FaZe looking to come back here. Optic Gaming have to find a way to break this setup, and it's not going to be easy, especially after you lost a few players to do so.
And 13 to 35 here. It will be continued ball control. Looks like a little play ball from APG, and that right there will not connect. Tries to maybe think about peeking up with the Mangler and get a shot off. He won't get it off, so that'll be 2 dead for the side of Optic. Snipe down, not done just yet. Very confident against Lucid, but Lucid wins that battle from Sandbags. He'll eventually fall, but still a fantastic win there. As we take a look, this game now just about 20 points apart.
3 dead for FaZe, and once again, Ola being the guy on the prowl in a position to pick up this ball. Actually going to drop it for APG. And I actually love that play. Able to pick up this heat wave and the drop wall. Will Ola be able to create the opening to give his team that numbers advantage that they need to rack up some more time? But all the while, look at the scoreline, Bravo. It's 50 to 14. Optic looking much like round 1 instead of round 2 here, and because of it, they're starting to run away with it.
Oh boy, you got Ola with a wave, as well as, take a look at this, he's even going to bring the ball back with all the power-ups. Going to toss that to Lucid right away, because you've got an Ola with a sniper rifle and a heat wave here at top C. Going to check a look at the top mid angle. Does not connect with the first on Boo Boo. He will hit the body on the second. Knows that someone might be holding top mid. That nade doesn't connect, though. He'll actually drop down the shoot. They'll find the player waiting there. That's going to be Snipe Down that goes down. Sniper is back out along the dummies push. He's got help back tower as well. And now we're just going to continue racking up time. 54 to 14. Ola continues to patrol. Knows that he needs the kill, but actually gets the killing spree. 360 with the heat wave as well. They will maintain control top tower.
An unbelievable shot from Ola right there. Wants to try and get the ball off this situation, but he is vastly pressured. And unfortunately, unsuspectingly, he's losing his life, but Ola doing so much work to keep his team in this right now. A phenomenal job by him. It's up to the rest of Optic to see if they can keep this set up.
Lucid thinks about staying there around the corner with the repulsor. Actually waits and actually lets his shields recharge. Surprisingly, FaZe does not push that advantage. Ola's now here to help as well. Here comes the dummies push. It's going to be an overshield in hand. They're going to need to be ready for that one, but Lucid somehow staying alive, and Optic just keeping players alive one after the other, and that's allowed them to control tower for this entire time. Finally, it'll be a FaZe grab of not only the overshield, but also the ball, as they're going to start to hold the tower.
FaZe need to find a way to control a setup for a round of slays or 2 to get back in this game. It's a 40-point difference with 2 minutes on the clock. They cannot continue for this round 3 to go in the way that it has so far. What will the members of FaZe do in order to change the momentum of this round 3? They have the ball in a great position, but unfortunately, Snipe Down, losing all of his friends, is going to be forced to rotate this ball outside.
He's going to start to rotate here along pillars. The shots are already coming in from APG. APG very wise to challenge right away on pillars. He also knew he had the help coming in from the dummy door. That will pick up another kill for them. However, Bound has something to say about it. He will even up the tides. 2 dead for each side.
Yeah, 2 dead for each side, and both members of Optic are buddy-buddying because of it. It makes Bound's job even harder as he tries to pressure the ball, knowing that he can't afford for this lead to go in any further in Optic Gaming's favor. 1:30 on the clock, so now the clock starting to tick against FaZe. Very different from the round 2 situation where we saw FaZe with the clock in their favor. Right now, Lucid in that double kill, every kill is going to matter so much right now for Optic Gaming as they get the ball outside. A beautiful job by Pistola. And can we just give a big hands down shout out to Pistola and his ability to be on the ball at all times. He's really giving his team that efficient objective play that they need.
That's right, brings away all the, essentially plays the ball as well, because now here it is an open field. They're going to need the kills if they want to grab, but they got the kills. 4 dead for Optic Gaming. This is FaZe's opportunity. 1:11 on the clock, and the clock will stop as long as the ball is held. This is FaZe's chance to get right back in this game. Right now they're down by almost double, but this is their chance.
Oh no, that kill down the Bound doesn't come through, but APG right there to finish it off. The rest of FaZe swarming this overshield. The ball carrier, it's gonna be by himself though, so maybe that could be Optic Gaming's opening, but you're seeing all of these names with the observer mode. No one on Optic near the ball, so a battle for overshield went down and looked like Optic spent all their resources for it and lost the battle. How will that dictate the outcome of this game?
That's back-to-back 4 dead. It's a double kill from Falcade, and if they are able to pick up another kill, that will be 3 in a row on the Slays, but FaZe able to get the last one. Let's see the last player. That's 4 dead again now. It's going to be Lucid's the only fresh spawner. They just killed Optic Gaming 3 times in a row. This game is now within 10 points.
But that kill from APG is huge. Bound over challenges with the, he's in a tough position with that snipe, and next APG finds that kill, and that could be just the entry that Optic need.
How is APG alive? Somehow tiptoes, dances around the nades. Finally, he will fall here. 2 dead for Optic. Once again, 2 dead for each side. 3 dead. Now Bound versus Ola and Lucid. Bound staying alive on bottom middle. He will win that battle now. Just wants to stay alive if he can and can challenge this ball carrier. He gets shots on Ola, and he stays alive with his shields recharged. Gets another kill as well. Bound keeping his game in this. Here we are now. 77-74, 3-point game.
Look at Ola with the ball, though. The rotation. Ola in a perfect position to be on the play ball. Gets the ball all the way through tunnel, even though he's receiving damage. Gets it all the way outside and puts it in a position where he will play this ball if he's under pressure. He is under pressure, so he plays that ball. Killing spree for Bound. But the objective time, all the while that killing spree came through, went to Pistola and Optic Gaming.
Lucid flying across the map, even repulsoring to push himself just a little bit further. Gets 1 kill on scoreboard. There's 1 more here on window. We'll see if he can pick up this one as well. 87-74 in favor of Optic. Melee doesn't go. Panic there with the repulsor, making sure he doesn't get back whacked. That will get him out of jail. 2 dead for the side of FaZe. Is this now the opportunity? The final hold, 13 seconds to go for Optic Gaming. Ola needs to pick up this one. Lucid will be the one that gets the kill in the end here. 5 seconds left. They're just going to hold him off the ball. They're not going to grab. They want the time to tick down. Yes, Optic Gaming will win it. They will take game number 3 in a hard-fought victory. Oddball on live fire.
I mean, Jesus Christ. Name a better duo than Pistola and the Oddball in that game 3, because I can't. Every single time it felt like that Oddball was being rotated by Pistola. It was the right decision every single time. Just being such a nuisance. Bound went on a killing spree, chasing him down, and still couldn't deny the 20 points that Ola was able to get throughout that killing spree that Bound went on.
Absolutely down to the wire between these 2 teams. That's not only what you want to see at this level, but what you expect to see with these 2 teams. FaZe, over the past few weeks, been your number 2 in North America. However, Optic Gaming giving them a real run for their money here as they will take our game number 3 and one of the best oddball live fires I think we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. On the back of Lucid 45-29, you have Bound continuing to his slaying prowess for the day, 43-36. But in all honesty, you can throw the stats out the window. The impact of Pistola's performance and his objective prowess was felt by everyone in the game and resulted directly in the outcome of the game. The Slays may have been all Lucid, but I promise you, they do not win that game if Pistola is not playing the way he was.
A lot of confidence coming in from both sides of the stage there throughout the entire game, and what a different series of rounds that we had here, Clutch. As we took a look at that first round, it was Optic Gaming all the way. They closed out that game very quickly, but round number 2, a little bit different.
It's honestly the beauty of Oddball here in Halo Infinite, right? You have these 3 rounds that can determine the outcome of the game, but they can all have such different results, right? You can have the time becoming a factor. You can have the slaying prowess of one player just popping off with a snipe that awards his team that success of the objective time, and you can have someone be such a nuisance with the Oddball, rotating it perfectly, throwing it off when they need to. That can just create such a headache for the other team as well. So you love to see all of those being shown off and displayed in one game. Optic Gaming continued their undefeated streak here for game 3, and now if FaZe want to push this series the distance, it's going to have to be on street strongholds.
Well, let's not forget, we saw FaZe get 3 or 4 dead 3 times in a row against Optic to bring that game back. They were losing around 70 to 35 or so. They bring that game all the way back. However, too little, too late for the side of FaZe. It's 2-1 in favor of Optic Gaming, and they will also lead now the series with a score of 2-1. A potential go-ahead game for Optic Gaming is going to be strongholds on streets.
It's going to be a tough one. FaZe with their backs against the wall, tournament lives on the line, need a spark because Optic have now stolen games 2 and 3 of the series. If FaZe has any hope of going against Cloud9 once again in the finals, a rematch of the last grand finals of our Pro Series, they have to figure out a way to pull off these next 2 games.
Nice stalker shots here coming in from Lucid from C balcony. The king of the balcony picks up that one. Rockets are still up, and look at Falcata getting cheeky on the front of the balcony. A little bit too exposed there, so he'll lose that one. Rockets are going to stay low. Actually get, oh my goodness, combat evolved into who knows where, as they will actually go into the rocket pocket. They will also go into the hands of Optic Gaming here. It's an early BC hold for Optic.
Yeah, Lucid already doing a ton of work with this. Plasma Blaster going to actually back off. He has 1 rocket still to his name, and they have early control goes to Optic as the battle for bottom middle went their favor as well. Olo, he can do it with the objective. He can do it with the slays already with 5 kills to his name. It's not even a minute into this game.
Early control here, also going to grab A. C will be contested, but continued points on the board here from Optic now. Statsman onset, by the way, here, giving us some really good numbers here. It's 1-2 record for the side of FaZe, 33% win rate. However, on the side of Optic, they are 0-3 in this game type across Raleigh and Pro Series #1. FaZe with a slight edge here. We'll have to see if Optic can get their first win in a while in Stronghold Streets.
Control gets flipped over into FaZe's manner. Sniped able to stay alive back here as well. Great job by him. And it'll be interesting to see how FaZe want to play this. Do they push the trip cap similar to what Cloud9 tend to do on strongholds? It does look like the answer has been found in front of us. Bound pushes into C, forces the trip cap, and now they should have the information that these players are spawning shotgun. Will FaZe be able to get the slays they need?
4 dead there, and they're forcing splits as well. Look at APG at ball spawn, Lucid all the way at back PD. You see now APG actually over here on A momentarily. So FaZe forcing those splits once again. You're gonna see 3 dead for Optic yet again now, and we're gonna have only fresh spawner of APG. So the continued trip cap and FaZe with amazing performance here. Just like that, 103 to 26, answering back to such strong control. Great shots though out of Boo Boo coming up on the B streak.
Unbelievable shots, and Bound in the meanwhile has secured these rockets. This trip cap in effect for way too long. If you're an Optic fan right now, FaZe looking to be aggressive, continue to push this game 4 in their favor. 4 go down again for Optic Gaming, and the rotations are so perfect for FaZe.
Let's see. There's gonna be, looks like not split spawns this time, if I'm not mistaken. It's gonna be Trippy and Lucid are back C. Where are the other 2 players? That's a big question. Actually, looks like they did force a split again with the player already here. Tires almost hits the stalker shots, but Ola manages to win that battle. Lucid will actually pick up some kills as well. So 2 dead for each side. This one's gonna be a big one here. Only player alive for a second is Boo Boo. So some good answering back from the side of Optic Gaming.
Yeah, they finally stopped the bleeding, but is it too little too late, right? 185 points in the first 3 minutes.
My God.
It's so difficult to try and amount a comeback. Bound finds one, gets the reset as well. Pistola fighting for his life here. Does find himself a double, but the entire time this is happening, points continue to amount in FaZe's favor.
Bound 9 and 4 now. Sniped down 11 and 5 in this game. No one else has even crossed the 7 kill mark on the side of Optic Gaming. Sniped down already at 11, and this is a battle of the game types, folks. We talk about play styles, we talk about preparation on specific game types. You know that FaZe is ready to play this game type. We've seen them fall in some other game types throughout the day. Game types like Bizarre Slayer, however, this is a very different story. It's already 218 to 26 in what could be one of the fastest Stronghold streets we ever see in competitive play. Finally, Optic Gaming able to get back on the board. They're now scoring.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? When you're able to force split spawns like that, you're able to get those 2 kills, turn your attention on the other 2, and force that offset of spawns from the other team. Optic feel like they haven't had all 4 players alive until this moment for probably the past 3 minutes, and because of it, 218 to 48 right now as they look to try and figure out a way to get some kind of total control, because that's probably the only recipe that they can think of to try and come back in this game.
Trip cap for just a second, but C is flipped right away. APG with rockets here entire, so control and patrol. Does not get the most out of that one onto the driveway, so he'll have to force his angle down. However, being contested from Arcade, he's able to pop one shot, do a little bit of damage and leave it, but looks like a microwave in the back will take him down. Assist will come in for Falcated as well. That snipe down with the Sentinel beam in hand. They'll now put their eyes on C and try to push into the back, clean up Ola, and now start to flip C as well. 228 to 63. This could be over very soon.
FaZe is showing you that they've adapted on this map mode combo, right? They are showing you exactly what Cloud9 likes to do. Push front C, great shots from Boobadooboo right there. But it's the aggressiveness from FaZe. They're not content with holding 2 strongholds. They're not content with letting you get all 4 players alive.
That's it.
And this pressure is all too much. FaZe are going to tie this series up and look to go to a Game 5 in our Elimination Finals as they dominate Game 4.
My God, one of the fastest stronghold streaks we've seen in a very long time, maybe ever. That'll be FaZe Clan making sick work, but also very quick work of their opponents. 250 to 63, and we are headed to a game number 5 Slayer.
I wanted to see this series go the distance. I knew this was going to be a highly competitive match. These players have given us everything you could ask for. And after that dominant performance from FaZe, you know they are confident going into Game 5.
One of the damage there, snipe down there at almost 3,500. No one else even breaking 3,000. We'll take a look at kills and deaths as well to see how that one played out, because it was a very quick one. And I was about to say, I bet we have very few players overall on double digits. In the end, it's only 3. Snipe down 17 and 8 in that quick one. Bound 12 and 6. And Clutch, it's not every day that you see stronghold numbers this low. This was a very fast game. 5 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, one of the least amount of damages performance-wise in an objective that you'll ever see in Infinite, probably. But that just speaks volume to the efficiency that FaZe was playing with, right? They pushed the trip cap. They kept that trip cap. They were able to force the rotation of spawns and had such a great understanding of where the team Optic Gaming was going to spawn after that next round of slays. Because they had such a great understanding for the spawn system, they were able to continue that momentum throughout that entire game, almost winning in such a dominant performance. That's great knowledge, right? That shows you that when FaZe gets complete control on that map mode combo, they know what to do with it.
And we're looking at some highlights. They're a beautiful series layout so far. We're going to a Game 5, baby, but we'll take a look at some highlights from that last one as the players get ready for that 5th and final Slayer. But once we saw this early control, this is really when it started. You see 57 to 28, the trip cap came through, and we saw time after time, despite great shots from Boo Boo, it was FaZe forcing the Optic Gaming split spawn 2 and 2. You saw them doing it at Tram. You saw them doing it at back PD as well. That allowed them to just rack up point after trip cap. 250 to 63 is your final score there, Clutch. And FaZe showing that there's certain game types that they might be weaker at, but there's also certain game types that they certainly know how to play.
I think at the highest level, a lot of our top teams are so good when they have total control. I mean, you look at Cloud9, you look at that last game from FaZe, you look at dominant performances from E United on Bizarre Slayer. When these top teams have control, complete control, they can use that snowball and push that thing downhill so far that the other team, even if you're playing against the best in the world, it's hard to stop that snowball from continuing to go down. It's a matter of the great teams stopping that snowball from continuing to go down. We're hopping into Game 5 now, though. Bound on screen, and he's already under pressure, bottom control.
All right, here we go, everyone. 2-2 in this series. 2 titans of professional Halo, FaZe and Optic Gaming, 2 heavy favorites in our game number 5 Slayer. We wouldn't have it any other way. We thank you for joining us on this beautiful Thursday evening, or whatever time it might be around the world. We're glad you're tuned in with us regardless here. Lucid picking up a few extra kills at the back, just trying to stay alive with the camo, but he'll be taken down. However, 3-2 early on, make that 4-2 in favor of FaZe.
Yeah, Lucid trying his best to make everyone on FaZe work for it. Unfortunately, the help does not come through, even though he bought enough time, and FaZe able to trade that one out successfully, now up 5-3.
Tripping out, just staying alive, not aware maybe that someone is here back. He does hear footsteps, though. You could tell by the way he turns around. Maybe got a call out, maybe knows there's footsteps. That's Bound that's behind him. You could see that on your screen. So Trippy knows that he needs to stay alive with the shock. He'll pick up a few extra plasmas to have in the pocket just to make sure nobody's quick jumping there off the plat, and just going to patrol and make sure there's no one behind him. Finally gets the confidence to know that there is not a player here, and will then just start to head glitch here along the sneaky. Shot does not connect on Falcated, though.
Unfortunately, Trippy is going to lose that shock rifle, and I almost wanted to see him throw it off the map, because right now FaZe has complete control of control. They have sword in Bound's hands. They're going to have a shock rifle in Boobadooboo's hands, and this could get ugly quickly if Optic Gaming isn't careful.
Absolutely important to note the stats here as we go 10-5 already in FaZe, and that's actually reflective of our overall stats. FaZe on recharge over the past few weeks of play, 75% win rate, 3-1. However, Optic 1-4, only a 20% win rate for them. They're going to need to make sure that they step it up here. Already down 7 though, and quite a margin. It's 12-6.
You want to see Optic slow this down, figure out a way to break this setup. Unfortunately, I'm not sure FaZe is going to give them that. You're seeing Falcated look to push, but great grenade from Ola there to find that kill. With this next camo coming up, it looks like it went into Bound's hands, and FaZe in another opportunity to extend their lead.
Let's see if they can get this clown Boo-Boo. They do. That's going to end the Boo-Boo spree, as it turns out. We'll take a look at Boo-Boo's numbers. He's already 6-1. That'll be his first death of the game, just like that. The side of Optic Gaming getting a few on the board. That's 2 dead. They're also going to get a sword. So what was just a 7-kill game is now just a 4-kill game. 14-10 in favor of FaZe, and they're right back in this one, not going down certainly without a fight. It's a Mangler drop from Snipe Down. However, Trippy will drop of a Mangler of his own. Some good shots against Bound. He has help from APG. That will bring the game within 2.
Unbelievable job actually by Optic. I really wondered how far this lead was going to go in FaZe's favor, especially with the control that they had. Looking at Bound picking up that camo, looked like it was going to be all FaZe all day here in game 5, but no, Optic get the kills somehow, some way, and fight back to almost tie this game up, now down 2.
You said it perfectly, Clutch, and just before that moment happened, you have to remember, we saw a team like Optic with that Coach Lunchbox. They brought back Slayers where they were down by 10, where they were down by 12, even larger numbers across competitive matches. So Optic Gaming is certainly a team that knows how to get back into a Slayer, and they've done it here somehow, making a 7-kill deficit, just a 2-kill deficit here at 19-17.
Snipe Down under heavy fire, and the shock rifle still in Boobadooboo's hands. Can be an unbelievable player with this weapon if given the opportunity to shine. Unfortunately, no heads are poking out, but kills are going in the favor of FaZe right there, and that was a big moment. And a great double kill from Trippy gets answered from an even better one from Snipe Down. The lead continues to 2 for FaZe, and Trippy needs to play his life here. Unfortunately, Snipe Down's going to shut that one out.
Trippy once again looking like he made a wrong turn, flies in there with the sword and says, oh, nope, I didn't mean to come into this doorway. He'll get taken down, and also the help comes in from Bound as well, just staying alive still with over 3/4 shields here. Boo-Boo's also pushing top A. Look at the coordination here. The grapple isn't perfect from Boo-Boo, though. Forces them through the doorway, but not to worry. They will be the team that hits the 25 mark first, 25-21 in favor of FaZe.
Trippy did sneak away with camo though, so I'm very interested to see what he's doing. Thank you, Observer. You're on point with this switch. And right now with this Mangler camo combo, Trippy has a lot of responsibility for Optic Game.
He certainly does, and luckily the help comes in. It's Ola to save the day. He's going to drop the Mangler and leave it in the end, not go back for it just because he wants to play his life. Keeps the game within 3. You thought for a moment there Trippy might be falling early. Finds 2 players though, bottom A, Falcated with some fantastic shots, not anticipating the bait and switch there, and that's a big kill from Falcated and could be a difference maker in the overall score.
Yeah, you think Trippy's going to get some help there, finish off those 2 kills that he got to no shield, but neither one of those players die. That's a little bit of a blunder from Optic to not be in a position to try and finish that damage, because Trippy doing so much damage with that camo, you want it to be rewarded. And even that kill goes in FaZe's favor right there, and that's unfortunate for Optic Gaming. They cannot afford these kills to slip through their fingers, especially still being down here in game 5.
Yeah, APG going to wish maybe he had that moment back there to try to trade out that kill against Falcated with the Mangler there at back C, but still 29-27, keeping it very close here. It's a 2-kill lead for the side of FaZe, and some standout plays from Snipe Down so far. Once again, he's 11-7. Bound here with the shock rifle, just watching Snipe Down's back, and they're finding a player here on that top A walk, and actually somehow gets tagged up, and an unbelievable time in there as Trippy just happens to walk in to top attic as well through that sideline, and it's going to be Optic Gaming that is on the winning side of that. They now lead by 1, 31-30.
You want to talk about bad timings? That was a bad timing right there. You know, he's about to hit one of those headshots with the shock rifle. Unfortunately, when they both come into his reticle placement at the same time, it makes it a little bit difficult for him, and because of it, they get that quick kill. They lose, FaZe lose the setup, and Optic now in the lead for the first time here in game 5. Look to be aggressive, but fortunately for FaZe fans, Boobadooboo shuts that down with the sword. Camo is coming up, and I believe it was just stolen from under Optic's grasp.
Yeah, we'll see exactly where that goes. If it's still popped down there on the bottom, we'll keep an eye on that. But also got to point out Trippy, who is 11-4. Lucid with the camo. This could spell disaster, as they now have a 4-kill lead here, looking to send FaZe home much earlier than they may be expected. We'll see if they can close this out. 35-32, camo in the hands of Lucid.
Lucid Needs to find a way to get this kill. He wants to put this camo to use, but unfortunately no one on FaZe giving him anything. Does find one. That was a great shot from him to find that one. Unfortunately, Snipetown being such a nuisance on batteries, able to stay alive. And now 3 players here down by double stack for FaZe. They're all running away, trying to reposition because it's a tough place to be in. But Optic Gaming, like you said, Bravo, they're in a phenomenal position right now. Up 2 kills, shock rifle in Trippy's hands, and the entirety of the map other than control to play around.
Yeah, lots of responsibility on these control players to make sure that they do not lose these battles here. You already see Ola pushing in 2 players. APG picks up a huge double kill in the feed there. Ola will pick up the 3rd, so that's a big 3-to-1 swing, as that will extend the Optic Gaming lead now to 5. They're up 40-35. It's a perfect push from Optic all the way into control. They're very happy to trade 3 for 1 there.
APG trying to play his life back in the elevator. Spotted those spawners coming out of pipes, and he has a little bit of help. I love the way that he slow played that situation. Unfortunately, they are going to lose Trippy. A great kill from Snipetown to extend some space, cut into this deficit. Just a 4-kill game to FaZe, still with a lot of hopes and dreams to make it to the finals, but it's going to be on the back of a massive play from FaZe if they want to win this one.
Trippy almost gets away with that earlier too. Snipetown is under pressure from top A and knows it. Tries to time exactly how he's going to flank around here. Trippy here at top A, 41-37. So what was once now a 5-kill lead reduced by just a bit. Now here's the push. Lucid actually falls here at Whirlpool, so brings the game within 3.
Snipetown with that pivotal 1v1 against Lucid, able to find that kill is big, but Booba a 2nd kill on a Trippy could be even bigger. APG once again pokes his ugly head with a sword, finds the double, the killing spree, and APG continues to keep his team in the lead.
Huge plays here, and look what was required. Still just a 3-kill game after that. FaZe keeping this one close. Disruptor going to be there, be in the hands. Ola pops the camo right below a FaZe player, doing whatever he can to stay alive. Here, look at that. Gets hit by a 2nd nade, somehow gets away with it. Who else but Pistola to stay alive with the camo? 45-42, game in his hands. Optic Gaming can still slow play this.
The man of the series so far, Pistola, with the series in his hands once again. Camo able to use APG as an opportunity to get that kill. Great trade. Trades are a successful strategy for Optic. Trippy finds a kill. The Observer knows what's happening over in pipes because APG there to find a 2nd, and now Optic 2 kills away from winning game 5.
Right here, do or die for both these teams. As you say, 2-kill lead, make that 1 more to go. Now 49-44, the final kill on the map for Optic Gaming to send home FaZe. Can they find it? It's gonna be in control. They get it. Optic Gaming will eliminate FaZe here in our elimination finals in game number 5 and advance on to their best performance in several weeks of HCS play.
I said it was about time Optic wins one of these close series. It's about time Optic gets something to go in their favor on the back of Pistola playing brilliant Halo in that series. The entire way through, Optic close it out, advance to the grand finals, and for the first time in 2022, Optic have some momentum, have some swagger back in their play. We'll see what they're capable of against Cloud9, but taking a look at the stats, Andy, it was really Trippy with a 14-7 performance that separated the difference in these two teams.
+7, 2nd most assists on the team, and the team wins by 5. Take a look at damage dealt as well. But I got to tell you, really turning things around here in terms of their overall win rate on that game type. We'll take a look at the 2 players there on the side of Optic, pushing well over 4,000 damage. On the other side, it's also a lot of damage coming in for Snipetown. But as a reminder, Optic Gaming over the past few weeks of tournament play, 1-4 on that game type, a 20% win rate. But it doesn't matter because here's the win that we're going to remember. It's Optic Gaming eliminating FaZe and moving on to our grand finals.
Yeah, and what a series this was for Optic. We touched about how important it was for these guys to get something going. Right, this is the series they needed. They used that losers bracket run, the elimination bracket run to gain that momentum, to get their swagger back. And in this series, they showcased a little bit of what they have in store for us in 2022. They still had that grand finals against Cloud9 to play, but you can safely say that Optic and the Green Wall are back.
I tell you what, we wouldn't fault you if you forgot that this series started with Aquarius Ctf, because it was one hell of a series that went the distance. I remember this triple kill coming in from Lucid earlier on as we got through that bizarre Slayer where Optic Gaming handily handled FaZe as they took home that game 2 win to close out, to tie up the series with a score of 1-1. And Saw some great plays. A killing frenzy as a reminder for the side of Lucid, but that brought us to game number 3, and it's one of the best oddball live fires clutch we've ever seen in competitive play.
Yeah, and Optic Gaming keep their undefeated streak here on live fire, which was needed to push them to the win in this series, right? If you don't have that game 3 live fire, you're looking at a completely different series for Optic, but fortunately they're able to use their strengths, play to their strengths, and because of it, they find themselves in the grand finals.
That's right. There was a game 4, but it was so fast we don't even have highlights for it. In the end, it's a 50-45 in favor of Optic Gaming. And guys, I think it's safe to say Optic Gaming back at least to a very similar form to the first few weeks of competitive Halo Infinite.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my goodness, what an incredible redemption series that was, especially going up against FaZe. And that was a true test for Optic right there. FaZe, of course, you have to give them the respect that they deserve. They're an insane team, and they are honestly just continuing strength to strength. So Optic, this was a really, really difficult test and one that they passed with flying colors. I don't think you want to read too much into the strongholds. I think honestly that was Optic's worst map and mode possible that they could have been faced with, and clearly FaZe love that one, but I gotta quickly highlight some of the things that we did see in Onset. One of those being, of course, in one of their favorite maps, Live Fire on Oddball, and really the game-winning play for me anyway is Ola obviously taking the initiative to grab the oddball, head on over through house, back into silo, and then obviously pushing that play ball, but getting those all-important points on the board where FaZe really couldn't touch them. Break things down for me there on set and what you saw.
I mean, it's almost like we can have a compilation of just Pistola bottom middle on live fire at this point in Halo Infinite, right? It's just so many times we've seen him do something stupidly ridiculous that's won games for Optic Gaming, and this particular moment was so influential because it's one of those things that you have to have so much awareness of the map to be able to make that play. To some people who might be watching thinking, he's just picked up the oddball and he's just run away from people, but there's more to it than that. He's recognized numbers, he's recognized that he has the time to pick up the oddball and get around a corner before he gets taken down. By doing that, he's also definitely screaming, if we could hear the comms, where are you spawning? Tell me where you are spawning. And when he gets that information, he's immediately rotating in the best way possible towards teammates by denying any line of sight for anyone who's chasing him. It's just like bigger brain than I think people can really kind of see from just the play itself. There's just so much more to it, and Pistola is one of the biggest brains that we know about, right? And this is it from Bound's POV. Look how frustrating this is for Bound. He does everything he possibly can in this situation. Optic are 2 dead, FaZe are 4 alive. Pistola is just running away towards spawners. And the worst thing here for Bound as well is he knows that even with this player flanking, he picks up this kill, that he's not gonna be able to get ball time here because players are coming off respawn. They're in a position here, Optic Gaming, to play that ball, and that's what won them the game. They slayed out from there. Yes, there was more to obviously do after that, but that was what gave him the opportunity to win the game. Pistola's just a genius. He is genuinely a genius.
And you can even tell from Bound's POV, right? He slides in scoreboard, he slides into house, like looking top A, waiting to find some battle, but Ola's already gone. Ola's already out big door, and then the ball's already away. So Onset, you called it perfectly. Just a great rotation from Ola.
Yeah, it really was, and just honestly with the help from Optic there as well, like Trippy sliding in from bottom mid as well, just to make Bound take that extra couple of seconds, knowing, yeah, okay, I have no shields, I'm one shot. However, that will help aid my teammate get that round, being able to make that play ball. It really is like 200 IQ plays here from Optic, and just absolutely amazing.
My bad, Lottie, that was you that called it first, so great call by both of you on that rotation from Ola.
Not at all. I learned from the best, and that's you three. But I'll tell you what, folks, we need to take a look at the bracket because we've had quite the journey today. Pro Series week number 2 here for North America has been so amazing and nothing shy of storylines, that's for sure. Optic Gaming on that incredible rebound back up into the grand finals once again. We've seen them online in the grand finals many a time at the start of the game, and here they are once again taking down FaZe 3-2 in an epic game 5. We love to see the game 5s, folks, but they will be now into the winners bracket once again, where they will meet Cloud9. So this is going to be quite the series, folks. Cloud9 obviously being so competitive at the moment, and honestly the team to beat currently online and on LAN. But Optic Gaming have quite the journey to go if they want to take them down, because they have to reset the bracket. I gotta say, Brav, against Cloud9, how difficult is this going to be to not only win one best of 5 series, but to win 2 against Cloud9.
It is going to be very difficult. I will not sugarcoat this at all. It is going to be a monumentous hill to climb for the side of Optic Gaming. I think a lot of it's going to come down to game types. I think the toughest thing is that it is a double best of 5 for Optic. If this is a single best of 5, I think we'd be having a different conversation, but the fact that you have to double that is going to be really difficult. I do think, though, that Optic Gaming is playing well enough that they could take games off Cloud9. And if they could do that, if they could take it one game at a time, we could have an interesting grand final. So I'm excited to see which way it ends up rolling out.
I'm very excited. I'm sure Optic right now are very much hoping for a bunch of live fire on that game layout, because that would be literally just as many as you can possibly get. As many as you possibly get, obviously without the CTFs happening. But yeah, I think right now
I think they'd be happy to play live fire CTF too. Yeah, I think they'd be fine with live fire.
Yeah, honestly, just chuck it on there. Why not?
Yeah.
Just put that into the rotation, and Optic will. I think they'd be kissing HCS at this point if that happened. But it's going to be a really, really good series nonetheless, and I hope you guys do stick with us for it, because we're heading to a break right now. But when we come back, we do indeed have our grand finals about to happen. Optic versus Cloud9. We'll see you guys right after this.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and the Marines.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the HCS North American Pro Series. We're into week 2. Actually, we're heavily into week 2. We are all the way through our bracket. We're at the final stop of this incredible journey, and that is our grand finals. But before we get into the grand finals, I want to just make sure everyone is aware that we do have a global phenomenon happening here with Halo, and Halo Infinite is going global. And we do have all our different regions also competing in their own Pro Series as well. And I'm also happening to be on Europe, so I get to watch all the incredible action happening across Europe and with the best of the best in EU. And we need to talk about Ascend, because these guys have been so damn dominant. Like I've said before, we have so many dominant teams in each of our regions, and Ascend is one of them. Legend went on a ridiculous killing spree as well during the grand finals against the lads, which I gotta say, the lads did such a good job to come up into the grand finals position. But Ascend, they just proved too much for them. But my goodness, what an epic show it really was. But yeah, fantastic stuff. And honestly, Europe are coming on leaps and bounds. It's really cool to see all the different teams coming through the grand finals. And I know Ascend keep winning it over and over again. However, we are seeing growth from some of the other teams as well. So we've seen Na'Vi in the grand finals, the lads this time around. Onsa, I've got to ask, have you been keeping track of EU?
Of course I have. They're my boys.
Impressed?
Not the boys aren't my boys. No one's my boys. All right.
Are you impressed with the lads? Come on, that's crazy.
Let's not get into that too much. That didn't go too well last time we were on a desk together, Marty. But I will say that European Halo is as healthy as it has been for so long. There is 4, 5, 6 teams now who are all challenging to get into that grand finals. You've seen, the team changes that have been made by the lads there, and they've come in and they've got into that grand finals against Ascend. They beat Na'Vi on their way there, which is something that needs to be talked about. Na'Vi also have put in some really good performances against Ascend recently, but Ascend are still the team to watch. Quadrant are still in the mix as well, although they've fallen off a little bit, and I think they're gonna look to recover. I think a couple of players have been quite ill, so they're going to be back and they're going to be fighting soon. But it's really healthy to watch. It is a little bit like North American. You kind of know that Ascend are going to get to the final at the moment, but it's who's going to get there and who can finally take them down, because at some point someone will beat them. Even though they haven't been beaten for like nearly 2 years now, I think it is online. When it gets to LAN, is it going to be the same? That's the question that everyone wants answered.
That is definitely the question, and it is the question of who's going to get there with them and who's going to give them a game. And talking about that though, guys, if you have missed all the action across the regions, if you want to catch more Halo and you just haven't had enough, and we're not giving you enough Halo week in and week out, you can go check it all out on the Halo YouTube channel. So make sure you do subscribe, turn the notification bell on, make sure you catch all the action there. Well, folks, it is time to get into our grand final. Okay, we have Optic versus Cloud9. This is going to be hype. So, without further ado, let's hand it over to our casters. Bravo, on set, please take it away.
And with that, Lottie, I've slid my game volume up to 100 because it is grand finals time, Andy. I can't wait to get into this one, man. I think it's going to be an amazing game between these two. What a comeback through the elimination bracket from Optic Gaming to face up against Cloud9 in our grand finals. And something to note as well, in the bracket, you might have noticed Cloud9 were the team that sent Optic down, but it was a 2-1 series. So it's not like this is going to be a whitewash. I feel like Optic have got something to say here.
I think so too. This is the first time we're seeing these two teams match up, and it feels like we went back in time a little bit. It feels like we're back in the first few weeks of competitive Halo Infinite, and these are the two teams we're talking about. Now, keep in mind, the last time we saw these teams match up in big, meaningful ways, Optic Gaming was actually the favorite, and they were winning the online tournaments. However, the past month or so of competitive Halo, including a LAN event in Raleigh, has been very different. It's been all Cloud9 all the way, but a chance, once again, for Optic to really upset here.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting series. And oh my word, Optic fans, smile on your face. 2 live fires in our first best of 5. That is about as good news as you could possibly ask for, Andy. That's taken my breath away a little bit.
That is the best news you could ask for, because you're certainly not going to see 3 instances of that map, but 2 is the max you can get, and you've got it on a Slayer live fire and an Oddball live fire. Now throughout the series, we'll dive into what the statistics are from the other side for Cloud9 on those 2 maps, because we already know what the Optic ratio is. But Ctf Aquarius can be our game number 1.
Yeah, classic game type, classic Halo arena based game type. Capture the flag on Aquarius to kick us off. And there's a couple of players I want to really be focusing in that have been performing best, in my personal opinion, for Cloud9 and Optic Gaming. I'm going to pick one from either side, and let me know if you agree, Andy. I look at Optic, I look at the way that Pistola's been playing today, and on Cloud9, I look at the way that Stella has been putting in some amazing performances today as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Absolute X factors on both of those teams, and not just fantastic Halo players that we've seen so much of, but today they have gone above and beyond. We'll have to see what each of them can do, and also what their teammates might do to step it up. But you have to think, Cloud9, looking at this game type layout, they're wondering, man, we need to make sure that we get one of these games up front. We have to win that Ctf Aquarius or Stronghold Street, because if the stats hold and Optic does remain undefeated, all they need is to win either game number 1 or game number 3, and they could close out the series. Now, that's once again only if they stay undefeated on live fire, but so far, after this much time in Halo Infinite, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things. I'm like, surely someone's got to beat him at some point, and we can kind of just stop saying it, because like, I feel weird now when I'm just constantly saying it and repeating it, but it's like, well, it's still happening. It's still happening. Like, no one's beaten them yet. I have to keep talking about it. Will it be Cloud9 who could beat them? That's the question that will be answered when we get to live fire in our game number 2, or maybe in our game number 4. But for now, it's the first game of the series. It's grand finals time, everybody. It's Optic. It's Cloud9. It's capture the flag on Aquarius.
It's a classic battle of the green and blue. You remember this matchup from November and December, competitive Halo Infinite. Well, it's back here. We have two powerhouses here. Optic Gaming looking for that revenge redemption story. Cloud9, though, looking to extend their unbeaten tournament streak to 3.
Off the break here. Not too many kills are going to be exchanged, but a big win is going to be picked up by APG. Pistola going to pick up another as well. 2 down for Cloud9, but at the same time, 2 fall almost consecutively for Optic Gaming. APG going to get that first camo, though, so off the rip here, Optic with the stronger start.
APG going for the Dynamo Bulldozer strat there, just making sure no one's top mid by ticking top middle, and then grabs the camo. Also escapes with it alive, also picks up a nice kill, so he's going to be able to get 2 dead for the side of C9.
APG with the opportunity to push in now, but you can see that the callouts coming from Lucid. The Penguin is somewhere top middle. He's got a heat wave, and APG's going to try his best, but no, a little bit of a missed beat down there is going to cost APG. It is a trade, but for Eco to come out of that with a trade against the camo player, you're going to take that every single day of the week.
Nice shot, Stone Mai from Renegade against Lucid. Both players trying to drop slide their way to top middle. It's Renegade that's going to win that one, and that will also clear the way for Eco to now push up over here to top laners as well.
How well placed was that grenade? It does not get better, just lays it on that shelf. Gets the damage done, and now Optic Gaming find themselves on the back foot. 3 players fall consecutively. Renegade just being a pain in the rear here for Optic.
Oh boy.
And speaking of pains in the rear, there's some bullets to the back as well. Only will be taken down. Damage being done by Renegade. 2 players falling for Optic. Make that 3 as Stella picks up yet another on the closet. And that's cleared things out for Renegade to get that flag moving.
Yeah, APG was the only player alive, and he will be dead. So that means that all the spawners on the Optic side are fresh. This flag should go in. Camo in 10 as well.
Renegade just taking a few moments. Making sure his shields are there. Making sure he's comfortable and he can slide that flag home. Everything working for Cloud9 at the start of this game. They put in that first flag. Now, where has that camouflage gone as well? Did Cloud9 manage to not only get control as Stella picks up that beatdown and get that flag on the board, but did they get that camouflage in their hand as well? Killing spree here for Renegade. And yes, there's the answer to your question. Penguin with the camo too.
Penguin grab this camo and just look to extend that lead even further so far, and you called it out on set perfectly. It's Stellar leading the way in the kills department, but Renegade actually ties him there in that moment. It's a good trade for APG in the back of the base. He'll be happy to trade out camo that way.
Still the last player alive here, and he's being met by Stellar flying towards it with a heat wave. Never a nice way to be woken up inside of your base, and Renegade's going to clean up that kill. 2 players flying back from Optic. Trippy manages to do some work with Lucid. There was a big commitment there from Optic Gaming to clear out their base. If that didn't go their way, that might have been another run for Cloud9.
By the way, Stellar's still rocking that phase VR. I wasn't sure if that was just a kind of a certain version of trash talk against the phase series, but it turns out he's just a huge phase fan, so he's got the phase VR going.
I don't know. I feel like creating some false narrative here, Andy. Lucy's going to pick up a kill. He's going to move through the closet as well to try and get some angles on that flag. There's Eco, though. Big double kill on the defensive side from him. Lucid swoops in. Put that final touch onto that kill. Trippy now playing this one nice and slow. Stella going to be taken down. I don't teach you for wearing a phase BR. Penguin now inside of the closet as well, winning the battle one at the moment. You can see Lucid just under pressure, trying to force his way forward and trying to deal with this player, but no, Penguin is there. And Penguin will pick up the kill as 3 players from Cloud9 now commit to clear this side of the map.
Yeah, beautiful push from C9. Penguin stays alive long enough in utility for his teammates to push up, and now here comes Stellar just thinking about what he might be able to do from utility as well. But gotta talk about Optic Gaming, because this does not look like C9's normal form, right? They have really put up some great battles here, and even though we've seen C9 with base control several times over and over again, we're still seeing Optic Gaming really show up today and on Championship Thursday, not mess around here in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's been a welcome return to form for Optic Gaming. I think everybody involved, the Halo Championship Series, everybody who's a fan of competitive Halo wants to see the best teams playing at the highest level, right? And to see Optic fall off in the last few weeks like they have, it's a little bit of a surprise to everybody, but this is just a reminder of how competitive Halo Infinite is at the start of this game. Stellar, though, going to be picking up that next camouflage, and you can see it in the kill feed as well. And just to Stellar's right, the sound cues as well, we're going to give away the information that Renegade has got that heat wave to play with. Persona's not going to have any idea that Stellar is there because the man is invisible to him. That beatdown is going to maybe allow Cloud9 to move up once more as APG and Ola fall.
There's going to be 2 dead for the moment, 3 dead for a second, and as those fridge spawners might spell disaster, as now Renegade going to try to get a pull going here on utility side.
Just about getting the closet, forgets the flag though. We've all been there. Renegade does have the heat wave though, so anyone who's going to be challenging is going to be taken down. Penguin and Stellar pick up the kills though. That's going to be 2 dead here for Optic. Stellar just commanding the car side of the map here on Aquarius. Ola does pick up 1. You can see that Stellar is more than aware of that kill being vital. Trippy picks up another onto Renegade though, so maybe things are going to have to slow down for just a minute here, even with Stellar picking up 1. It looks like Optic might be in a position to get this return. Eco comes in, swoops in to get the touch on the flag, but Trippy is there. With just a slither of health, manages to send that flag home.
Wow, Renegade actually goes all in there on the 1v4 to try to get the touch. It's a ballsy play, but one that he thought he could get away with. And if there's one player, let me tell you, that can, it was Renegade. He only missed the touch by a few seconds, and he must have thought that he had the timing there with the spawners, that they could have still got that together. In the end, though, Hail Marys from top middle from Lucid. He'll pick up a few more kills, and that flag will not go home. We will stay 1-0 on the board.
Trippy now making the move in. Picks up 1. Stellar, though, picks up a kill, so Trippy knows that it's not going to be a comfortable route into the base for him. He knows he's going to have to face up against Stellar. There is Stellar, but there is Trippy. There's a killing spree for him. And with all of these kills going down inside of the C9 base, that opens up the map here for Optic to pick up another camo.
And just look at the slays on the top of the board. Look how close this game has been as we take a look past the halfway mark in terms of time. Really neck and neck in the slaying department, and only 1 flag difference. So really, this one could still end up anyway. Here comes Lucid on the sidekick push.
Good moves from Penguin though, making Lucid work incredibly hard for that kill. There's a thrust down on the flag as well, so not just the fact that there might be an opportunity to pull this flag, but also a little bit of equipment to play with as well. Lucid going to be re-challenging, but APG is there with him to make sure he stays alive. Now, can they get this flag moving? 3 dead full for Cloud9, and Optic now have that flag off the stand.
And Penguin's on the back of the base here. He only just spawned there in the back of the base. This really should be a successful flag run now. We do have 4v4, but all spawners were going. So first kill goes in once again. Penguin's going to be the first to die. Keep an eye on the kill feed here.
APG's got that one back to the base. Trippy is no shields, trying to chirper him back. Ola with that kill might open things up here. Might take the attention away from Trippy, who can now run that flag in. Even with Eco picking up a kill, it's not going to be enough to get that flag stop. As Optic will tie things up at 1-1, but the counter cap opportunity might be here for C9 as Penguin gets that one all the way across the map. Already past the halfway mark, already into his base. This man is running quicker than anyone I've seen him with a flag in their hands. And even though Optic works so hard to get that equalizing flag, C9 answer back almost immediately.
That's the fastest Penguin I've ever seen. Let me tell you, I've watched a lot of Planet Earth. I've watched a lot of BBC. I've seen some fast Penguins, but that was the fastest Penguin I've ever seen. That run, like you said, was as quick as possible. It looked like he wasn't even playing with any other players on the map, just going for some world record timings on the flag run. And just like that Optic Gaming flag run, it costs them. They're once again now 2 dead again. They get the flag home, but they will forfeit the counter cap there.
APG now trying to move back and play some defense because he just about spied Eco out there. I think he just saw the top of his helmet as the Spartan slid past him. Eco doing what he can to stay alive, took down one player on his way towards the fridge, but APG recognizing that taking him down was the most important kill on the map, so decided to chase, to rotate back through his flag to make sure that was clear for Optic. Picked up a double kill as well. Penguin now trying to be as quiet as possible down bottom middle. Stellar with the help as well. Penguin would be taken down by APG once more.
Trippy here on thrust with a teammate. Just going to try to stay alive and see what they can do here. Not a lot of time on the clock. 3 minutes 14 for them to figure out what they need to do here after sacrificing that last flag. And you saw how expensive it was for them to get that flag all the way back. They had to slow play it at the end. They had to win the slays, and they forfeit the counter right away. So if they want to cap again, they need to do it, but with even more control and not forfeit the control of their own base when doing so.
Shout out to our producer for letting us know that it took Penguin 13.5 seconds to get that flag from the stand back to the base. That is some statistics for everyone at home. That is pretty quick, even by Penguin standards. As now Penguin has the commando in his hand and picks up some kills in the feed. Renegade has the heat wave though, as Stellar is now trying to play a little bit of defense. And one thing that stood out for me so far, Andy, is Cloud9's defense. Inside of their base, they've been really difficult to break down.
They really have, and they have made sure to at least trade out every single time in the back of their base, making it so difficult for Optic Gaming to get anything going. Renegade will be on the receiving end of that nade though, so maybe an opportunity here because 3 dead for Cloud9.
Penguin though, being a thorn in the side of Optic on their side, and Trippy won that fight. Stellar coming off the respawn though. Maybe Penguin with those kills though, and making Optic turn has bought C9 enough time to get at least a little bit of map control here.
Stellar with a great play to not go up top. He identified that up top would have been a little bit too risky, so instead he dropped. However, Lucid right away knew that he needed to win that battle. He will miss that melee. And you got to think, plays like that need to be played perfectly. As we take a look at the clock, 149, Ola with camo, potential game in his hands here.
Renegade, no shields, but still with his life. 4v4 on the map here. Penguin does pick up the first kill. Lucid will trade it out immediately. Renegade picks up another. Renegade has no idea that Pistola is top middle though, with this camouflage. Pistola now deciding to play his life. Not too long left on this camouflage for him to make a play with as we hear it run out. Just as I say that. And at the moment, C9 don't seem too interested in trying to get too aggressive. They're just making sure they get their trades across the map.
2 dead. Ola knows he needs to play this well. 1 minute on the clock. This is where Ola shines. Opportunity for him to get the kills he needs to start the flag run.
Trippy trying to deal with Eco inside of the base. You can see that C9 have thrown this flag out, but they're not too interested in running it for now until they get the kills that they need. Pistola now makes his play. Both flags away from the bases, but by not too far. Just both thrown out into the courtyard.
Ola once again in the same position. The flag's out, but he knows he needs kills. 2 dead for both sides. They're going to need to get more kills here. Trippy just tries to stay alive as well. Ola stays alive in the fridge, and they need a few more kills to get this flag run started.
Once again, Ola is just being bait. He is doing such a good job of living, surviving. Finally, Eco does take him down, but with that distraction that's come in, APG might get the timing here to get this one into the closet. One player will be trying to close him down and will be trying to get the kill, but Trippy is there to take him down. Optic have the opportunity with 15 seconds or so left on the clock to get this flag moving, but a kill from Penguin might slow things down.
APG stays alive. Boo Boo gets a kill in the back of the base as well, so we'll see. The APG staying alive might allow him to continue running this flag.
Renegade picks up one onto Lucid though. You can see the Pistola's trying to do everything that he can. APG now trying desperately to force his flag back. Stella will slow that down though by taking down APG. Trippy trying to get in position. 2 players from Cloud9 though. Jump on that return. They get the reset, and with that, we'll take home game 1.
My oh my, down to the wire between these 2 teams, and we wouldn't have it any other way, but in the end it's Cloud9 take game number 1 with only a score of 2-1, and it's that 13.5 second Penguin run that is actually the difference maker in that game, and they'll take the lead in the series.
We'll take a look at the stats in just a few seconds as well. It was pretty equal across the board. You can tell that from just the way that the game was paced, and the stats do back it up indeed. Every single player outside of Pistola with a positive KDA. I think that's the first time I've seen that in quite some time, Andy. That's how closely fought that game was.
I mean, yeah, the stats tell it all. Look at that. I mean, every player is just about even, maybe plus or minus a few. We'll take a look at damage as well to see who might have shined in that category, since we didn't have too many standouts otherwise. Trippy and Lucid there with 7,000. And I mean, you take a look at that, there's no reason that when you see the damage like that, that game should have ended 2-1 if you're an Optic fan.
Just those, I think there's just the stands on the flag defensively from C9 that were impressing me the most. There was a few opportunities that Optic did have to get inside of the base to get those pulls, but it was always kills being traded by C9, and there's something for everyone at home to recognize. If you're getting trades inside of your own base, it's fine, because where are those players respawning? You're spawning back into the action, back in defensive play, but the players who are being aggressive on your flag are spawning all the way across the map, and it gives you just that time to breathe. But if you don't get those trades, then you're in a lot of trouble.
By the way, Penguin pulled that when there was 3 alive. Yes, they were spawners. However, there was 3 alive when he pulled that. Still an amazing run. APG did so well to stay alive as long as he could top Dynamos. Unfortunately, I don't think it falls on any specific player on Optic. They just couldn't get all the pieces together to get that last flag across the map. It took them a little bit too much time. They didn't get the slays they need. So 2-1 Ctf Aquarius, and guess what? We're on live fire next.
We're going to live fire, and I am taking a look now just to my left-hand side to see what the Optic stats are since Raleigh on live fire. Oh wait, it's 100%. What a surprise. They've won every single game. Let's have a look at C9 though. Slayer on live fire, they are 4-1, so they have an 80% win rate here, everybody. There is a chance that maybe Optic will be slowed down, and maybe we'll finally be able to chalk up that 1 loss in the column, and I can stop talking about it. For Optic and for Optic fans, they are telling me to shut my mouth because they want to see this game tied up at 1-1 and live fire continue to be their stomping ground.
This is their chance to bounce back. A little bit of an unorthodox opening. You can tell by the way the Stellar moved across scoreboard. He's expecting to see a little bit more action there top sandbags. It comes in delayed. He'll pick up the kill on Lucid in the end, but 3-1 lead here for C9.
3-1 lead and weapons in their hands. Ammo's going to be popping as well. Renegade has Sniper. Penguin has Heatwave. Now, Renegade has the opportunity here to just peel a couple of players from Optic and not only get the power weapons, but also the power up into their hand. But look at the pressure now coming in. He needs to make a play, and even though he trades, Eco is last alive, and what a push that was from Optic. They clean all 4 players from Cloud9. They pick up the Heatwave, they pick up the camo, and Pistola has a chance to make a play now.
Knows he needs to stay alive. Ola might even drop down bottom pillars. We'll keep an eye on him with that Heatwave camo. But like you said, yeah, drops down pillars indeed. You have to think that's a safe play in that scenario. And now he's going to be on the prowl once again. But like you said, Onset, it's a great counter from Optic. Great timing on the window push from Power Up as well.
Renegade, though. Renegade's going to spot him out. Renegade! Oh, I mean, it's difficult enough playing against Renegade when it's a 1v1. When you got camo, it's almost impossible as well. Hits the shot, spots Pistola, and gets the trade at least. That is massive from Renegade. Optic, they had a real opportunity there to establish some sort of lead in the game with the weapons that they had in their hands and the power-ups, but it wasn't to be. The play from Renegade slowed that down.
Trades bottom mid. APG sniping hand on House. Needs to hit this on Renegade. Jesus. Oh my God, with the no scope there. Top A, this game is a 1-kill game.
This is grand finals play. This is what we want to see, boys. APG with a big no scope. There's a beat down after the no scope. And APG ties this up at 11-11, and you just felt like if he had maybe half a second more, he might have hit another headshot there as well.
Absolutely heating up is APG, and Camo is up as well. We'll see if Luce is going to grab that off the back of the APG kills. Also takes a straight line back to dummies to get away. Hey, look at that. All these nades going off. Lucid's so wise to back all the way off of the power-up stand and avoid those nades. Takes the perfect route. He stays alive just like that. 15-13 in favor of C9.
Now, second camouflage gone to Optic Gaming. They weren't able to make too much of the first one, and look how
look at the info
are playing. This is so smart from C9. Even though they're trying to spot this camo out and try and burn it down, Optic have also recognized that, Andy. They made the push knowing that Lucy was the distraction. Now he picks up one, and look at the score, 16-all.
Wow, look at that. All the info that Lucid just gave the team. He's able to sit on power up with camo and say there's 2 players in tunnel, there's 1 player sandbags. In the end, that brings the game. They're tied at 16. However, C9 gets 2 back, but still great camo play, great information sharing from the side of Optic.
Trippy gets the next sniper rifle as well. Renegade's going to be coming into his crosshairs, and that's the kind of shot that, as crazy as it sounds, anyone in this lobby needs to hit if they want to win these kind of games. Stella will pick up that sniper rifle from the hands of Lucid. Actually going to run it back bottom middle as well. Maybe looking for Renegade, maybe looking to just survive for now. Some shots are going to come in. Or maybe it's just a relocation to tower here to get some angles and maybe once again control the pace here, Andy, slow things down a bit.
21-17, let's remind everyone here, hits a body on Trippy, that'll be cleaned up immediately. Eco will get another one as well. Let's remind everyone here that Live Fire is the exact map where we saw Optic Gaming in tournament play down by about 12 at the 30 or 35 kill mark. So they're able to bring back games with huge deficits. However, they don't want to get into too risky of waters here. They want to keep this game close, and now it's already a 5-kill deficit for them.
Stella controlling all of top middle here as well. It's allowing C9 to just play bottom. Make these sneaky routes. Make some plays!
Oh my
And
god.
while they do that, we go back to Stella and he removes some faces. APG narrowly missed that no scope, and there's the trade. Lucid comes in and picks up another. 22 to 27 though, Cloud9 extending the lead, but Trippy starting to heat up as well.
Eco unable to hit that repulsor jump, just misses it by just a little bit, and it costs him because now, just like that, the game is within 3. Lucid with Camo Sniper able to take any angle he wants, and Lucid can certainly bring this game back and much closer than it's been.
Well, look how C9 play when they don't get camo. Yeah, they're picking up kills, but look how they're just hiding as well. They are giving no angles whatsoever. And they're all within kind of BR's width of each other. If someone gets shot, you know they're going to be there to trade it. Oh, Stella has sniffed him out, and that's going to be a massive play again from C9. They don't need camo.
That is clinical from C9. It's a triple kill from Penguin all the way at back green. That's going to bring the game to 33-24. They did that without camo. That's the type of scoreline that you should see. That's the advantage you should see when a team has camo. Stellar's not done yet. He's going to get the kill on Lucid as well. Now he's going to tag up Ola, also just take down Trippy. Stellar is not backing down from anything, but that is clinical work. And Onset, you called it perfectly. They all take certain angles. You saw what Eco did in house. They just take the angles that they want to take. They hide themselves away from camo, and somehow, just like that, 7-kill lead.
Well, we know the Penguins are a flightless bird, and we've just seen another example of it there, as Penguin could not quite get to the skies to get back through the vent with the repulsor. Renegade, though, slides in and takes down Lucid. Eco going to be no shields, but Renegade is there. And there's another kill coming in from Renegade as well. He's 11 and 10. But it's what the C9 coach described as the two most underrated players in the Halo Championship Series, Stella and Penguin, who are the standouts at the moment for C9.
Gotta give credit to the guy who was flapping his little wings as hard as he could, but couldn't get all the way up with that repulsor jump. But doesn't matter, because all he's looking at is the scoreboard. They're up by 9 here, 40-31. Look at the teamwork on A. That's going to grab them. That sniper rifle as well. We'll have to see where the power-up goes.
Optic is 6 kills away from chalking up their first loss in some time. And their first loss in the Halo Championship Series on live fire. Renegade picks up one. Eco picks up another. And look at this. Renegade is in your head, Optic. He's out for blood.
Renegade knows it here, giving Optic Gaming their first ever loss on live fire in competitive play. Now 1 kill away.
1 kill to go. Even Penguin can fly. You saw him a few seconds ago taking to the skies. Stella now moving in to look to secure this game. Heatwave in his hands. Trippy taken down. C9 2-0 up in the series, 50-36. They take live fire from Optic.
Months of competitive play. Optic Gaming had not dropped that map. Who else but C9 to end the streak? They not only do that, but they also go up 2-0 in our grand final.
And on top of that, Clutch was talking earlier about how C9 had been struggling in Slayers. That did not look like a struggle. That looked like almost surgical in the way that they approached every single play there. It was almost like as if they had a playbook, Andy. Every single time they didn't get a camo, they were playing around that fact. They slowed things down to almost a standstill until they were presented with information. And for Optic, that's a heartbreaking loss, not only because it's a map where they are so comfortable, but they had a lot of those camos, especially in the early game, and just couldn't make anything of it.
I mean, we have not seen teams turtle that hard, you know, since maps like Halo 3, where you're late in the game's life cycle and you know what corners to hide and watch on camo. As you take a look at the damage as well, it's just perfect play for them. They hold back tower, and like you said, all at once they challenge top middle. They see camo, someone eagle eyes at top middle, and then they all challenge with the simultaneous B pillars flank to kill the camo immediately, and they run away with the game thereafter.
I mean, this was the play from Renegade. Pistola just didn't connect in the way that you would have wanted to, and just that glimmer of a Pistola is all you need if you're Renegade to pick up that kill. APG with this nasty little flick as well. Stella doing some work as well in that game, quietly going about his business once more. But this play, Andy, crazy stuff.
Oh my god, they somehow managed the perfect timing and the perfect positioning to 3v1 that camo. The coordination that's required, the patience that's required to pull that off, you can't say enough about it, and C9 earned that win.
Renegade towards the end of the game as well. I was about to say, decided to make a what I would call a physical statement on top of the body of one of those Optic players, but now we head towards what could be the final game of our grand finals here. It's Stronghold Streets, Andy. And we saw FaZe absolutely decimate Optic just a few moments ago on this exact game type.
We did. A physical statement from Renegade, indeed. A very physical statement, if I'm completely honest here. This is do or die for Optic Gaming. They will need to win the next 3 games. However, if Cloud9 wins it, they will win back-to-back NA Pro Series tournaments.
Renegade with that Stalker rifle, challenging Lucid, and oh my word, challenging effectively as well. The man has no fear. He does not know what the word fear means. As Penguin will flank round to pick up the kill. Pistola trying to do what he can, but Eco's there. And look at the pressure already coming in from C9. Even with 2 dead, they have BC control.
BC control now. We'll see what Lucid could do. That will once again be 3 dead. Now 3 dead for both sides, though. So off the spawn, it's really going to be up to the decisions these players make.
Let's see what their spawns do come in. It looks like C9 getting a little bit of a split spawn here. One towards C. And one towards A. Penguin does convert A, but in the meantime, Optic have managed to rotate ahead of that player in C. So Renegade's going to have to try and escape. He's not going to be able to do so. So Optic have control of the B street. They have control of the C stronghold and the B stronghold as well. Map control here to Optic.
Yeah, good stuff from Optic. 4 dead, and you see only 1 fresh spawner. That's Renegade. They managed to kill Renegade at C. That was the huge kill, because like you said, it was split spawns, and Renegade had an opportunity to push on those players that were at top C. However, they force him drive away. They kill him right away. That leads to some nice points, and now it's a nice 20-point lead for Optic Gaming.
Renegade, Stella. Pick up a couple of kills here for C9. Lucid taken down as well. That's 3 dead here for Optic, and Cloud9 immediately turned that into a stronghold as well. And look at Penguin already putting pressure on to see APG last player alive. Spawn's going to be coming in towards the cafe, but that's the kind of kill you expect Penguin to get. APG with a big play there to at least get a trade in that situation.
Yeah, luckily for C9, even though they don't get the trade there, Stellar also pushed driveway at the same time, and you want to see if you can, you push numbers there, and Stellar's going to be able to pick that one up. So certainly a kill Penguin would have wanted back, but because of the teamwork, C9 still able to make it work at C.
BC in control, C9. Optic still with the lead, 35-27, although it is starting to tick into a smaller and smaller lead. Stellar and Penguin combining to get kills on different sides of the maps. There's another one for Penguin as well. Trippy trying to answer back. He's last player alive here for Optic, and Cloud9 had just hunted him down. Stellar will be able to land the final blow onto his prey. BC in control of C9. You can see they're making a move on A as well. Rockets also in the hands of Renegade.
Going to get a reset here without a doubt. I'm wondering where Trippy is. He was the first spawner, and that doesn't even matter because there's 2 dead that, aside from Trippy, going to be 3 dead in a second on APG as well. So, man, C9 just applying the pressure in the slaying department. They're going to get that reset as well. They'll lose B, but still with a sizable lead here. Now 67-35, just like that.
Now, how do Optic break out of this? Not very well, by the looks of things at the moment. The pressure from C9 is just too much. Optic need to prioritize kills here. Forget about strongholds for a few moments. Just get some sort of semblance of map control. Otherwise, C9 is just going to have them on that constant split spawn, Andy.
Yeah, right now they're slowly losing C and A. We'll have to see. It looks like the C reset's going to come in, so now Optic's only hope is to slowly work on A. They will get it in the end, but still 3 dead, and now going to be 2 spawners once again, and C9 still dominating, not only winning the slaying department, but keeping Optic Gaming on the split spawns.
Stella putting pressure onto APG as well. All the spawns are coming in over A now. The issue for Optic is, yeah, you can have A. If you try and move towards B, you're going to be met by Penguin, and that man's got a rocket launcher. Picks up 1 kill with a BR, finishing off the damage done initially. Pistola and Trippy, though, pick up kills in the feed. And Eco last alive now for C9. At least for a few moments here, Optic should be able to turn over B, but no, there's Eco to get the reset.
Eco, perfect timing off of the pillars there, leaves the rail to fly right into B. Not only kills Ola, but like you say, gets the reset, and they get 3 dead once again. This could be over very fast, onset here. Now 131-35.
Rockets up in 10 seconds. Optic need this rocket launcher. They need a way to at least get some semblance of map control. They need a way to pressurize C9 and get the numbers in their favor, but Stella just walks around the corner. Casual as you like, strolls up the P street and finishes off the kill. Renegade with another one, and every time we're on an Optic screen at the moment, they're only alive for a few seconds, and the pressure from C9 is relentless.
Oh, you could tell Trippy just desperately trying to make something happen. Starts to cap B, goes to rail to try to challenge C to try to win that. It looks like Optic just not able to get any semblance of control just because C9 has been on such a winner in the slaying department. Look, 3 dead, but they have rockets, and now Eco's able to get that reset. Now he picks up 2 as well. Look at that, Eco, last player alive, picks up a key double kill.
And the crazy thing is, we're watching Eco, we're seeing him do all this crazy stuff, but again, it's Stella and Renegade who are leading the way with kills for Cloud9 here. Renegade this time with a Bulldog. And you know he's just going to be thinking about the prey that's going to be in front of him. There's the spike grenade. There's the kill as well. Turns his attention to bottom mid, but Lucian with some good kills. 2 down for C9.
maybe an opportunity here. They would have to climb back, and it would be a massive climb for the side of Optic Gaming. They're now down by 150 in what has essentially been a 180-point, almost uncontested run from the side of Cloud9.
It's been a chokehold from C9 so far. And Optic have got to be careful right now that they don't run out of oxygen and pass out at this point, because it has been so tough for them to fight in this game. But Stellar, last alive for C9. Optic need to find out where he is, but look at that timing. Jumps up onto the Bulldog, and not only is last alive does he survive, but he picks up a kill as well.
And does it with style. Look at him just flying there through ball spawn. Also picks up those last 2 kills. Does it without taking any damage. Also kills Trippy as well. This was your player to watch on set, and you called it perfectly. Stellar doing some damage here. He's 14-8.
Doing damage. But Optic did take advantage of the kills that they had on their side. They have BC control, and they had a momentary triple cap as well. So finally, Optic wrestles some sort of control away from C9 here. It has been an uphill fight for them, but you've got to think, whatever C9 did to us, we've got to be able to do it back to them, and a semblance of control is all you need. Renegade with the rockets, not going to be able to connect. Optic are starting to heat up a little bit here. They realize it's now or never.
Yeah, and they're bringing this back by a huge margin. Just about 60 unanswered ports now for Optic Gaming. So they turn it on late, but maybe they do it in time. Renegade forced to essentially just waste and burn both of those rockets. So Optic Gaming now still a little bit of control here. Looks like they're also going to start converting A. They will lose BC, though, so pressure on them once again. 3 dead. Ola, the last player alive momentarily.
Look at the pressure that's coming in as well. It's not just 1 player, it's 2 from C9. It seems like everyone on Optic is always being shot by 2 players. Lucid picks up the kill onto Renegade, timing that frag grenade to bounce up at just the right time. Trippy picks up another. There's a beatdown, but there's also a reset onto A. Lucid trying to make a play now towards B, but he's going to be met by numerous players from C9. Deals with 1, but Stellar and Renegade are there again to pick up the kills. And even though Optic is scoring, B should be turned over to C9.
The numbers just weren't there for Optic. Lucid did so much damage flying into B from the pillars, gets the shotgun kill on Tires as well. But as you saw, if you take a look at his team, there was 3 dead in that moment. So once again, just not having the exact coordination, the timing that they needed here. 217 to 113.
Cloud9 making a rotation towards C. Optic have a hold on A, but here's a microwave, and you never want to get hit with a microwave! My goodness, Stellar! Oh, he's been a standout player today, making plays like that from the first whistle of the day.
You and I have said it time and time again. We've seen it happen to too many Halo players. You just don't want to get hit by a microwave. That's exactly what happened. Almost a triple kill. And just like that, we're almost 10 points away from Cloud9 to close out the tournament.
Optic, it's now or never. If you want to elongate this series, if you want to stop the sweep, but with the way that Eco is sliding into PD and picking up kills with a Sentinel beam, it's looking like it might be somewhat of a victory road here. A victory tour for Cloud9. Palace Optic can do something incredible in these last few moments. Stellar will get rockets. Won't be able to fire them off, though, because Lucid is aware Optic have control of B. They have control of C here, Andy, and they have the rockets.
Picks up 1 kill, and as much as I think we'd all love to see it, this is going to be quite a road for the side of Optic Gaming. Picks up another one as well. They will need to play the best Halo they've played in a very long time to try to stay alive in this series and tournament.
Penguin last alive for C9. All other players were on respawn, so B is being contested, and it looks like it's Eco again leading the charge, and it looks like at the moment that Optic just can't out-rotate them. C9 are always inside of a stronghold first, always fighting from a stronghold, but as I say that, it's going to be kills going in the favor of Optic. They made the choice to rotate towards C. Now they run back to B, and they have a triple cap here. Can they do to C9 what they did to Optic?
Let's see right now, getting the damage that they need. A few kills straight out. Eco's last player alive. Here they go. They're going to continue scoring. They might be able to bring this back, but they've got quite a few more points to go.
PD spawns coming in as well. They have the pinch. Eco with the grenade. Eco taken down by the BR of APG. C being contested. Penguin alongside Renegade, the last 2 players alive. APG is going to play this one slow, but look at this positioning now from Lucid. Ola with that kill is going to maybe create an opening. Ola with another one in the feed is going to mean that Lucid can force these last 2 players inside a C. I think that Pistola just picked up a triple kill. Well, certainly 3 in quick succession. And look at this from Optic. They're back in this.
They're back in this. They've done it. And my God, a 100-point run here for Optic Gaming. They're right back in this game. A trip cap again, but losing A and B.
3 players from C9 stack onto B. And with just 10 seconds left, this play from Trippy needs to be perfect. Penguin taken down. Ola trying to do what he can over A. C is still in the hands of Optic, and at the last second, Trippy not only gets the cap but stays alive.
B is now being forfeited, but A gets flipped as well. They gotta watch C. C is now the priority for Optic.
APG picks up a kill. Penguin is
Doesn't see him.
sneaky at the back, and Penguin! He can't fly it, but he can hide in the long grass. He picks up one, but Ola was there to trade it out. Ola still has a rocket to play with. Optic, they've got to be so careful, and he has a spotted Renegade. Renegade stays alive. Pistola does so as well, gets the kill, but doesn't get the conversion on the stronghold. 246 are rising. Trippy needs to get in the stronghold right here, right now. He doesn't look like he's going to be able to do so. And Cloud9 will complete the sweep and be your champions. Stella, Penguin, Eco, and Renegade. The dominance continues for Cloud9.
The back-to-back-to-back for these guys. They close it out with a final score of 3-0. And some fantastic games in our grand finals, but it will be chalked up on the scoreboard as just that, a clean sweep.
What a comeback it was from Optic, though. We have to give them a huge amount of credit, not only for that last game I'm talking about, but from dropping down to the elimination bracket early, thanks to Cloud9, to fight their way back into the grand finals after a very tough couple of weeks for that team, and then to almost pull off that comeback in that game as well to elongate the series. Optic looking like they're back on form, but at the moment the question is, Andy, who can stop Cloud9?
That is the question. A lot of great moments here from this series. So take a look at the final layout for our grand finals and how things went down. A very close Ctf Aquarius. Live Fire Slayer issued Optic Gaming their first ever loss on the map in several months of competitive play, and then 250 to 225. In the end, it's an Optic 3-0, excuse me, a Cloud9 3-0, but Optic showing some good signs of life here in week number 2.
Well, here's some replays of the series itself. It was a tightly contested one at that, as we would expect between our top teams here in Halo Infinite. Renegade with the first cap of the game, and it was a game where only 3 caps went in, but this run from Penguin, this is beautiful stuff from him.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. Like we said, one of the fastest fly caps that we've seen, and it's a game-winning cap there. They win that game number 1, 2-1.
But this was a turning point, and I think psychologically for C9, I think they knew they maybe have won the series. Taking live fire for the first time from Optic, Renegade with big plays, but it was more than that. It wasn't just big plays from C9. It was the recognition of game situation in game number 2 that gave them the win.
I mean, I cannot wait to watch that game. I would love to get a theater clip of that game, just because the way that C9 played that, like you said, the way they slowed down for camos, the way they played everything was just so clean. And this was one of the best stronghold streaks we have also seen in a very long time. I mean, what a run from early on from C9, but one of the biggest comebacks we've seen in this game type ever from Optic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an honest person, and I will say that I thought this was done. I thought this game over, you know, around here. I didn't think there was any way back into this for Optic. I mean, look at the score even now.
Look at it.
Optic just never stopped fighting. They came back into it. And right at the end, it was the plays from Eco around B that really solidified things. Look at those stats of the world as at the end there from Stella, 25 and 19 for him in that final game. Lottie, C9, like I said to Andy, it looks at the moment like there's no one that can stop them.
No, pretty unstoppable to say the least. But I just got to say, the composure from Optic after being defeated so heavily and so kind of, I guess, such a disappointment against FaZe in that exact same map and mode there, and then to come back like that against Cloud9 is just unbelievable. And it says leaps and bounds about Optic as a team, because if you can learn that quickly from your mistakes, apply that then into competition that quickly against a team like Cloud9, again, that's terrifying. I've just been saying how terrifying all of our teams are basically all day, and rightfully so, because they are so damn talented. Clutch, obviously watching that one, I think, you know, there's kind of no dispute that Cloud9 at this point are really the best team that we have in the game currently. And Penguin taking the title as the fastest flag capturer in the West, or should I say North. Let's just talk about this moment here. 13.5 seconds. What did you notice?
Yeah, to me, it's just such a heads-up play. Look, there's 2 players alive in the back of the base, but he knows if he gets it across this angle, his teammates are going to be able to support him and stop anyone trying to push out the front of their window. Because Penguin, like, understands the situation completely with 2 dead, last 2 in the back of their base, he knows he can pull it front. He knows that that's actually the only way that he can pull it successfully. He's able to turn that corner bottom middle and use that geometry to his advantage. But the fact that he gets there so quickly, I mean, that just showcases his ability to use the Halo Infinite movement to his advantage in that situation, and he plays it perfectly. And that's like a heads up, objective, efficient play that won his team the game, because I mean, Andy and Onset, you guys said it perfectly after the game. Like, that game, slays wise, was neck and neck. Neither team outslayed the other team necessarily. It was more so that one specific moment where a player understood the objective is more important than these kills, and he got the job done. That's a big shout out to Penguin and his heads up objective play that gave Cloud9 that early lead in the series. And I think that that's honestly what gave them the momentum and the confidence to close that one out in the way they did.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just absolutely lights out play. And like you said, just having the heads up to know exactly what is happening while it's happening, and being able to capitalize on those situations and moments is really honestly what makes Cloud9, I think, ahead above the rest. Talking about that though, I want to talk about the comeback potential that Optic had in that final map there on Streets, because I think that's the first time we've kind of seen Cloud9 almost panic. There were moments there where Optic had held a trip cap for quite some time and were able to rotate and clear out most of the strongholds while also slaying. Kind of did the same thing that Cloud9 did to them in the beginning with the split spawns. Onset, talk to me about that moment there where Cloud9 were really struggling to try and bring that map back into their control.
It's so tough, right? When you're so close to winning the game as well, sometimes you get a little bit reckless. You're like, okay, we're playing really well. We've managed to do so much. We're on top. We're dominating. No one's close to touching us. You know, we're just thinking about winning. A couple of lazy kills go against you, and I think we've just seen a really good example there of how devastating street strongholds can be if you get set onto a couple of split spawns. If you go 4 dead, you're in trouble against these big teams. You cannot afford to do that. And a good example of that as well that C9 managed to actually stop that happening was when Stella stayed alive as the last player alive, managed to pick up not just 1 but 2 kills, and that allowed C9 room to play with. If he dies there a little bit earlier, then all of a sudden C9 are all 4 dead. They're all spawning and they're getting splits, and you know, Optic can do what they want across the map. It's such a game of margins, I feel like, with kills, like we've never really seen before in Halo, where 1 kill can make such a big difference in influence and score.
Indeed, I'm talking about the influence that you were talking about there with the gentleman Stella. We actually have him on standby right now for an interview to talk about how they've managed to do it once again. Stella, so nice of you to be joining us. First of all, congratulations yet again, back to back to back in terms of wins, but back to back in our Pro Series especially. Before you guys got into the grand final, I spoke to Renegade and he told me that you are all still learning. It's very humbling words actually coming across from him about your team, and that, you know, you're just working towards even better things and to try and get better as a team. What are you guys taking away in terms of a lesson from this week that you can bring into the next one?
A lesson from this week, just keep on doing what we're doing, because it's working, and we just got to keep improving whatever we're doing and just keep getting better as a team. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, solid. You guys look great. Congrats again on the back-to-back-to-back. Walk me through the end of that Strongholds game. You guys have a dominating lead, and Optic kind of goes on a 100+ point run there with a few 3 deads, 4 deads. What's going through your guys' head when you need to regain control as the game almost got tied up there?
Pretty much just got to take a breath and slow the game down and control the pace, because it's really easy to get snowballed. So you just got to slow it down, get a kill or 2, and then you just flood whatever strongholds, and you just can take back control of the pace. It's only just a pace war.
Sure, yeah. Yep.
Love it, love it, love the pace war. Stella, I'm gonna maybe embarrass you just a little bit, but you have been named one of the most underrated Halo players ever because of how incredibly skilled and talented you are. But I feel like that is really coming across on screen this title. Some of the stuff that you are doing is just unbelievable. What do you feel personally that you bring to the team individually, skill-wise?
I mean, I just feel like I literally just play off intuition, like pure instinct, and like sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but most of the time it does. I just feel like, I don't know, I just feel like I have like good chemistry with every single one of my teammates. We work well together.
I'd say most of the time it does work out, Stella.
Yeah,
it certainly has been over these past few weeks, that's for sure.
It does indeed. You guys clearly have a lot of trust there, but yeah, absolutely phenomenal performance from you specifically and the rest of your team. Absolutely amazing. Congratulations once again, back to back. And hey, cheers to potentially doing it 3-peat style. So hopefully next week you guys will be up here again. So thanks so much, Stella, for your time.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
Well, there we have it. Stella from Cloud9. Look, We've said it before, he's a man of little words. However, he says a lot in the game. He says an awful lot in the game, and that's what we're here for. But just absolutely lights out play yet again from Cloud9. The one thing I do think I would take away from today, though, is the fact that a lot of our teams are catching up. Maybe slowly, maybe surely, but they are certainly catching up. That skill gap, that margin is closing ever so slightly. And that's really, really exciting because we're going to get to see that progress through the week. And we need to talk about the teams that have qualified, of course, for next week as well, because we've had 8 teams that have come forward. Our top 8 from Pro Series number 2 have qualified for Pro Series number 3. And that's really exciting. And somebody on there that I've got to say I'm really excited about right now, Clutch, is XSET. XSET have made it into next week. They've qualified. They did so well. Are you excited to see how they perform and how they potentially grow as well as we get into the next Pro Series?
Yeah, I think it's about time we saw XSET up here with these big names, right? I think this team has underperformed in the last few opportunities that they've had to place and play in tournament situations. They've got this new roster set. And I think with Suppressed and Arctic, they found some comfort. They finally found some success in one of these tournaments. It's one of these teams that we expect to be in that top 8, competing for top 6, potentially a top 4 run, depending on a bracket. And it's been upsetting to see them get those top 24 placings where you're like, we get to the tournament and we start the broadcast. It's like, where's XSET? And all of a sudden, they finally have given us that production. They've found that comfort. I mean, when I've watched them play, they play at a high level. They can compete with some of the best in the world. It's refreshing to see them. I'm looking forward to seeing them consistently now that they've got their place in the Pro League.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Clutch. Love to hear it. I'm very excited to see XSET and what they're going to bring next week to the table. Well, folks, I hope you're entertained at home. We've seen so much happen today. We've seen Cloud9 go back-to-back. We have seen XSET make it into top 8. We've seen underdogs coming forward. An Optic redemption run. There has been so much going on, including Fnatic finally fielding a roster. We've had such a good time today, but the fun doesn't stop. January 20th, the Pro Series continues. There's tons more competition, more Halo, and we can't wait to see you guys there.